may be seated. I'd like to mention from the onset that we stand with the people of Ghana, particularly the affected families. I am informed, on a sad note, that we lost the 2 cabinet ministers and some senior government officials in a helicopter crash. So we would like to extend our utmost condolences to the affected families and, of course, join our brothers and sisters here in Ghana during this trying period. From where I'm standing, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to confess that the view is quite awesome, looking at the diversity represented in the room, both in fashion and fellowship. It is just awesome and stunning. Look at your neighbor and tell them you look nice. Don't do it from a jealousy point of view. Come on, guys. Come on. Come on. Tell them you look great. This is very, very important, you know. There are those of us that sometimes do not have the courage to be able to tell somebody who looks great that they actually look great. So I was creating that opportunity for you to be able to do just that. Ladies and gentlemen, as we start our meeting, allow me to acknowledge the members of parliament and government officials that are with us this morning. We appreciate your presence. Allow me to particularly acknowledge the presence of our guest of honor today, Ya Asantewa Asante, the Director of Public Debt Management Office at the Ministry of Finance here in Ghana, who is representing the Honorable Minister of Finance, Dr. Cassiel Ato Forson. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to acknowledge and appreciate the presence of the partners and organizers from Aphrodite, Ideas, Stop the Bleeding campaign partners, and all the partners that are represented in this room. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to also appreciate the important presence of representatives from academia, the trade unions, the faith-based leaders, and of course, the youth leaders that are preparing and making sure that they get the mantle for the purpose and the agenda to which we're gathered here for today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take this opportunity to say once again, good morning. Come on, my Anglophone people, you can do better. Good morning. To my Francophone, beautiful brothers and wonderful sisters, bonjour. I think Anglophone, we need to do better, eh? And to all my Ghanaian brothers and sisters, how do you say good morning? Mima, Ashe. To all my Ghanaian brothers and sisters, Ashe. People are surprised, eh? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's official. We are working on that. We'll come back to you when we get better. But I would like to take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome each and every one of you once again to this very important 5th African Conference on Debt and Development here in the beautiful, energetic city of Accra, which is the capital of what others call the home and the birthplace of Pan-Africanism on the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at a very auspicious time in the sense that the future of Africa hangs in the balance. And it is people like you and me that are in this room today that have what it takes to be able to chart the course for the transformation at different levels for the African continent that we've all been championing, that we've all been talking about, that we've heard even people within the political arenas and different forums talk about. Therefore, As we commence our proceedings for the meeting, I would like to urge each and everyone in this room to be able to be free to participate with such candor, to be deliberate, and at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, to be able to speak the truth that we all need. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this juncture, as we start our meeting, to call to the podium Mayada Hassanain, who is Senior Program Officer, to be able to make welcoming remarks, and she will be doing so on behalf of the Executive Director from IDEAS, and that is Charles Abugre.
Who sends his warm regards, training young scholars, and who we wish to continue working with, especially on deepening feminist economics. And on behalf of our organization, I want to express our profound excitement about our collaboration with Afrodad that has brought this pivotal conference to fruition. And our joint efforts, they go beyond today. We have a Young Scholars Workshop which concluded yesterday, which we hosted in collaboration with Afrodad and the university. And there were young scholars represented from 10 African countries. And I sincerely wish that these workshop discussions could be made public to us all, because the presentations and the discussions gave really a very robust and nuanced intellectual framing about the critical work that lies ahead on debt and reparations. And in the next few minutes, I'll attempt to summarize some of these essential themes, which I think can help us very much framing the conversations that we'll be having in the next few days. First, the very fact that reparations have gained prominence on our agenda as researchers, policymakers, as academics, as activists, and more importantly, as African citizens, is a very important scholarly and political milestone. This is a demand which we must uphold without concession, and it constitutes a long overdue reckoning that the trajectory of economic, social, and political development of Africa was predetermined by structural inequality, conflict, and systemic dehumanization. So rigorously defining and advocating for this reparations agenda is not only symbolic, but is foundational to restorative justice. The second is that we must conceptualize reparations not merely as a financial transfer in foreign currencies into our economies, but as fundamentally inseparable from restructuring of the global financial architecture that must prioritize African monetary sovereignty. Without this structural change, we think that any monetary compensation, no matter how significant, would only yield transient gains and would quickly evaporate into an inequitable financial system, asymmetric trade relations, and persistent governance challenges. This leads to my third and final point, the very close link between debt and reparations. And of course, debt cancellation is a necessary component of reparative justice. However, it is not enough. A truly transformative reparations framework demand that we confront and reject the very system that generates this unsustainable debt and knows only how to do so. This system is, of course, multifaceted. It includes existing financial architecture, but also encompasses geopolitical power imbalances and a global capitalist model that prioritizes market outcomes over human dignity and ecological sustainability. Therefore, a serious reparations agenda is at its core both an ideological stance against historical and ongoing exploitation, but it is also a forward-looking development strategy. It is a strategic framework aimed at remedying the exploitation of our planet, our people, and particularly, of course, our women who bear the heaviest of burdens, while building a sovereign and equitable future. I am very excited to be part of the conversations that will ensue over the next few days. And I welcome you all again. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Mayada, for those wonderful remarks. And in recapitulation, indeed, the theme of the conference, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is reparations and reparative justice for an African financial architecture. And ladies and gentlemen, I love the fact that Mayada mentioned something very piquant. She explained why Accra, Ghana. I know the majority of you in this room have been to this country, this beautiful country before, and probably when you heard that this is the venue for the conference, you had that question, why are we going back to Ghana? Ghana, ladies and gentlemen, plays a vanguard role when it comes to championing the agenda of reparations, and as such, forms the ideal place for us to come and have this important conversation. And another important aspect on the theme that Mayada mentioned is that it is not just a strapline that we can all recite and be able to form conversations on, but it is a call to action to be able to take back what was taken away from us, to be able to restore, most importantly, Africa's rightful position within the global financial architecture, creating a system that does not put us at the very bottom of the strata, but gives us an equal place on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed and get to hear from Barbara Kalima-Piri, Chair, Board of Trustees from AFRODAD. Shall we appreciate Barbara as she comes to give us her remarks?
I just want to make sure that my voice is loud enough. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and fellow activists. I must say that I feel exactly how it feels coming to Ghana. It just feels like going back to your roots. Has any one of you felt that feeling when you go back to maybe your village or a house or a place where you haven't been for a long time, and you were there when you were young, then you go back as, you know, when you're older? Imagine that feeling. That's how I'm feeling right now. I don't know how you're feeling, but at least for me, I really feel energized. So thank you very much for bringing us to the home of Pan-Africanism. I want to begin by recognizing in absentia the Minister of Finance, Honorable Dr. Cassius Ato Foson, and who has been ably represented here by Ya Asantewa Asante, Director, Public Debt Management Office, Ministry of Finance, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Honorable Samuel Okuzeto Ablakwa. We're grateful to you both for receiving our invitation to AFCOD 5, and thank you for sending your representatives to join us. Members of Parliament from across Africa who are present here, I want to recognize you. Honorable Medad Lubega Segona, MP and Chairperson of AfroPac, Honorable Vuyolwetu Zungula, Secretary General, African Young Parliamentarians Network, Honorable Kanyisile Lynchfield Chavalala, Chair, African Parliamentary Network on Illicit Flows, representatives from African institutions. I recognize the presence also of the African Union and the African Capacity Building Foundation, members of the diplomatic corps and international institutions, faith-based leaders, AFRODAD's national, regional, continental, and international and strategic partners, AFRODAD's, my fellow AFRODAD Board of Trustees, who I think who are dotted around, please have a chance to meet with them, and also AFRODAD Board of Directors, including members of the Fourth State. Good morning once again, and thank you, Mayada, for really setting the scene and welcoming us to Ghana. And please pass my warm regards to Charles Abugre. I'm sure you remember me as a young girl who was fighting for debt cancellation during Jubilee 2000. I was really looking forward to seeing him here today, but please pass my warm regards to him. Africa does not owe the world. The world owes us. And this is a statement that really, cuts across the theme of our conference this week. Africa's debt crisis, reparations, and oh God, it's such a mouthful, isn't it? Reparative justice framework analysis, which again, of course, aligns with the AU theme of 2025, championed by our host, the Republic of Ghana. So this theme recognizes the historical injustices that have been perpetuated on the continent and her peoples, resulting in structural and systemic inequalities. For centuries, Africa's wealth and labor were extracted to enrich others and continue to do so in modern day. The periods of transatlantic slave trade, the colonial plunder, the apartheid era, and the prevailing exploitative and extractive global economic, political, and social system still continues to leave many scars that are not only historical, but structural too. And I think our founder of Aphrodite, Opa Kapijimpanga, made this statement in the lecture yesterday quite clearly, that it is a structural issue as much as it is historical. And it continues to prevent Africa to gain its full emancipation and sovereignty in all its forms. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow activists, this history is not just behind us. It lives in the unjust burdens, the inequalities, and the systemic barriers our people face today. The world owes our mothers. The world owes our fathers. The world owes our forefathers as well, and our children. Not just an apology, just because it's the right thing to do. They owe us reparations. And the call for reparations is not just about compensation. I think Mayadi made that very clear. It is about truth. It's about our dignity, and it's about our justice long denied. And I think our young interns, again, reminded us about that statement. Let me share a few numbers with you all, just to put this into context. 22 African countries are in debt distress, or are at high risk of debt distress. 4 African countries have defaulted: Chad, Ethiopia, Ghana, Zambia. 7 African countries are paying more in debt interest than on education. 25 African countries are paying more in debt interest service than on health. Africa's debt, as we know, I think we've read even in the concept notes, that the public debt has risen from $1.8 trillion in 2022 to $2.14 trillion in 2024. Africa's total debt servicing in 2024 was $165 billion, up now to, from 61 billion in 2010. Africa's debt to GDP ratio has increased to 66.7% in 2024 from 44.4% in less than a decade. Africa's private debt as a share of GDP has increased from 18.8% in 2008 to 41.6% in 2023. So even with debt relief programs like the DSSI, the Debt Service Suspension Initiative, the G20's Common Framework, the IMF's special drawing rights, many African countries are required to still service bilateral and private debt, which is, as you know, is crippling their ability to respond to domestic social economic pressures and, in effect, de-invest in public services. We've heard this line many times, and I think yesterday our fellow feminists were talking about the disproportionate impact that this debt servicing has had on women and children. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen and fellow activists, these numbers are not just by accident, but rather by design. And I think Mayadi referred to the system that we are grappling with right now. So it is by design in the sense that Africa is operating in a rigged, and I'm using that underlined, rigged international system that will not let us prosper. Some of you were in Lilongwe, Malawi during AFCOD 2. I said that the international system needed to be dismantled. Friends and colleagues, 3 AFCODs later, with the numbers that I've just shared, my affirmation still stands. As we kick off this AFCOD 5, I want to encourage us to pay close attention to what is happening around the world, of course, and reflect on these 2 things, and I'll end. The first one is that our demand for restorative justice should not just be about acknowledging the truth and saying we're deeply sorry about what happened in the past. As our comrade Roger Mackenzie shared yesterday, he gave examples of some groups of people and groups of institutions that have actually said we're deeply sorry. But it should go beyond that, and be a collective commitment to healing and rebuilding our systems, including our own governance and accountability systems, in a way that is equitable, inclusive, and empowering to our African people. The second one is that we need to begin to look inwards. Everyone is looking inwards. Are we surprised? No. Everyone is looking inwards. And if you may allow me to use the phrase, pointing one finger out and 4 in. One finger out and 4 in to protect their own interests. They're protecting their resources, they're protecting their identity. And in this uncertain world, with a rigged geopolitical landscape, Africa and Africans need to look inwards too. And there can never be a better time, colleagues, than this time that we have now. So as my brother from the African Union, I don't know if he's here, Dr. Patrick Nzanya Olomos always says that we cannot rely on solutions to come from outside. It must be from Africa and from us as Africans. And this message again was echoed loudly yesterday in the room where I was, that we cannot rely on the outside to solve our own problems. It's like inviting a neighbor or a stranger to come and fix your problems. Just fix your husband if it's the problem, Colleagues, friends, and fellow activists, this year the AU held its first ever Pan-African Conference on Debt and gave us the Lome Declaration, a comprehensive agenda to reform the global debt architecture, together with work on establishing the Africa Trade Rating Agency, the African Continental Free Trade, and other initiatives of the African Union. All of these are really, truly underway. And the next decade on reparations and reparative justice. It's another additional piece towards entrenching our mantra in Afrodad that Africa is the rule maker and not the rule taker. So, distinguished guests, comrades and fellow activists, as I conclude, I just want to remind us all that Africa's role in the global economic and trade system dates back centuries. Before artificial borders determined by the European colonizers at the Berlin Conference in 1984-85, Africa was a significant actor in the international trading and economic architecture. What is even more clear over the centuries is that the concept of globalization, its evolution, and Africa's role in it was designed to be that Africa should be at the bottom of the food chain and just as a source of factors of production for the advancement of other regions of the world. Despite having, our cultural, economic, and political social structures, our African kingdoms, our territories, our chiefdoms, and other different forms of governance that existed before, we have been duped, colleagues. We have been duped as a continent. They've integrated us into a system that is alien or was even alien to the continent and not conducive for our advancement. And this is why I keep saying that we need to find ways of how we can not only dismantle the system, but delink from it somehow. Not that we can't collaborate, but let's design, our own solutions that would definitely, rekindle our desire for promoting an Africa that is fit for the Africans, an Africa that, responds to our needs and not the needs of the neighbors, as I said earlier. So let us use this AFCOD 5 to rekindle that fire and the desire and the anger of a system that promotes bold and internally driven solutions towards our political, economic, social, and cultural sovereignty and emancipation, because Africa does not owe the world. The world owes us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Barbara, for reminding us emphatically that indeed the agenda of reparations and reparative justice is not just something that we can talk about, but is structural. And in that vein, I would like to take the opportunity to remind each and every one of us in the room that are participating in this conference that as we make our deliberations, it is important that they go beyond diagnostics. We just do not want to identify the problem, but we want practical solutions that can help us address the systemic challenges that grip the countries where we come from, to bring us to a place where we can claim our rightful place. The systemic challenges that have economically changed the different countries where we come from. So thank you very much for posting that reminder to each and every one of us and reminding us that indeed we just do not identify or talk about the problem, but point to solutions that can be practical and applied in our context. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to a very wonderful time where we will be able to hear from our guest of honor, and this is no other than Ya Asantewa Asante, Director of Public Debt Management at the Ministry of Finance here in Ghana, representing the Honorable Minister of Finance, Dr. Cassiel Ato Forson. Shall we appreciate and welcome Madam Ya Asante. You've stopped clapping too fast. This is our guest of honor. Come on, guys. Better.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, honorable members of Parliament, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on the already established protocols. Good morning. On behalf of the Honorable Minister for Finance, Honorable Cassiel Ato Forson, and the government of Ghana, we want to formally welcome you to Accra, Ghana, for the 5th African Conference on Debt and Development. This morning's meeting marks the official opening of the main plenary sessions, and it is my privilege to deliver the opening remarks on behalf of the Honorable Minister. And this conference is very important and timely. African Forum and Network on Debt and Development, AFRODAD, has been a strong voice for Africa on debt and development, championing sustainable solutions that balance fiscal responsibility with inclusive growth. We commend the leadership and vision that have brought us together here today. Africa's debt vulnerabilities continue to deepen, despite repeated attempts to address them. The IMF estimates that about 21 low-income African countries are either in or at high risk of debt distress. The continent faces an annual debt service burden of about 90 billion, based on a huge external debt increase that increased to about 650 billion in 2025. And this seriously crowds out critical spending on infrastructure, education, and health. Some of the underlying drivers are domestic revenue mobilization challenges across the various countries, currency depreciation and exchange rate risks, which amplify the debt ratios when obligations are in foreign currencies, dependence on commodity exports, leaving countries exposed to price shocks. Hence, diversification is important. Rising global interest rates driven by the tightening of monetary policy in advanced countries. More fundamentally, the financing challenges facing African countries are symptomatic of deeper structural shifts requiring a more comprehensive approach. With global interest rates at elevated levels, particularly US Treasury yields at 4 to 5%, many African nations are unlikely to regain meaningful access to the international capital markets in the short term. The conditions that supported previous waves of Eurobond issuance when rates were around 1 to 2% are no longer in place. So the so-called African premium, which raises borrowing costs beyond global benchmarks, for instance, while the 6-month Eurobond was at 0 pre-2020, it now stands about 2%, making market access for Africa even more costlier. Overall, the combination of high borrowing costs, weak fiscal buffers, and limited concessional resources has undermined their sustainability and made crisis resolution more urgent. Ghana exemplifies the broader African debt challenge. As you would recall, in 2022, the cedi depreciated heavily, about 50%. Inflation reached 54.1%, the highest in about 2 decades. At the end of June 2025, looking at the reforms that have been put in place, the cedi has appreciated by about 40% against the dollar, 30% against the British pound, and 25% against the euro. The current inflation as at end July 2025 is 12.1%. And the expectation is that it's likely to outperform the end-year target of 11.9%. By the end of 2022, the debt to GDP in Ghana was about 89% in PV terms, against a 55% threshold. And the projections at the time, going into 2028, was that it was going to cross the 100% mark. However, if you look at the current and the fourth IMF ECF review, it's projecting the debt to GDP ratio at about 52% by 2028. Debt service to revenue in 2022 was 28.1%, breaching the 18% debt sustainability threshold. The ratio significantly fell in 2023 to about 3.5%, largely on account of the debt suspension, before rising to 7.5% in 2024. For 2025, the ratio is projected to be well within the DSA threshold of about 11%. These breaches prompted Ghana's request for an extended credit facility, underscoring the urgency and fiscal consolidation and the need for restructuring. If you look at the fiscal challenges, election-driven spending cycle, weak commitment controls, and high interest costs repeatedly undermined sustainability. And this was evidenced in the primary deficit of 3.9% of GDP against the surplus that was planned for 2024. So what reforms have been put in place? The new administration has introduced a number of significant reforms to restore debt sustainability. The PFM law has been amended, incorporating a debt ceiling of 45% of GDP by 2034. And this is even beyond the IMF's 55% target by 2028. Some of the other reforms introduced are the fiscal rules and commitment authorization under the procurement law. Currently, before any covered entity can go ahead and commit government, you need to get a commitment authorization. And that is in law, it's been legislated. To also help with its implementation, a whole new division has been created in the Ministry of Finance for compliance to ensure that the commitment authorization is done and to also ensure that covered entities do not commit government beyond what they have to do and also without approval. On the debt management side, there's a suspension of new commercial borrowing and more focus on concessional sources and domestic revenue mobilization. And then there is also the imposition of disbursement limits on bilateral and multilateral loans because these disbursements have direct impacts on the deficit at any point in time. Government has set up a cedi sinking fund account and a dollar sinking fund account in line with the requirements of the PFM Act to target and take down particular maturities as and when they fall due. And proactively smoothing debt amortization by building cash buffers in the sinking fund. This will specifically target the redemption of the debt service harms that we have in 2027 and 2028. The reforms also look at support for the export sector to help improve revenue and FX inflows. And then the establishment of the Gold Board as a sole authority to regulate the gold trade, boosting export performance. Over the medium to long term, a strategic shift is needed, which must involve rethinking global financial governance to better integrate Africa development priorities, strengthen the role of regional financial institutions, mainstreaming concessional and blended finance options. In Ghana, we are committed to ensuring debt sustainability while balancing growth and development needs. This will involve regular debt sustainability analysis updates to track risks and compliance with debt limits. Enhanced investor engagement to foster market confidence and innovative financing solutions, close monitoring of refinancing, interest rates, and exchange rate risks, debt transparency, and state-owned enterprise oversight as key safeguards. I wish to emphasize some of the salient issues facing Africa, including Ghana. Africa's debt crisis is systemic, which, with high debt servicing costs, revenue mobilization challenges, and external shocks, worsening vulnerabilities. Fiscal rules, transparency, and institutional reforms, such as Ghana's PFM amendments and SOE oversight, are crucial for credibility. Innovative approaches like the PPP financing, climate financing, and resource-based strategies, example, what we have now done in light of Gold Board, offer new avenues for development. Africa must not be an unintended casualty of global inflation. interest rate hikes, geopolitical instability, or trade disruptions. There is the need to develop concrete mechanisms to meet Africa's development, climate, and security financing needs, challenges that produce significant spillovers, usually benefiting advanced economies. At this point, I want to urge us all to engage in a very productive, frank, and courageous discussion over the next few days. At this point, I would officially declare the 5th African Conference on Debt and Development officially open. Thank you, and Akwaaba once again.
Thank you very much, Madam Yaa Asante, for officially opening the meeting, and of course, for reaffirming the vanguard role that the Ghanaian government will continue playing in championing the agenda of reparative justice. We appreciate that assurance. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are in the year of emphasizing reparations and reparative justice, it is obviously befitting that we get to hear from some of the leading voices from our strategic partners that have been championing this agenda without fear and favor, but with much courage, as encouraged by Madam Asante. And ladies and gentlemen, to be able to come and give us a message of solidarity, I will like to ask each and every one of you to join me in calling to the podium Dr. Patrick Ndazana Olomo, Director, Economic Development, Integration and Trade, and Head of Economic Policy and Sustainable Development at the African Union. Shall we appreciate Dr. Ndazana Olomo?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and good morning to you all. I would like to also stand on the existing protocols to just say a few words in terms of our understanding of the theme of the conference today and also what we need to do moving forward. I would like to appreciate, first of all, our host, Afrodat, and all the co-conveners for organizing this extremely timely and important meeting here in Ghana. As was said already, the meeting is happening in one of the most important countries in our continent in terms of how we should approach the reparation and also how we can chart the path forward. I met with President of Ghana just last week, and we were in Yokohama discussing the outcome document of the Tokyo International Conference on Africa's Development. And I said to him, because he's our champion for the African Union financial institutions, and I said, Mr. President, you know that I am always saying what I think, because I think speaking the truth is what we need to do at this moment in time. In my personal opinion, there is no reparation that we will have unless we are stronger unless we are strong enough to reclaim our position in the global stage. I say this with the certainty of the experience that I have working for the African Union and also being part of the main negotiators of the African Union at the G20. And for most of the documents that you read, we are the architects that are behind that. And there is only one fundamental message that is coming from that. Unless you are stronger, never will you be able to be influential in the global stage. When you take even in the personal point of view, in our families, do we really listen to people who are poor? No, we don't. No, we don't. So, how will you find a very positive attention when you get on a table to discuss with people who are speaking about the future and you are speaking about hunger and poverty, issues of maybe the 2nd century after the Son of the Man? So we have to understand that unless we change the way we do things, never will we be able to be relevant and to be influential at all. With this, and building on what one of the speakers who cited me, and I didn't know that I was so listened, so thank you very much for listening sometimes. This is the moment in time when we should drive the agenda of Africa forward. I say this because if you look at the statistics today, they have been telling you stories about how the situation is gloomy and how we have to look for solutions that will never work for us. But the reality is that when you look at the potential of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is 1.4 billion people today, and the statistics are saying that we shall be 2.7 billion people just in 2 decades, you understand that the future of the world is nowhere else but in Africa. And if we agree that the future of the world is in Africa, it then brings me to the point where I am calling your attention not to have the absolute strategic mistake of looking behind, but the absolute forward thinking of looking ahead. Looking behind, for those who have ever driven a car, you might be aware that there is no forward driving when you are looking behind. So you have to concentrate on what is before you and take advantage of that. To conclude, because I see that there is someone standing already behind here, what we need to do clearly, first of all, is to address our continental issues within the continent. The first thing to do is to understand that when there is peace, when there is security, when there is good governance, when there is productive transformation, you will be able to achieve it. And that is what the African Union is putting forward today, to say we are at an absolute moment of shifting dynamics where we need to do things right, and doing things right means that we should work hard. We should be aggressive in the way we do things for ourselves to be relevant in the global context. With these few words, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to apologize because sometimes I might have said something certainly that will not fit in your ears, but that's the reality, because moving forward calls for action. Thank you.
Let me adjust the microphones. Mr. Braganza, these are the structural inequalities that we need to deal with. Thank you very much, Dr. Olomo, for those wonderful remarks, calm but very piquant. And it reminds me, I don't know, ladies and gentlemen, you see, the thing about Africans is that there are these practices that we have which are similar. A little bit of a story, you know, where I come from, when somebody is getting married in the family, obviously, you know, people support, chip in, and come in. Just to emphasize the point that Dr. Olomo made. So there was this meeting that was happening, and somebody who has the financial muscle was the chairperson of that meeting. And I was late for that meeting, unfortunately, but I had to employ a strategy because I needed to be heard in that meeting. So what I did was I went, put on a suit, got some good cologne, and, you know, got my friend's car. I won't tell you what type of a car, but I went to that meeting, and the moment they saw the car and the suit, and when I reached there, first of all, it was the scent that greeted everybody. Before I could say hello, I was the new chairperson of the meeting. So it goes to demonstrate the importance, ladies and gentlemen, that we cannot ignore that in as much as we champion the agenda of reparations, reparative justice, Africa has a responsibility to address those structural challenges, deficiencies, to be able to economically develop the muscle that will give us a voice. Nobody listens to a beggar. Unfortunately, that's just how the world works. So, very, very accurate on that point, Dr. Olomo. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now move on and get to hear from Joel Odigi, General Secretary, ITUC Africa.
I'm not doing the same thing to you, my brother. I'm just adjusting the microphone. Amuka Africa, Amuka. Amuka is a wake-up call. Africa, arise. Africa, awake. Amuka Africa, Amuka. Maibuye Africa. Maibuye Africa. Chogwe. Chogwe. Amandla. Comrades, good morning. On behalf of 18 million working men and women of Africa, across the 55 African countries of the African Union, I bring you solidarity greetings. Having listened to Dr. Olomo, we are not angry, but there's always an opportunity to see it as a moment of further reacting. Comrades, number one, with the history of Africa that we all know very well, as at today, that has formed clearly for us a structurally colonized continent as it remains. Comrades, when we talk about it, we are not lamenting. Comrades, the reality is that the situation we see today we indeed has to be structurally decolonized. And then what we think AFCOD 5 is doing today in terms of gathering us is to further that opportunity. Unlike the previous AFCOD, workers of the world, workers of Africa, so to say specifically, have not been really active until recently. We have done so deliberately to say if this continent has to change, if the trajectory has to move forward, like I said, without lamenting and without apology, African workers must be at the forefront in the push of it. We do so because Karl Marx still remains very correct. It is workers that will lead the process of the breaking the chain for which we are held down by our oppressors. And so as it is for our continent, our history tells us very well that African workers were at the heart of our decolonization struggle. And then we know very well that our decolonization struggle is still work in progress. The liberation struggle is still work in progress. You can see it very well in South Africa. The anti-apartheid struggle is still work in progress. Therefore, brothers and sisters, comrades of Mother Africa, the onus is on us to continue this fight and fight like hell. I tell you, comrades, when you fight, the chance of winning is big. If you don't fight, you surrender, you have lost. So, as we discuss today, my charge to you, brothers and sisters, is that we should continue to have that fire to fight, burning in our stomach. I love the way the sister, the chair of Aphrodite puts it, that when you are in Accra, you have a sense of some kind of mystic feeling in the air, that you are in the cradle, I like to call it the wrong way for Pan-Africanism, that there is something that's about to happen. Osiagyefo Kwame Nkrumah remains correct, and this is where I agree with my immediate speaker. Not necessarily that until we have democracy that is working, not necessarily that until we have peace, because, comrades, the forces that are holding this continent down will never let you have peace until you grab it by force. Osiagyefo made us to understand that this continent needs to unite. Comrades, and this is why we are interested in the African Union. The African Union of today that doesn't speak to unity, but it's an African Union of geography, should change. It should be an African Union of value and of principle. And nobody else can make that come to be except through us, citizens of this continent, who must demand that the accountability aspect of it works for us. Finally, brothers and sisters, when we met the president of Ghana in Lomé during the African Union Debt Summit as a champion for finance, like my previous speaker said, he gave a very passionate speech about what we must do. And he listed the demands of what Africa must pursue. And in very clear terms, he made it clear the rules must change. The borrowings arrangement must change. That this debt, especially odious debt, something must be done about it. And it didn't mince words. They should and must be cancelled. And we thought that all of this resonated very strongly with us, including, finally, the point that President Lula Inacio da Silva made on behalf of Africa and other less developed and poor countries during the last UNGA, the United Nations General Assembly, that it is unacceptable if Germany can borrow 8 times less than an African country can borrow. If the United States can borrow 4 times less than an African can borrow, all because Africa has been reduced to risky markets. And so Africa will have to pay more on the borrowing. After that, debt borrowing is not negative. We are encouraging more borrowing. What do I mean? We must borrow to develop, but responsible borrowing. And this is why we are interested in Aphrodite's Africa Borrowing Charter. This is our first charge to this conference. Can we all agree as African non-state actors to review this charter, popularize this charter, and use this charter to drive engagement with our government so that the responsible nature of borrowing will come back? Finally, comrades, on the 29th of August, this is a Friday, here in Accra, Ghana, we'll be having a Pan-African rally where we are calling on our creditors. We have invited all of them, and we have invited our governments who are also borrowers, lenders, those that have also borrowed. And a number of them have responded to us positively. We have invited them to say on the 29th, we're having a rally where, as Africans, we are calling for the debt cancellation. We do not owe, we will not pay. We do not owe, we will not pay. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joel Odigi, General Secretary, ITUC Africa. We appreciate your remarks. And indeed, one of the greatest assets, ladies and gentlemen, beyond the mineral endowment that Africa has, if explored and tapped into adequately, can make Africa a force to be reckoned with, is unity. Thank you for championing that. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear from Honorable Medad Lubega Segona, Member of Parliament, Chairperson, AfroPac. Okay. We will proceed as we wait for the Honorable to hear from Honorable Voyulwetu Zungula, Secretary General, African Young Parliamentarians Network.
Amandla. Amandla. Viva Afrodad, viva. Viva Afrodad, viva. Forward with reparations, forward. Thank you. I would like to join in the already established protocols. As I rise today in the year of reparations and reparative justice, not just to whisper, but to shout with clarity and conviction, the time for reparations is now, and the duty to legislate them lies with us, the young generation of parliamentarians. Let us begin by remembering how this story began. Colonialism was not simply an accident of history. It was a carefully designed system of exploitation, written into law and enforced through violence. At the Berlin Conference of 1884 and 85, European powers sat around a table in Berlin, carving up our continent as if it were a cake, codified it in the so-called General Act. Overnight, nations were partitioned, people separated, and sovereignty erased. The colonialists did not stop at borders. They imposed taxes and forced labor laws, designed not to build African societies, but to extract wealth for Europe. They used direct and indirect rule systems, ensuring that every corner of our continent was governed in service of foreign masters. They passed land and resource control legislation to dispossess Africans from their ancestral lands and to hand over our riches, which is the gold, the diamonds, the palm oil, to imperial companies. And let us not forget, the legal systems we still use in our countries today are built on this legacy of domination. The law was the colonialist weapon, so if oppression came to us through law, then reparations and reparative justice must also come to us through law. This is why I say, political speeches and rhetoric, it is not enough. We must legislate justice into reality. As Secretary General of the Africa Young Parliamentarians Network, that is a charge of young parliamentarians across Africa. We must push parliaments to establish dedicated reparations committees in each and every single nation, committees that will audit colonial era debts, expose them as illegitimate, and push for their cancellation. We must draft bills that enshrine reparations not as an option, but as a legal obligation for our states and the international community. We must go further still. Reparative justice must not only be demanded, it must be embedded in our national budget. When we reclaim the stolen resources from us, those resources must flow into free education, universal health care, decent housing, and modern infrastructure. Reparations must be visible in the lives of ordinary Africans. Only then justice will be more than words. But let me be clear, we cannot succeed as isolated nations. If the colonizers divided us in Berlin, we must unite under the banner of the African Union. We must take reparations into the heart of Agenda 2063, making it not a dream but a binding continental mandate. Together as one Africa, we must lobby the International Court of Justice and other forums to strike down colonial-era treaties that still undermine our sovereignty and prosperity. We must speak the language the world understands, the language of power, resources, and leverage. Africa is not poor, Africa is rich beyond measure. Our cobalt powers batteries of electric cars. Our coltan and lithium fuel smartphones and renewable energy. Our oil, gas, and gold sustain global industries. Without Africa's minerals, the so-called developed world would collapse. So let us use this truth as leverage. We must form mineral alliances to demand fair prices and reparative clauses in every trade agreement. We must impose export restrictions until the processing is done on African soil, creating jobs for African youth instead of enriching foreign economies. We must negotiate trade deals that say clearly, if you want to have access to Africa's resources, you will pay the reparative price. And to those who say reparations are impossible, we must remind them of history. Germany has paid reparations to the Holocaust survivors. Namibia continues to press its claim against Germany for genocide. So if the reparations were possible for others, they are possible and they are necessary for us as Africa. We are not the generation of compromise. We are not the generation of silence. We are the generation of reckoning. So let this 5th edition of African Conference on Debt and Development be remembered as a moment we, the young, pledge to carry the struggle forward with fire in our hearts and law in our hands. For if colonialism was legal, then reparations must be law. And this is us, the youth of Africa, who must make it so. I thank you. Amandla.
Ladies and gentlemen, obviously you can tell from the energy, the vigor, and the zest that that is the voice of young people. So while the rest of you do diplomacy, you've heard, we will not be quiet. We are going to make sure that this agenda is championed to the latter until reparative justice is achieved. And I love the fact that he mentioned that poverty undermines sovereignty. Prosperity enhances sovereignty. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to yet another exciting time where we're going to hear from Honorable Machabana Lempane Letsi, Deputy Secretary General of SADCOP PAC. Honorable Letsi. Can we clap again? Now that was an honorable clap for an honorable.
Thank you. Okay. That whisper scares you. But anyway, well taken. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable MPs, and everybody. Let me just write on the protocol that has already been done before me coming here. My name is Machabana Lempane Letsi. I'm a member of parliament from Lesotho, but I serve also as the Deputy Secretary General to the SADCOPEC. And I stand here to deliver this message from SADCOPEC on behalf of the Chairperson of SADCOPEC, Honorable Warren Mwambazi, the Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee in Zambia. He had planned to be here with us this morning, but unfortunately, unforeseen circumstances did not allow him to be here. So I will just read his message as the Chairperson of the SADCOPEC. I hope we all know what SADCOPEC means. Is the Southern African Development Corporation, Organization of Public Accounts Committees. And the message goes as follows. Your Excellencies, fellow parliamentarians, distinguished delegates, esteemed partners from Aphrodite, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is with profound sense of purpose and solidarity that I bring on greetings from the Southern African Development Community Organization of Public Accounts Committees, SADCOPEC, and stand before you today at this pivotal conference. We meet under a theme that is both courageous and long overdue, Africa's debt crisis, a reparations and reparative justice framework analysis. This is not merely an economic discussion. It is a deep moral and historical reckoning. It correctly identifies that the roots of our continent's fiscal bondage lie not in our inherent failure, but in the calculated historical crimes of the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, apartheid, and the persistent extractive global financial system. These systems were designed to plunder, to disempower, and to create a dependency that persists today, stifling our full emancipation and sovereignty. In this righteous struggle for justice, the demand for reparations must be matched by an unwavering commitment to exemplary governance. We cannot seek justice from the past without ensuring accountability in the present and in the future. This is where the mission of the institution I chair, SADCOPEC, converges powerfully with the visionary work of Aphrodite. For those unfamiliar, SADCOPEC was established in 2003 as a collective of public accounts committees from across the SADC region. A PAC is the bedrock of fiscal accountability in any democracy. It is the parliamentary body tasked with scrutinizing every penny of government expenditure, demanding answers from the executive, and acting as the people's guardian against corruption, waste, and fiscal irresponsibility. SADCOPEC's core aim is to strengthen good governance by building the capacity of these committees, fostering regional collaboration, and ensuring that public resources are used for public good, not private gain. The synergy between our aims is undeniable and critical. Stopping the Bleeding, Aphrodite's campaign against illicit financial flows, targets the very hammering that SADCOPEC member PACs are mandated to stop at the national level. Through rigorous oversight, we work to plug the leaks caused by corruption, tax evasion, and debt contracts, the very practice that force our nations into a vicious cycle of borrowing and dependency. Safeguarding the future, advocacy for responsible and borrowing and reparative justice is essential. But a paramount question remains: if successful, how will these vast resources be managed? Strong, independent, and effective public accounts committees are essential custodians of this future. They are the mechanism to ensure that any reparative inflows or debt-funded projects are managed with absolute transparency, integrity, and for the direct benefit of our citizens, preventing a new cycle of misappropriation. It is in this spirit of shared purpose that I must exhibit a special and sincere gratitude to Aphrodite. Your organization has been more than an advocate. You have been a true partner. Your experts have graced our capacity building workshops, enriching our members' understanding of the complex global debt architecture and its direct impact on our national budgets. This collaboration has been invaluable, and for that we thank you. This existing partnership demonstrates a clear and logical next step, the urgent need for SADCOPEC and Aphrodite to formalize our relationship by entering into a memorandum of understanding. An MOU will provide a structured framework for joint research, coordinated advocacy, and sustained capacity building. It will allow us to continue our strengths, Aphrodite's micro-level policy expertise, and SADCOPEC's grassroots parliamentary oversight to form a formidable alliance for change. Therefore, as I conclude, my message is one of full and unwavering support. I support Aphrodite's bold framing for the debt crisis. I support the call for reparative justice, and I call upon all here today to support the vital link between this justice and the accountable governance that must undergo it. Let our collective efforts at this conference ensure that the fight for economic sovereignty is won, not just in policy papers, but in the accountable habits of our parliaments for the benefit of the people of Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate the commitment for unwavering support, and obviously that echoes hope and promises the achievement of ensuring that the structural reforms that have been talked about are achieved. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now get to hear from Honorable Kanyisile Litchfield Shabalala. She is the chairperson of the African Parliamentary Network on Illicit Financial Flows and Tax. Shall we appreciate the Honorable as she comes through? And every opportunity I've had to be in the same place with the Honorable, she always beats me when it comes to dressing. Always, always.
I stand on the established protocol, I think, as Zungula had said, and I am so happy that I did not have to speak after you because I cried when you were talking. I don't know where the ED of Tax Justice Network Africa is. Somewhere in the room. Alvin, I know you are here. I think we can see the return. Yes, I know he's the former, but I mean, he was there when Zungula joined. I think the return on investment is very clear, ED Shenai Mukumba. If I hear Zungula speak, and I think how he was when we started journeying with him, about 5 years ago now, ne? And I just sat there and I thought, all African MPs should actually come and join the African Parliamentary Network on Illicit Financial Flows and Tax, UPNIFT, because this is the quality that is produced. ED of Aphrodite, at UPNIFT today, we decided to anchor our message of support on the soil on which we stand on Ghana. 125 years ago takes us to the year 1900. The date was the 28th of March, when the British were colonizing the Ashanti Kingdom. They had captured the king and they demanded what the Ashanti called the Sikwadu, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, the golden stool. The golden stool is not a stool. The golden stool is kept in all pre-colonial Africa by the Queen Mother. That's why if you go to Eswatini today, the Queen Mother's photo is always above that of the king. She rules the spirit world and the psychological world. He rules the physical world, which is easy to rule, by the way. So they demanded the golden stool because they understood that the power of the Ashanti people came from that stool. For them to conquer the Ashanti, they had to capture it. The men, because they felt sorry for their king, were about to capitulate. When Yaa Asantewa, who was the Queen Mother, this was her son, rose to give her famous speech. I will read just some parts of it. How can a proud and brave people like the Ashanti sit back and look while white men took away their king and chiefs and humiliated them with a demand for the golden stool? The golden stool only means money to the white men. They have searched and dug everywhere for it. I shall not pay 1 predwan to the governor. If you, the chiefs of the Ashanti, are going to behave like cowards and not fight, you should exchange your loincloths for my undergarments. She then subsequently rose and shot her gun into the air, assembling warriors to the number of 5,000 whom she led to war against the British. Before they started the war, she gave them another chant. She said, "Brave men of Ashanti, we are now faced with a serious confrontation by the governor's extremely provocative request for the golden stool, which is the religious symbol of unity of the Ashanti nation. Not quite long ago, the white men came and unilaterally occupied our God-given land, and by force of arms declared war on the Ashanti and made us a protectorate. We should also not forget that during the reign of King Karikari, the aggressors waged a senseless war on us, destroyed the seat of the Ashanti monarch and burned our palace to the ground and bequeathed all its possessions. Taking our brave men for a ride, the governor arbitrarily arrested and deported her king together with some prominent Ashanti chiefs without you men raising a finger. Today, he has come again to demand the golden stool. Gallant youth and men of our fatherland, we shall not sit down to be dehumanized. We should rise and defend our heritage. It is better to perish than to look on sheepishly while the white man, whose sole business on our country is to steal, kill, and destroy, threatens to rob us of our golden stool. Arise and defend the golden stool from being captured by foreigners. It is more honorable to perish in defense of the golden stool than to remain in perpetual slavery. I am prepared and ready to lead you to war against the white man." How does that link to reparations and to reparative justice? I think when we demand what was stolen from Africa, we call them artifacts. Sure, some were artifacts, but not all of it were artifacts. A lot of what the white people stole from us is our spiritual heritage that they use now to govern us. They wanted the golden stool so desperately they were prepared to go to war for it because they knew the power of the golden stool. So I think for the next 3 days, as we continue to explain and define what reparations are for us, we should remember that when we come to material reparations, which are the physical things that were taken from our continent, we should remember that our national altars, as we sit here, still lie in Europe, except for Eswatini, for they never captured their national altars. That's why they are the only country amongst us which still keeps the Queen Mother. I think secondly, as we deliberate on this, Jason and Aphrodite and all of us, let us remember that we are not asking for reparations for slavery and colonialism. I think at Uplift we are saying there's a third missing word there. We are demanding for reparations for slavery, colonialism, and neocolonialism. Because illicit financial flows is a perpetuation of neocolonialism. They were prepared to remove the colonial administrator, the colonial soldier, and their flag because they already knew that they have a second new way, which is what NEO means. They have a new way on which they will extract resources from us. And that has continued through the pillaging of our natural resources, but also through illicit financial flows. So we are not demanding what happened, we are demanding for what is still happening. And I wish that for the 3 days coming, we shall all live with one united definition, unflinching, of saying this is what we want and this is our program. Mandla! Mandla! Maibuye! Maibuye! I-Africa! Maibuye! I-Africa! Viva Afrodat, viva! Viva Afrodat, viva! Viva AFCOT 5, viva! Viva AFCOT 5, viva! Viva Afrodat, 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 viva!
I was waiting for that. Thank you very much. We appreciate you, Honorable Kanyisile, for the energy, and of course for reminding us that really seeking reparative justice is not just about what happened, but what continues to happen. We really, really appreciate you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to hear from Rudolph Banse, Africa Capacity Building Foundation.
Good morning. Should I use some greeting from some African language? Mangwanani? I think this is Zimbabwe, right? Chennai. And we have also Abari from Kenya and Niyibeogo from Burkina Faso, where I come from. Yes, I think it's a pleasure for us to be here at this conference, really to appreciate Afrodat for creating this platform. So on behalf of the Executive Secretary of ACBF, I would like to extend his greetings to the participants, but also his deep appreciation to Afrodat for convening this important platform, which is the 5th African Conference on Debt and Development. So since its inception, Afrodat has become more than, this conference has become more than a conference. It has been a continental space for dialogue, reflection, and collective action on Africa's most pressing financial challenges, which is debt. This 5th edition is especially timely. Why? Because today, many African countries, I will not come back on the challenges highlighted by most of the speakers concerning the debt distress that most of the African countries are going through. And the numbers are evolving. Some give a number of 20, 24, but the most recent number I can give you is that we have 26 African countries currently that are at the high risk of their debt profile. We also have 9 African countries who are already in debt distress, and only 8 African countries are at the low risk debt profile. This shows us really that the debt issue is a real issue, a big issue. And for someone who is working at the debt management office, they can highlight it very clearly and how this is affecting the public financial management for it to really work and achieve its greater goal, which is to deliver the quality public service to citizens. So this year conference and the theme, Reparation and Reparative Justice for African Financial Architecture and Transformation, is both timely and significant. It's aligned with the African Union theme, I think that Dr. Patrick highlighted very clearly, and support the implementation of the outcomes of the last conference, the African Union Conference on Debt held in Lomé. I think it was in May 2000 this year. So it remains us also that Africa transformation cannot rest on unjust foundation. We need to move forward. For it to happen, we must address the historical legacy of exploitation, but also unequal power relationship that continue to shape our debt and development pathway. Reparation, therefore, are not only about redress, and I think that the last speaker also mentioned this, they are also about building the foundation for a fairer and more sovereign African financial or the global financial architecture. At the same time, reparation must not go alone. It should go hand in hand with our own work, our own work. Our own work at the national level, our own work at the continental level. We must strengthen the accountability, but also the transparency in our debt management. I think that this is critical. And I think that this year we have seen a lot of cases where because of transparency, some debt statistics have been hidden. And finally, it came out that the status of the country's debt is not really what it is. And when the truth came, one of the countries that I will not speak about here, we found that they went from the moderate debt risk to the high risk debt profile. So at the African Capacity Building Foundation, we believe that a credible African or the global financial structure must be anchored in good governance, sound debt management, and the trust of our citizens. With this, reform would not be, or without this, reform would not be sustained. We are convinced that meeting these challenges require resilient institutions, empowered leadership, and strong governance system. As the capacity building arm of the African Union, we see our role as complementary to Afro-DAD bold advocacy, bridging the gaps between policies, practice, between aspiration and implementation. As we are really getting into this conference, allow me to highlight 3 points of solidarity. First of all is the collaboration around our vision. We stand with Afro-DAD and all the partners that are working, advocating for change in the global architecture, financial architecture. One of the very important things, and we have been talking a lot about it, is how African country can work or institution can work collaboratively to address African challenges. We need also solidarity in our action. So for that, we reaffirm at the African Capacity Building Foundation that we are committed to strengthening the capacity of African institutions to better negotiate, to better design policies, but also implemented strategy or financial strategies for safeguard sovereignty, promote inclusive development, and uphold transparency and accountability. We also believe that collaboration for transformation is critical. We believe that working together with Afro-DAD and all the partners involved in strengthening the capacity of African countries for sound debt management is critical. And for that, I think that our ongoing discussion with AfroDAT to sign an MAU will be critical to work collectively and address the capacity gaps around debt management in Africa. To conclude, as we begin our deliberation, let us ensure that our voice here in Accra resonates across boardroom, Council of Ministers, Parliament, and global negotiation table where Africa's future is being shaped. I think that this is very critical. We need to make sure that what we are discussing here is brought to action. Without this, I think we'll just remain at the same situation as we have been discussing years and years. On behalf of the African Capacity Building Foundation, I wish you a fruitful discussion and a very successful conference, and thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks and indeed the call for action. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now hear from one of our strategic partners, and this is Donald Dare, Chair, Stop the Bleeding Campaign, and CEO, Pan-African Lawyers Union. Shall we appreciate Donald?
I knew you'd say that, and I'm known to be a rambler. So I try to arrange my few points in order, so where he cuts me, he cuts me. To save time, but also because I can't do it better than them, I will not repeat the strong clarion calls that have been made by my sister Kanyisile, by Voyulwethu, and by Joy Lodige, but to just say that I adopt them. I would like to thank Barbara Kalimapiri, Chair of the Board, and also the trustees of AfroDAD. I would also like to thank my brother and comrade Jason Rosario Braganza, Chief Executive Officer, and also the entire staff team and associates of AfroDAD. I would also like to acknowledge the AfroDAD membership in the room and online, because I know AfroDAD is a membership organization. I will speak on behalf of the Stop the Bleeding Consortium, which is at the heart of the Stop the Bleeding campaign, and say that AfroDAD is a very important member of the Stop the Bleeding Consortium, which is a consortium of 7 Pan-Africanist, continental-level activist organizations, many of them being membership-based organizations that are represented and are active in all the 6 regions and 55 countries of Africa. These 7 include FEMNET, the African Women's Development and Communications Network, and I know Memory, and members of her board are somewhere in between the team. Allow me to call the chief executives, even though I know that the boards and the trustees are also with us. This includes AfroDAD itself, the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development. This includes NAWI, the African Macroeconomics, AfriFem Macroeconomics Collective. This includes ITUC Africa, the International Trade Union Confederation Africa Office. Joel spoke earlier. This includes Tax Justice Network Africa, TJNA, and I know Chennai is also somewhere in the room, and several members of her team and members of her board. This includes Trust Africa, our development arm, and this includes PALU, which I like calling the law firm of the consortium. So these 7 organizations, the consortium, sit at the heart of Stop the Bleeding campaign, which is a much larger campaign that brings together thousands of African actors, individuals, institutions, and movements, and we all work together on issues of economic justice and good economic governance of Africa, and reform of global financial architecture, and that includes global security architecture. So we dream together, we plan together, we act together, and we support each other, and we're all here to support Afrodad. And just to say, this being the year of reparations for Africans and persons of African descent, wherever they may be in the world, the intersection between reparations and economics, I think, is a very important part of the debate and an important site of action. So we're very, very happy that Afrodad and later on in the year, TJN also are anchoring these conversations on the intersection between reparations and economics, and in this case, a history of debt. And virtually, I think every speaker that has spoken before me has spoken about it with so much elocution that I need not repeat. PALU, on our part, anchors conversations and actions on reparations through law, which is one of the things that Comrade Voiluethu has just called for. I will not go into that now, as I will be speaking about it in the next session, the first substantive session, after the keynote by our sister Lilian. And PAL will also host a session on it tomorrow. But I can say that when you talk about reparation through law, this includes lawmaking, law challenging, and even litigation, including disruptive litigation. So watch that space. But for now, I'd just really like to thank our colleagues for convening us here, to thank the government of Ghana for the role it has played historically, but especially in the last half decade in reigniting this debate and this form of action on reparations. I wish us all very fruitful deliberations and actions, and especially bold actions, including the Pan-African Debt Rally that we'll be undertaking on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and indeed, bold action is non-negotiable. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, we will hear from Dr. Ibrima Sall, Executive Director, Trust Africa.
Good morning, everyone. It's always a pleasure to be back in the land of Kwame Nkrumah. It's also where Du Bois has chosen to rest. So thank you to Afrodad for giving us the opportunity to have this convening here in Ghana, particularly as the theme is a theme on which the Ghanaian government is the champion for Africa. I think Afrodad ought to be commended for not only initiating these forums, this conference on debt and development, but also for keeping them going and making them better with every edition. It's not easy, as we know. So thanks and congratulations to the board and to the team leading it on the ground, Jason and the colleagues. But also, I'm sorry. My greetings and salutations, obviously, to everyone who is here, all protocols observed. But I also want to say how pleased I am to know that IDEAS, with an organization with which I have a particular connection, needs to be commended for being the co-host of this conference here, IDEAS and the STB campaign that Donald Dyer presented here a few minutes ago. Trust Africa is a Pan-African foundation whose mission is to strengthen African agency in the search for solutions to the pressing problems we are confronted with as a continent and as a people. Our programs are aimed at advancing democratic governance, equitable development, and a transformative African philanthropy. So we are very proud of the partnership we have with Afrodad, with whom we are in the Stop the Bleeding campaign. One of the key components of that campaign is at the center of it is the struggle to curb illicit financial flows from Africa that have been mentioned several times already. But actually the campaign is much broader, it should be much broader than that, because it's about putting an end to the looting of resources from this continent. And not only the people who have been taken out massively from the time of the transatlantic slave trade and even after that, but also to the looting of resources of all kinds. Land grabbing is a phenomenon we know very well about. Minerals have been taken away, seeds have been taken away, genes, heritage resources, that has been mentioned many times, and precious manuscripts, including the Timbuktu manuscripts. The struggle to emancipate our people from the heavy debt burden that is crushing us is among the most important that I think we have to fight today. I'll come to a famous quote that Hilary Beckles made about it in a short while. But I think this is where Aphrodite is intervening primarily, and you really need to be commended for being there and for leading the struggle. Trust Africa was very proud to host the third edition of this forum of AFCON in Dakar in 2023. Now, with all that we have already heard yesterday, the lectures and the debate that followed, and all the interventions this morning, I think what we are talking about really is also the importance of framing the issue of the restitution of assets that have been taken away from the continent and reparations as a right. Simply, it is a right. But also as a foundational principle for imagining a new world, a world in which Africa will be a rule maker, as Aphrodite has it. The struggle for reparations, as you know, is not only about righting wrongs committed in the past, such as the trade massive enslavement and deportation of Africans across the continent and colonization, but also, as I said, stopping the bleeding, the looting and loss of resources and mass that is going on right now. And of course, all the attendant issues, reforming the global financial architecture and the global governance architecture and so on. This obviously means that justice and transformation are two key words, two key concepts that are central to this. I want to take just two examples to illustrate the importance of this issue of debt and the discussion we are having here today. In April this year, right here in Ghana, Trust Africa hosted what we call a social movements baraza, a large convening of social movements from all across the continent. With Briggs Bomba, who is somewhere here, our programs director, was the one leading us in that one. The conversations, the discussions are pretty much about actually what happens when the state doesn't have the capacity to respond. Okay? There are demands on the state, pressing demands. And when the state is under pressure and it doesn't have the capacity, and among other things, it's because the resources that it has to work with, are not all available, or they have been, siphoned away and taken to repair debts, or taken away from it. So what happens is actually the state has a tendency of becoming much more nervous, much more aggressive, and more repressive. So the conversations here were about the shrinking of a civic space, the fragility of livelihoods, the massive unemployment of young people, and all the problems that we know that are related to that. So the debt is actually a key issue at the heart of those discussions, which is why it is so important. The second illustration of this is the connection between debt, democracy, and peace. We are here in West Africa, a region that is in crisis, right? ECOWAS has going to split with some countries pulling out a couple of months ago. There are a number of countries that are under military rule, other countries that are ruled differently, but even where you have democratic regimes, there are a lot of challenges. Now, I come from Senegal. That's where we have our head office. Senegal has an annual growth rate estimated now at about 8.3%, the third highest in the world. And yet, very recently, Senegal adopted a recovery plan, un plan de redressement pour ceux qui parlent français. And it seems very paradoxical when it's doing so well, the economy is doing so well, and with oil and gas and everything, and that they have to have a recovery plan because they just cannot cope. The state doesn't have the resources. And to understand this, one has to see also the weight of the debt on the Senegalese economy. The ratio of debt to GDP is 119%. Recently, Ndongo Sambasila, a prominent leader of Ideas, one of the co-organizers of this, Ndongo is a Senegalese economist, quoted an article in which they were explaining that actually what the Senegalese government has as its revenue for the year is equivalent to exactly or more or less what it needs to service the public debt of every year. So actually everything that is gathered goes to servicing the debt. Now, the importance of this is that just about 18 months ago, the government in place in Senegal was elected democratically with massive support from the young people on the promise of bringing about systemic change, right? Renegotiating the way contracts have been negotiated with multinationals, having great sovereignty over resources of the country, making sure that there is employment, job creation, and so on and so forth. And the young people supported that agenda. Now, this is a contrast to what happened in other places where, in the face of the same kinds of crisis, the army stepped in and then took over and is running the country to deal with the security issues and the economic challenges and climate challenges and so on. And so here's a situation in which you have a democratically elected government, massive support from the young people, led by relatively young leaders, having enormous difficulties in responding to the demands of the same young people who voted for it to come to power, because the resources that they're collecting every year actually are primarily, if nothing else comes, meant to service the debt that the country is carrying. So this is actually a big challenge to democracy and a big challenge to the transformation process and the ambitions to move forward and to bring about systemic change. So this is definitely a very important issue for us, which is why Thomas Sankara, already many years ago, a former president of Burkina Faso, who we all know, invited African governments actually to collectively refuse to pay the debt because it is not warranted, it's illegitimate. Unfortunately, about 6 weeks later, he was assassinated. So this is an issue, I think, that requires people going together collectively, Africans addressing the problem collectively. I'll end with the quote I mentioned of Hilary Beckless, who in a contribution to a book that was published last year, edited by Adekeye Adebayo, entitled The Black Atlantic's Triple Burden, Slavery, Colonialism, and Reparations, Hilary Beckless said, reparations for slavery and colonialism is actually the defining battle for the 21st century. Reparations is the defining battle for the 21st century. I think this is a very powerful statement, and it just speaks to the importance of the issue of reparations and of the restitution of heritage resources that are also the continent. There is a momentum with the African Union taking the lead and declaring this decade a decade of reparations. I think it's time for us to connect the conversations. At the end of last month, Trust Africa hosted, together with the Center on African Philanthropy at Wits University, African Philanthropy Network, African Philanthropy Forum, and so on, a major conference on African philanthropy, looking at ways in which resources can be mobilized differently. Earlier on, we were in Sevilla with Afrodad in a forum for development, in a financing for development conference. So I think there are a lot of conversations that we need to connect and a lot of dots that need to be brought together in a movement, to make this a very powerful agenda for the continent. Because it is a condition for peace, it's a condition for democracy, and obviously it's a condition for the transformation that we are calling for to be possible on this continent and in the world around us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for those wonderful remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to encourage each and every one of us in here to be able to also make use of our social media handles and just be able to let the world know of this important conference that is happening here in Accra, Ghana. And I've also noticed that there's a very beautiful backdrop with the red carpet. So those of you that have aspirations to one day be His or Her Excellency, as you practice on the red carpet outside, on the backdrop, and take that beautiful picture or whatever it is that you do over there, please remember, once you share those files on social media, you can use the hashtag Africa Roommaker, hashtag Africa Roommaker, no space, capital A, capital R, capital M. Hashtag Africa Roommaker. You can use that hashtag, and remember to tag the Aphrodite page. So Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and any other social media where you would love to share what is happening here, please make use of that hashtag. The other one is Africa Reparative Debt Justice. Hashtag Africa Reparative Debt Justice. You can use that hashtag as well. Capital A, capital R, capital D, capital J, everything else lowercase. Hashtag Africa Reparative Justice. You can use those hashtags. A little bit later, they'll be displayed on the screen for those of you that are not sure, but please feel free to be able to use those hashtags and update the world on what is happening here at the AFCOD conference. Before we go to the next segment on our program, ladies and gentlemen, at Aphrodite, obviously, there is a deep appreciation of exploring innovative and creative ways of advancing the conversation on reparative justice and reparations. And one of such mediums that has been identified is poetry. At this particular juncture, allow me to call to the podium a very creative gentleman, Ndugu Mukasiri Sibanda, to come and give us a message. The Ndugu himself.
I struggle to speak if I don't listen to reggae music. If I could just have a moment, Joseph Hill Payday, because it relates to the theme that we're talking about. Can I be favored with a Payday, Joseph Hill culture? Yeah, I know time is limited, so let me bungee jump straight into the poetry. Those that are in the struggle, sometimes it feels like we are trying to sweeten the tea by picking the sugar grains with a toothpick. It feels sometimes a big toll, but let me say something, because we can't talk about Africa's growth, development, without talking about the continent's mineral wealth. So I'm going to talk about this poem, a mine whose mine, when mining is about maiming the environment and society. My rights are continuously undermined. I'm left counting the costs and not seeing any benefits. I have no control. What is mine is not a mine. These mines are like landmines. My sacred lands, they desecrate with deep scars. I'm scared. No matter how hard I toil, I cannot foil the mining and the mining of the planet and society. That cannot soil the ownership though. What is mine is a mine. The mine is mining. Data mining and analysis in a feminine way, I'll carry on to stop the continual famine, to determine, claim the staggering dividend long overdue, stop the bleeding. Thank you.
So my about 9-year-old niece educated me on something. She does poetry as well. She told me that when somebody offers a very, punchy poem, you don't clap conventionally and traditionally. I can see Chennai doing it the right way. Okay, yeah, I can see somebody else over there. So let's appreciate the Ndugu himself in a very correct poetic way. Yeah, that's how you do it. That's how my niece educated me. I was trying to clap, said, no, 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 uncle, you do this. I was like, okay. Yeah, so you've just learned something new, eh? Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to a very wonderful time yet again. And before we proceed, allow me to inform everybody that tea is currently ready outside. But for the interest of time, we will not break. Rather, we will allow each and every one of you who would like to have a cup of tea or coffee to simply just go and grab it quickly and come back as we continue with proceedings of our meeting. And let us keep the handles active on social media by updating what is happening here at the conference. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now get to the keynote address on our program. And the keynote address will be delivered by Dr. Lillian Umubiei, founder and CEO of Africa Futures Lab. So like I said, we can grab tea, but I didn't say all of us should go and grab tea. At least one person per table goes, eh? Don't go all of you.
Good morning. I hope that you have the energy to follow this next session that will last at least 1 hour and a half. But don't hesitate to go and take tea and come back, or coffee. I would like to start this opening by thanking the organizers, Aphrodite Ideas, and the Stop the Bleeding campaign for making this gathering possible. It is a privilege, it is an honor to join you in exploring this conversation on reparations and debt justice. To open this conference, I want to share a reflection that I have titled Justice, Reparations, Transformations, Africa Response to a World in Turmoil. And I would like to begin by asking you a question. Have you ever had a conversation with a friend, a colleague, or a family member where the main topic of conversation was colonization and the argument was...
Before you answer that important question that my sister was asking here, I think I've had a change of heart. When I was going down there, the way some people were looking at me, I just said, okay, it's fine. I think we can go and have tea quickly, and then we come back. And most importantly, this is a keynote address, remember? So I think it's befitting that everybody else should be in the room seated as we get to hear the keynote address. Do I have the vote? Unanimously? Okay, so please, we may go and grab our tea real quickly and come back for the keynote address. Thank you.
I'm going to track a cinema. No catch any day. Remember the May. Bibiara wa beman. I have the deal. Then when they get so to a what's wapping. Meant to be in Kawano. Meant to be in Kawano. He went in Bibiara. Adam be said, Jonya. Major Yamie, everything about my coaches, I'm to many women, I'm a belu, Mosso, the Shemizo crowd. Ye join me, as a motor trada me. Remember the May, every sour was sudi, Nasu, Mayamo, Mayamo, Adame, Mayamo crowd. Oh, madam, now, oh, you live for Brabba Cooper. I'll be born, they say you are friend Eve. I want this on the Habemono. I walk Cooper, Missing Pinyan Namara. I brought 4 friends, Neko. Fancy 4 friends or what?
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention once again? Can I have the ushers to help me close the door? And those of you that are outside, please kindly make your way in so that we can continue with the program. So please, ushers, just help me close the doors and remind those that are still in the foyer to come back in so that we can continue with the program. Thank you very much. At least I can see the room is beaming with energy. Some people have had their coffee jabs. Much better, much better. That's the energy I want to see. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our program and we will go to the keynote address. And the keynote address, as I earlier indicated, will be given by Dr. Lillian Omobiei, founder and CEO of Africa Futures Lab. Please come through. One thing about that clap is that it clearly lacks the coffee energy, the tea energy, the breakfast energy. Thank you. And before she gives the presentation, allow me to call the respondents as well. I will start with Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Chair, CARICOM Reparations Commission. Professor. I think I need to see somebody from Ghana. It's like their coffee is losing its potency because people can't clap properly, eh? What is happening? Mr. Braganza, is it the cocoa or the coffee? I don't know, you know. I think we need to interrogate it. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call another respondent, Sarah Branco, part of the C20 South Africa leadership team, international advisor at the Institute de Referencia Negra Peregam. Okay. I believe that's some Portuguese. So my wonderful lady here, Sarah, will be speaking in Portuguese. So once she assumes the floor, please remember to get your headphones on for the translations. Right now, I will hand the floor to Dr. Lillian.
Good morning. I hope you gathered the sufficient energy to follow this next session. So I will restart my presentation from the beginning. I would like to start by thanking the organizers of this conference, Aphrodad IDs and Stop the Bleeding campaign. It is a privilege, it is an honor for me to open this conference and to join you in exploring this conversation on reparations and debt justice. To open this discussion, I would like to share a reflection that I have titled Justice, Reparations, and Transformations. Africa Response to a World in Turmoil. And I would like to begin by asking you a question. Have you ever had a conversation with a friend, a family member, or a colleague about colonization, and then the main argument was, shouldn't we just move on? For me, I heard it so many times. A friend saying, you know, it's been 60 years, 70 almost, since independence, it's time to move on. We can't just play the victim forever. We need to move on. For me, It's almost like a refrain. I hear it among Africans on the continent, Africans in the diaspora, among Europeans, among people in the global north. Everyone seems to say it and to say it to Africa. In this keynote, I would like to speak to you about 3 points that I think are crucial into this conversation. I would like to start by saying that this constant call to move on is dangerous. It blinds us. It prevents us from seeing the neo-colonial systems of violence that was born out of decolonization and that is still at work today. It prevents us from naming the harm that continues to wound Africa. To say, let's move on, it's not neutral. It is to turn away from the structures of exploitation that are still shaping our lives and are still blocking the path toward justice. The second point that I want to make in this presentation is that if we truly want to confront Africa's contemporary challenges, whether it's climate justice, debt injustices, gender injustices, the disruptive power of new technologies, then we need structural transformations. Structural transformations that are guided by reparative justice. Our institutions are still marked by colonial domination, and they cannot give us justice. They cannot offer us fair answers, neither for us, nor for the generations to come. And the third point of this presentation will be to invite you to embark on this journey of reparations, of reconstruction through reparative justice. It is a journey that calls us to move beyond defeat and denial, to begin dismantling colonial structures, and to rebuild systems rooted in our knowledge, in our cultures, in our economies, and our dignity. Before I begin, I would like to clarify this concept of reparations. Because as it has been said earlier, reparations are not simply about financial compensations. They are not only money handed over. The International Human Rights Framework has recognized that reparations can take multiple forms. Restitutions, financial compensation, rehabilitations, guarantees of non-repetition. But this is a bit too narrow. I see reparations more as in a holistic approach, including these different components, but most importantly, as a project that involves dismantling structures of violence and rebuilding systems that are fair, that are equal, and that uphold the dignity of Africans and people who have African descent. I see reparations as a political project. As I mentioned a few moments ago, we have fallen into this blinding, dangerous denial and defeatism. We tell ourselves that colonization is over, and that our African leaders, and we the people, are solely responsible for the current challenges, for the failings of this continent. Yet, decolonial scholars urge us to make a crucial distinction, a distinction between colonization and coloniality. Colonization refers to this historical process in which foreign powers, mostly Europeans, occupied, dominated, and exploited directly territories and peoples, starting from the 15th century. Coloniality refers to the ongoing logics of domination, hierarchy, and power established by colonialism even after the formal end of colonization. one of the decolonial scholars, Ramon Rofagel, says the global structures built by colonial capitalism over 5 centuries did not simply vanish with 50 years of juridical and political decolonization. We are still living under the colonial matrix, a colonial matrix of power. We have moved from an era of global colonization to an era of global coloniality. Another decolonial scholar, Sabelo Ndlovu Gacheni, says the post-colonial world and the new African humanity that was expected to lead the struggles for independence has been captured by neo-colonial imperatives. The insights of these decolonial thinkers also echo powerfully the words once spoken by the great leaders of independence. Because the leaders of independence struggles warned us of the most insidious system to which decolonization has given birth to. Foremost in my mind is Kwame Nkrumah. In his book, The Last Stage of Imperialism, he explained the logics of the neo-colonial system. He says, the essence of neo-colonialism is that the state which is subject to it is in theory independent and has all the outward trappings of international sovereignty. In reality, he continues, its economic system and thus its political policy is directed from outside. According to Nkrumah, neo-colonialism is also the worst form of imperialism. For those who practice it, it means power without responsibility. And for those who suffer from it, it means exploitation without redress. In the days of old-fashioned colonialism, he continues, the imperial power had at least to explain and justify at home the action that it was taking abroad. It's not the case anymore. What I found very interesting in this quote from Nkrumah is that he exposes in the more insidious way in which neo-colonialism operates. It is no longer held accountable, and the colonized are left without no avenue to demand justice. And I would like to add to his argument that imperial powers, in addition, disseminate narratives according to which they are helping us to develop. They are helping us in our crisis. Sankara, too, spoke of the dangers of neocolonialism, focusing particularly on issues of debt. In one of his speeches, he said, debt is neocolonialism in which colonizers have transformed themselves in technical assistants. We should rather say technical assassins. He continues, under its current form, controlled and dominated by imperialism, debt is a skillfully managed reconquest of Africa, intended to subjugate its growth, development through foreign rules. In this way, I continue to read his speech, each one of us becomes the financial slave, which is to say, a true slave of those who had been treacherous enough to put money in our countries with obligation for us to repay. End of quote. What is interesting here is that Sankara shines a light on a new form of violence that neocolonialism uses. It's not physical violence anymore. It's not political violence anymore. It operates through the guise of technical assistance. The point I want to make here is that we cannot simply move on. As the mothers and fathers of independence, along with the decolonial thinkers, have shown, colonial structures survived colonization. They merely took on new forms. The violence is transcontinental, is global. The violence is diffused through technical instruments. Another important point to remember about the decolonization process is that at its core, it was a profoundly unjust process. Why? Because instead of giving reparations to African people, to states, those whose resources were plundered and whose bodies were exploited, it was given to foreign states. It's foreign states who received compensation. European states profited from the very process of decolonization. Take, for instance, the case of DRC. At independence, DRC was forced into debt, paying the equivalent of 200 million of US dollars of today in reparations to former colonial actors who were in DRC. DRC was also forced to pay a debt contracted by the colonial administration, a debt contracted from the World Bank, the equivalent of 150 million US dollars. This pattern was repeated elsewhere. When Zimbabwe gained independence, it inherited a debt of $700 million, contracted not by its people, but by the colonial administration that had ruled over them. But it was not only states that profited from this distorted decolonization. Private corporations did it as well. As Anthony Ange has shown, many multinational corporations exploited the weakness of newly independent states to demand compensation. And international law, which offered no such avenue at the time, was later reshaped to make this possible. Meanwhile, the demands for justice and reparations voiced by Africa itself were ignored. Consider, for instance, the call for a new international economic order. As many of you know, the new international economic order, often referred to as the NEO, was a bold set of proposals put forward by developing countries through the United Nations. Their vision was clear: to revise the international economic system in a way that truly served the interests of developing countries, rather than continuing to uphold the Bretton Woods system. African states may not have used the word reparations, but the essence of their call was unmistakable. They were asking for justice. They were asking for equity in the governance of the global economic system. We could take another domain, the restitution of looted artworks. Today, it is estimated that 90% of Africa's cultural heritage is held outside of Africa. 90%. That amounts to more than 1 million items. These objects were not lost by chance. They were systematically taken during colonial era, seized through military raids or punitive expeditions. But Africans didn't remain silent. Demand for reparations began almost immediately after independence. As Felwine Sarr and Benedict Savoy remind us, from the 1960s through the mid-80s, Countries such as Ghana, Madagascar, Nigeria, Senegal, Tanzania, and the DRC expressed their claims to Belgium, France, Britain, and Germany. The results, however, were limited. Some temporary loans were granted. Very few permanent returns took place. To conclude this first part, I would like to say that we cannot look at the period of decolonization simply as a moment that set us free. Because the truth is, it did not end the story of domination. On the contrary, it gave rise to other forms of violence, forms that were less visible, perhaps more subtle, but just as destructive. What are these new systems of violence? I would like to start by giving the example of the climate crisis. Scientific reports have made it clear. The roots of the climate crisis lie in the extractive process of colonialism. So the climate crisis is not the disease, it is the symptom. The true disease is colonial capitalism. Africa has contributed little to global emissions, less than 4% of carbon emissions. Yet, we bear the brunt of its consequences. We are paying the highest price in terms of natural disasters, in terms of floods, in terms of droughts, in the erosion of our biodiversity, in the devastation of our lands. We are paying the highest price at a human level. Projections warn that by 2030, 50 million Africans could be pushed below the poverty line, while 100 million risk being displaced from their homes. We are paying a high price economically. It is estimated that the continent loses between 5 and 7 billion US dollars each year in addressing the consequences of this crisis. Worse still, in order to help the countries of the North confront the climate crisis, our populations are being stripped of their lands, of their forests, of their water, even of our wind, so that the North can secure the technologies that it needs to build electric batteries, solar panels, green hydrogen. This is what is now called green colonialism, as we see it embedded in so many called green deals. We perish, they prosper. Let us imagine for a second what an alternative to this situation could be. In an Africa freed from colonial violence and truly repaired, we could be receiving reparations from the states and corporations that destroyed our ecosystems, plundered our resources, and profited from our exploitations. We could benefit from climate reparations, funds, but also technologies, so that we could adapt to the changing conditions and respond to the disasters. In fact, scholars such as Fanning and Jason Hickel calculated that rich, polluting countries are liable to pay a climate debt to vulnerable, low and lower middle income countries of the equivalent of $107 trillion. But that is not what is happening. Instead, the very states that have benefited from this climate crisis are offering us loans. They ask us to go into debt to face a crisis that we did not create. As if our situation of over-indebtedness were not enough, they pile on even more loans. So today, 71% of climate finance flowing to Africa is in the form of loans. So I use this example to show that even the formal process of colonization has ended. We are still enduring the consequences. And not only we are forced to take loans to confront those very consequences, but we are compelled to give away our own resources so Europe feel less the impact of the climate crisis. The debt situation, as it has been explained multiple times, is no less alarming. 22 African countries are in debt distress or in high risk of debt distress. Almost 57% of the continent's population live in countries that spend more on servicing external debt than on education or healthcare. And as you know, this over-indebtedness worsens the situation of vulnerable demographics, particularly women. The recent report published by Nawin Afrodat shows that budget cuts in social spending, such as education and healthcare, shift the burden of care onto households. Budget cuts increase unpaid care work, primarily for women and girls. They intensify their domestic and reproductive responsibility, deepening inequality and vulnerability. And again, we have to understand that the root causes of this crisis are embedded in the system of colonial capitalism. I would like to give two examples related to debt. Most international loans and bond issuance are placed under foreign legal jurisdictions, typically in financial centers like London and New York. So this choice of jurisdiction is not neutral. The choice of legislation is not neutral. It systematically privileges creditors. So there is no equal sovereignty among countries in international economic law. The second example that has been mentioned on multiple occasions before is that low-income countries pay higher interest rates when they borrow money in comparison to wealthy nations. Take, for instance, the case of Germany. It can borrow money at just 0.8 interest rate because it considers a safe investment. But some African countries are forced to borrow at rates as high as 9.8. That is more than 12 times the rate of Germany. Let me be clear. The debt crisis is not a disease. It is a symptom. The real disease, it is the system that created it. It's a system of colonial capitalism. You will recall that in the early 2000s, thanks to the Jubilee campaigns, the world came together to grant a debt relief. Oh, thank you. The world came together to grant debt relief to the mostly heavily indebted nations. Yet, just 20 years later, the global debt crisis is even more severe than it was before. Why? Because we have built mechanisms that treat only the symptoms. We address the pain for a moment, but we never cure the illness. And so, a few years later, the crisis returns. Let us imagine once again where we will be if we were in a repaired Africa, an Africa free from colonial structures. We will not have to repay the debts of colonial administrations. We will not be bound by loan contracts subject to Western laws and courts. We will not have to negotiate debt through institutions like the IMF or the World Bank, where our voices are barely count. In the International Monetary Fund, for instance, a British person's vote is worth 23 times more than a Nigerian's vote. in this repaired Africa, we wouldn't face pressures to adopt reforms that contradict our own socio-economic priorities, creating discontent and fueling political instability. I make this detour to remind us that since independence, we have lived through endless cycles of crisis and in a permanent state of denial of justice. And I dare to believe that this is not simply about some intrinsic inability to govern, but rather the result of conditions deliberately created to prevent our liberation. Given this context, the question I ask myself and the question I ask you, are we going to let this system of colonial violence spread quietly? Will we just stand by, especially now when a new world order is being reshaped? We know that leaders around the world are working to reshape a new global order. Remember the words of Mia Mottley at the UN General Assembly last year, who urged world leaders to reset the system. Global powers are indeed competing, each trying to impose their own solutions. So solutions that risk deepening our vulnerabilities and imposing new forms of violence. We saw this with Donald Trump. Our response cannot be yet another superficial reform, another incomplete project like the one we were handed during decolonization. This time, it must be structural transformation. In this sense, the declaration by the African Union of the Decade of Justice and Reparations for Colonial Injustices could not have come at a more opportune moment. At a time when the international order and Africa's relations with the global north need to be reconfigured, we cannot afford to fall into defeatism or denial. We cannot ignore the system of colonial violence and exploitation that continued after independence. We cannot ignore the extraction and exploitation of Black bodies carried out through economic, social, environmental crises and the development of new technologies. We need to address contemporary crises through the paradigm of reparations. If we truly want to confront Africa's contemporary challenges, whether it's climate change, debt crisis, gender injustices, new technology, we cannot avoid reflecting on the colonial violence that has shaped us, that has shaped our states and institutions over the last 6 centuries. This doesn't mean erasing or denying the responsibility of our governments, the responsibility of our civil society, of our judges. It means sharpening our understanding of the responsibilities behind Africa's struggles. It doesn't mean returning to some romanticized pre-colonial Africa, imagining as if it were free of flaws and contradictions. But we must begin by making efforts to break free from the colonial and decolonial structures that make this crisis possible. This work of deconstruction requires, above all, dismantling the myth of decolonization, the myth that led us to believe that we have gained true independence when, in reality, it was the birth of yet another system of violence. It requires deconstructing the narratives that claim that international aid and international development system, with institutions, with its actors and ideology, will inevitably lead to development. We must free ourselves from colonial epistemologies that make us believe that these crises are solely the result of our own failings. However, it's not only about deconstructing structures, as Sylvia Tamal reminds us. Africa must think beyond mere deconstruction. Sylvia Tamar says, the agenda for decolonization and decolonial activism must involve reconstructions that focus on reclaiming our humanity, rebuilding our territorial and bodily integrity, reasserting our self-determination, restoring our spirituality, dismantling the material and symbolic foundations of the colonial capitalist states, decentering Western hegemonies of knowledge and cultures regarding race, gender, and sexuality, and embracing the Obono philosophy grounded in the principles such as interconnectedness of all things. She continues, above all, our Africanness, our womanness, our subversive agency must be celebrated. As Sylvia Tamar reminds us, we must embark on a process of reconstruction, transformative reconstructions, transformative reparations. A reparative approach that honors our cultures, celebrates our languages, and uplifts our epistemologies. Ultimately, it's about continuing the unfinished work of our grandmothers and grandfathers who fought for our liberation. It is our responsibility to carry forward this unfinished political project of liberation. As members of civil society, as scholars, as policymakers, as actors from the private sectors, the task falls on us. We must look at our strategy of actions and ask, to what extent do they uphold the dignity and values of our fellow citizens? We must look as researchers to our research programs and ask, to what extent do we continue to privilege knowledge systems that are not our own, instead of uplifting the African epistemologies? As policymakers, we must look at our political programs and ask, to what extent do they affirm the humanity of our brothers and sisters across the continent and abroad? Ladies and gentlemen, reparations are not a single act. They are not a one-time demand. Reparations are, above all, a political project. A project to which each one of us can and must contribute at every level. It is a work of deconstruction and reconstruction. It is a claim to dignity, our own, the dignity of our ancestors, and the dignity of future generations. It's a project to rebuild Africa and to restore the dignity of its people. It is, in the truest sense, a political project to repair Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, no reparations, no liberation. No reparation, no reparation. I think I can't hear. Let me try this side. No reparation? Ah, okay, it's much better. Let's try the middle now. No reparation? Okay. I think I still win anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Dr. Lillian, for that wonderful presentation. Indeed, very insightful, very challenging, thought-provoking, and it leaves all of us to remember that the agenda of reparations and reparative justice is a fight not only for today, but a fight that must continue. That's the only time that Africa will ever fully be independent, is when we achieve that economic status, when we own even things such as knowledge centers ourselves. So we really, really appreciate you for that wonderful presentation. We will get a reaction from Professor Hilary Beckles. Professor, over to you.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. This is not a response. I feel that I have been provoked. So this is a reaction to provocation. I thought the presentation was extraordinary in terms of its detail, its philosophical strength and historical accuracy. It was indeed a superb discourse on this subject. And I feel I can now, after 30 years of engagement in this conversation, I feel I can now go away in peace, because such a young, dynamic intellectual has risen to the surface. Now, I want you to bear in mind that one of the strategies of European governments has been to deny, push back, declare silence in response to our call. And with time, this movement would die a natural death. Because as the younger generations of black people become more and more tied up in the material realities of this 21st century, the more they will distance themselves from these kinds of conversations. So the West is playing this game. Let us time out. Let us keep this conversation at bay for as long as possible. And somewhere in the future, the young people will say, you know, there's no future in this conversation. Let us walk away. What you have just heard is a reaction to that. And the reaction is important because this reparations movement is not a contemporary movement. We are arguably in the fifth wave of this movement. I will give some perspectives also that interface the Caribbean diaspora response with Africa. And I can tell you that from a Caribbean perspective, this is not the first wave, this is the fifth wave. The moment emancipation legislation was put in place, the emancipated people were calling for reparations. From the middle of the 19th century, we have the evidence of the emancipated people calling for reparations and using the argument that slavery is about the stealing of a person's right to the fruits of their labor. And therefore, the labor of over 50 million African people was stolen from them. The right to benefit from the fruits of their labor. And that was the argument they used to demand compensation. The European governments all said, go away. Go away. Your reparations is your freedom that we have just given you. That is it. Nothing more. So we had that debate. Then we had the debate at the end of the 19th century where diaspora African peoples were demanding to have the right to return home to Africa because they said we were stolen people and stolen people have the right to return from where they were stolen and that you should pay to return us to the places where we were stolen from. And that was our second phase. And then you had the third phase in the 1930s and 40s, the war against colonization. leading to independence, leading to national liberations, and compensation, reparations were all part of that conversation. But this development with debt aspect, every Caribbean colony where the people fought for independence in the 50s and 60s, all of them went to London or to Paris or to Amsterdam asking for development support to begin nation building. We are transitioning from colony to nation. You have been extracting the wealth from our societies for 300, 400, 500 years. You need to put something back to lay the infrastructure for our transition. All of the European government says, no, we owe you nothing. Go away. We owe you nothing. And thus, they all began their journey, funding their development with debt. That's how it all started. Basic infrastructure. You are now an independent nation. You need hospitals, you need schools, you need roads, you need bridges, you need agricultural reform. All of these basic things you need to build a nation, you had to borrow to get those resources. So for all of us in Africa and the diaspora, our nation-building development project started with a deep immersion in debt. But this is a highly political movement. And Lillian is right. Without solidarity, it has no future. Without solidarity, it has no future. And this is why standing here again, the UN operations on the agenda. We were all there. It's hard to imagine it was 24 years ago. The diaspora in Africa went in different directions. We arrived from the diaspora demanding reparations, and all of the African governments turned against the diaspora. Ghana, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Senegal, all of them said, we have no interest in reparations, and we are standing with the Europeans, and we are breaking ranks with the diaspora. I was called into a meeting. I was representing the Caribbean delegations, all of the Caribbean nations. And I was called to a meeting. President Mbeki, we in the diaspora must stand down. We must stand down because the African nations are standing with the Europeans that reparations is a backward movement. The president of Ghana, President Kufuor, made it clear to me that I must stand down. So here we are, 24 years later, and Africa has risen up in the way we have always expected Africa to lead from a diaspora perspective, because we knew that there could be no reparations until Africa and its diaspora were on the same page, speaking with the same voice. And this is what happened here in Accra with the Accra Declaration 3 years ago. So we have come. And that history is important because, you know, we heard the statement earlier about the issue of not looking back. Well, let me give you some of the quick arguments, Lillian, that the Europeans have used against us. Well, first of all, they said, the crimes we have committed against you are too big to litigate. The crimes we have committed against you, slavery, slave trade, and colonization, the crime is too large. You cannot repair a crime that is so large. It is unimaginable what we would have to pay to repair this crime. It is too large, so let us move on. No economist can imagine quantifying the dimensions of a repair movement. So let's move on. Then they said, well, it was a long time ago. All of those who were the victims of those crimes have died and gone. It's too long ago. That was an argument they used. But to my mind, the most significant argument was that, listen, the reason why you have failed to achieve economic transformation and development in your countries is because you do not have a culture of economic development. You do not know how to accumulate wealth. You do not know how to manage money. You have no institutions to allow money to filtrate through a system of institutions. You are the victims of your lack of economic culture. And we in Europe, on the other hand, we have developed, we have transformed because we have a culture of economic institution building. So blame yourself. Now, that is where the argument really got to the spirit, I think, of all black people, that we are poor because we are poor. And on the other hand, we in Europe, we are rich because we have always been rich. And it has nothing to do with the exploitation of you, your labor, your resources, your institutions. This is a highly political argument. Everyone is involved in it. The politicians are involved, the lawyers, the intellectuals are all involved. And I can tell you, because one of the hats I wear is editor of the History of Africa, the UNESCO History of Africa. Our African historians have a very important role to play in all of this now. And this notion about not looking back, well, the metaphor of driving a vehicle was used. Try driving a car without a rearview mirror. Try driving a vehicle without a rearview mirror, and you will see what would happen. If you don't have a rearview mirror to see what's behind you, you will never navigate the future. It is not a binary. We must stop using the binary. Forward, backward. Don't look back, look forward. It's a false binary. You do both at the same time. At the same time. Stop this notion that you are responsible for your economic transformation and stop blaming the historical forces and the people who occupy those historical spaces. You have to do both at the same time. You have to take responsibility for yourself in the present, but you also have to hold those who committed the crimes against you. They must be held accountable. And they must be told, you must come back from the past, come into the present, and take your share of responsibility for the mess you have created. That is how it's done. It's not either or, it is both at the same time. As the Americans will say, you have to learn to run while chewing gum. Do them both at the same time. So, Lillian, I wish to thank you for the provocation which you have made here this morning. All of us, I think, we now feel enlightened and we feel encouraged because it is true. There can be no sustainable economic transformation and development without a development program based upon reparatory justice. The international financial systems, the global trade arrangements, the International Court of Justice, all of these are just fora where this struggle is being fought. And it will be fought until such time as it happens. It has never meant to be an overnight success. This is an intergenerational struggle. And it will go on and on until such time as we are satisfied that justice has been secured. And that is the message that we are sending to the world. Thank you, Lillian. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Indeed, history doesn't entirely define us, but it does tell us where we're coming from, informs our decisions in the present in order for us to be able to go to the future we desire. So we appreciate that historical context that enhances and deepens our understanding with regards reparations, not only from an African perspective, but also from a Caribbean and global perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now get to hear a reaction, as Professor correctly tagged it, from Sarah Branco. Sarah, over to you. And as earlier mentioned, Sarah will be speaking in Portuguese, so please make sure you utilize the translation amenities that have been provided, the headsets. Those of you that do not have, please, by show of hand, some of our ushers will be able to come to you and assist you with the headphones. So those of you that have headphones but do not have the devices that will enable you to be able to get the translation, please, the ushers will be attending to you as we speak.
Good morning, everyone. While we wait for the equipment, I'll make a brief statement in English. Thank you, Lillian, for your presentation. It was very provocative, as the professor said. And my mission here today is to contribute to this dialogue by bringing the perspective of the Brazilian people of African descent. So I'll just wait a few more minutes and we can start. How many minutes can I wait?
Okay. So as we wait for the transmitters to be distributed, please, can we make sure that we do it a little bit quickly? My technical team over there, I can still see hands that are waiting for the transmitters. Do we have sufficient transmitters to give everybody else? So, those of you that may not be familiar with the geography of this place, I forgot to make a very, very important announcement. The lavatories are situated as you exit the foyer. You take your right. A few steps ahead, you take another right. And as you walk the aisle, you keep looking on your right. You will be able to see the lavatories. So, distributing. Sarah, you can start.
Eu quero começar trazendo para vocês o contexto da população afrodescendente no Brasil. Segundo o censo de 2022, 55,5% da população brasileira se autodeclara negra. Somos, portanto, um país majoritariamente negro, com a maior população negra fora do continente africano. Por quase 300 anos, o Brasil foi o território que mais recebeu africanos para escravização. Foram mais de 4 milhões de pessoas sequestradas. A escravidão só foi abolida em 1888, fazendo do Brasil o último país das Américas a pôr fim formal ao regime escravocrata. Mas a abolição aconteceu sem políticas de inclusão ou de reparação. Não houve qualquer medida que garantisse terra, educação ou oportunidades para a população liberta. O resultado desse processo de exploração e exclusão histórica pode ser visto até hoje. 90% das vítimas de violência policial são homens jovens e afrodescendentes. O Brasil tem uma das 5 maiores populações carcerárias do mundo, composto em 70% por pessoas afrodescendentes. Mulheres afrodescendentes têm 2 vezes mais chances de morrer no parto do que mulheres brancas. Somos maioria entre os pobres. Em 2021, havia o dobro de pessoas afrodescendentes abaixo da linha de pobreza, em comparação com as pessoas brancas. E no mercado de trabalho, embora a taxa nacional de desemprego tenha caído a 5,8% em 2025, o menor índice em mais de uma década, os benefícios dessa redução não chegam igualmente a todos. Entre pessoas brancas, o desemprego é de 5,6%, enquanto entre os afrodescendentes é de 8%. Esses dados mostram que, mesmo em momentos de crescimento e melhora econômica, o racismo econômico continua operando, restringindo o acesso da população negra ao trabalho digno e à renda. Isso reforça o que temos dito. As desigualdades no Brasil não se corrigem sozinhas. Elas exigem justiça reparatória. Quando olhamos para a participação política, vemos a mesma contradição. Embora os afrodescendentes sejam mais da metade da população brasileira, no Legislativo Federal, ocupamos apenas 26% das cadeiras, número muito abaixo do peso real da nossa presença no país. Esses números expõem como a democracia brasileira ainda falha em refletir a nossa maioria populacional. Assim como no continente africano, onde a chamada independência política não significou uma emancipação real, no Brasil, a abolição da escravidão também foi um projeto inacabado e injusto. Ela marcou o fim formal de um regime, mas não desfez as estruturas econômicas e políticas fundadas no racismo. O movimento negro brasileiro conquistou avanços importantes. A criminalização do racismo, a lei que obriga o ensino de história africana e afro-brasileira nas escolas, as ações afirmativas que abriram caminho para milhares de jovens negros no ensino superior, e, mais recentemente, as cotas nos partidos políticos para a distribuição dos recursos financeiros, que abriram espaço para candidaturas de pessoas afrodescendentes disputarem em condições mais justas. Essas políticas mudaram a realidade de muitas pessoas, mas ainda estamos longe de viver em um país racialmente igualitário. As ações afirmativas surgiram logo após a Conferência de Durban, em 2001, em que o Brasil se comprometeu a adotar medidas de reparação pelos séculos de escravidão. Mas a discussão sobre reparação monetária nunca foi assumida plenamente pelo Estado. Esse debate, no entanto, está sendo retomado. Hoje, existe uma ação judicial contra um banco público que lucrou com a escravidão. As organizações de movimento negro exigem a criação de um fundo de reparação. Isso dialoga diretamente com iniciativas internacionais que vêm reconhecendo o papel fundamental das instituições financeiras no sistema escravista ao financiar o tráfico e a exploração de pessoas escravizadas. Além disso, o fato de a União Africana ter declarado que o tema de 2025 é justiça para pessoas africanas e afrodescendentes através de reparações, não só nos inspira, mas também nos fortalece. Não queremos apenas pedidos de desculpas. Queremos justiça, queremos reparação. Quando olhamos para a questão da dívida, vemos um paralelo claro com a experiência africana. O Brasil está entre os países mais endividados do mundo. E isso limita investimentos em educação, saúde, saneamento e no enfrentamento às mudanças climáticas, por exemplo. Mas, mesmo que tivéssemos menos dívida, isso não significaria automaticamente melhores condições de vida para a população afrodescendente. Isso porque o racismo não é apenas um problema social ou cultural. Ele estrutura a forma como os recursos são distribuídos, como o Estado investe e como as oportunidades são negadas. E aqui quero reforçar um ponto. Um país que exclui sistematicamente mais da metade de sua população está, na prática, negando a si mesmo qualquer possibilidade de desenvolvimento verdadeiro. Nenhum projeto nacional pode prosperar quando o motor econômico é a exploração e a exclusão de determinados corpos. Concluo minha fala dizendo que qualquer reflexão que fizermos em torno do desenvolvimento, principalmente quando se trata do sul global, o racismo precisa estar no centro da discussão. Reparações não são só sobre o passado, são sobre garantir que possamos construir um futuro justo e sustentável para os nossos povos. Obrigada.
Sarah, obrigada. Why are people laughing? I mean, Sarah and I know how we communicate. So, obrigada. In fact, bom trabalho. Excelente trabalho. You want me to go on? This is the part where you say no to save someone. No, we appreciate you, Sarah, for that wonderful presentation. And I know I did not have the transmission myself, but I can tell you that as a very good Portuguese speaker, as you've just witnessed, whatever Sarah said, I okay. Ladies and gentlemen, before we break off for lunch, I will allow for at least 2 reactions and comments to the presentations that have been given. So please, my technical team, I need a microphone around the audience. By a show of hand, I will give you an opportunity to give your comment. There's already one here. Those of you who are still waiting, gathering courage, I know your heart is beating fast. Okay, I need a woman now. Okay, I've got my good friend here. So the offer was for 2, and it has been taken. Lesson: in the fight against reparative justice, don't wait. Seize the opportunity. So we'll start with my good lady here. Your brief comment. Please, it's not an opportunity to give a presentation. If you have an interest to give a presentation, talk to me. I'll ask Mr. Braganza. We'll make an arrangement for you so that we can give you more time. So be brief with your comment. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Oh, it's working, okay. Thank you so much. And it's very important what we have been discussing and what is yet to be discussed. It's a crucial topic. I'm a member of parliament from Egypt, Amira Saber, and recently elected as a member of the Senate House, so now in the Senate. And I'm part of the important network of African Young Parliamentary Network, which I see the role of parliamentarians is extremely crucial when we discuss how can we take it legally, internally and externally on every platform for representation of parliamentarians. We have several platforms to do this, starting from the IPU to every single international network where parliamentarians come together. So I have been collecting lots of thoughts and ideas, and when it comes to Egypt as well, we have a very important experience with debt for development and how we exchanged debt with several countries, of them Germany, Spain, into developmental projects which are implemented on a scale in Egypt, especially in the field of renewables, which I see it's not a grant. It's not something that the global north is giving us. It's a mandate. It's their historical responsibility. And it takes the efforts of everyone, the lawyers, the parliamentarians, the journalists, the thought leaders, the historians. Everyone is extremely important to voice what we have been talking about and what we shall talk about over those 2 days. But what is missed is something like what Afrodad and the conference is trying to do, is how we can partner and how we can get the dots collected together. So it's not a voice, a single one, being echoed in a space. No, it's a collective voice and a collective will that kind of changes the narrative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we take this opportunity to celebrate and congratulate you for the election to the Senate. Over to you.
Hello, colleagues, and I also like to join my colleague there to thank the panelists.
So you tell us your name
for
and
the
where
very
you're from.
provocative reflections. My name is Gabriel Manguel, coming from Mozambique. I have one comment and one question. The comment is regarding what the panelists shared, which is, as they were talking, it became clear to me that it's not about only reparations, but a broader framework of transitional justice to all the problems that have been presented, which includes also truth, institutional reform, all of that we're discussing. So it's not about only reparations at the end. But my question is, this is an agenda that you're supposed to follow as a continent, I imagine. And in this process, how do we make it actionable? I saw there that one of the difficulties, one of the challenges was, how do we quantify it? How do we quantify it? And in some of the waves there, it was stuck because of that. How do we quantify it? Because we're talking about reparations, but from whom, to whom, and how much? How do we inventorize the ones in this process? Because we're talking about exporting our wealth, our labor, the fruits of our labor to the rest of the continents. So how do we make this actionable? For now, till now, it's been abstract in terms of, okay, we want reparations, but how do we make it actionable to the extent that our governments knows when they go to the table with the people that are not here, they know exactly what they want from them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Who would you like to respond to that question?
I will just leave that question for the panel, I think.
Okay.
Everyone, yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. We have to break off for lunch, so you'll be the last person I will extend my generosity to. And be brief, please.
Alors, je vais parler en français.
Oui.
Donc, je demanderai aux participants de mettre les écouteurs. Alors, je suis parlementaire moi aussi. Je fais partie du réseau des jeunes parlementaires. Donc, je coordonne l'Afrique centrale. Je suis la présidente des jeunes parlementaires au niveau de l'Afrique centrale. Comme venait de dire mon collègue, c'est très important. C'est un sujet que nous devons vraiment parler avec beaucoup d'amour, beaucoup de conscience, de façon à ce que les gens qui ne sont pas avec nous aujourd'hui comprennent notre lutte. Moi, je suis très surpris parce que c'est la première fois que j'apprenne que le Brésil est parmi les pays endettés. Et parallèlement à ça, je parlerai de mon pays, la RDC. C'est la même chose. Et en dehors de notre dette, on nous inflige la guerre. Et cela passe par les Africains. Ça fait très mal. On parle de la réparation, on parle de la justice, on parle de la dette qu'en réalité on n'a pas. Mais c'est très important que nous puissions commencer aujourd'hui, parce que c'est bien de dénoncer, c'est bien d'en parler, mais agissons, agissons, agissons. Quels sont les mécanismes mis en place pour l'agenda? Quels sont les mécanismes? Parce que depuis qu'on est là, c'est bien vrai, on est en train de dénoncer, on est en train de parler, mais on n'agit pas, à mon humble avis. Il est temps. Il y a moyen de développer nos pays, il y a moyen de développer nos différents pays. Mais il faudrait que nous ayons la conscience. C'est très important. Réveillons-nous. Les parlementaires proposent des lois. C'est pourquoi on est là, jeunes parlementaires. Le développement de l'Afrique passera par nous. C'est très important, tout ce que nous faisons ici, dans nos différents forums, dans nos différentes plateformes, de les ramener chez nous, de les discuter, comme l'a dit un collègue ici, de les discuter de façon à ce qu'il y ait des conclusions. Je dis merci.
Merci. Merci. I almost forgot that they're English. So I will go to the panelists to be able to take on and provide some perspectives on the two questions now that have been presented. I'll start with you, Dr. Lillian, and then Professor, you can weigh in, and Sarah as well, if you, oh, good. So please, I'll also request that we keep our reflections brief. Yes.
Thank you for these important questions, and are indeed necessary for the rest of the conference. How do we move from abstract conversations to concrete actions? Because as you say, we are in a moment of crisis and we can no longer continue to have theoretical discussions. From my perspective, I think there's a first step that is necessary. We have embraced the narratives of the global north in terms of who is responsible, what is the problem, and what needs to be done. And this is what I refer to in my keynote, saying we have embraced colonial epistemologies, the way of understanding the world, the way of the type of diagnostic that the global north imposes on us. I have the impression that we have used them to understand us, to understand our problem. So I think there is this first step of moving away from the framings that are imposed from outside and trying to embrace our own way of understanding our problems. So this kind of shift in terms of narratives, in terms of understanding our problems, it's key. The second thing that for me is important and has been mentioned by Professor Hilary Beckles is solidarity with Africans, people of African descent across the globe. In terms of power, in terms of knowledge, in terms of resources, what we can gain by coming together and building this strength, it is uncomparable to trying as one African country challenging the European Union alone. So building solidarity, building movements across the continent and the diaspora, this is key, and I think it has been mentioned by, highlighted by Professor Hilary Beckles. And the last thing that I forgot, but maybe I spoke too much, I will let you continue. Thank you.
Professor Kamenia.
Thank you. Well, first of all, it is true that at Durban in 2001, my keynote address then was that the reparations movement is going to become the biggest political hyperbolic, another wild generalization. But the fact is you could feel it, because everywhere that black people have been enslaved and colonized, you could feel the energy rising up for equality and justice. You could feel it in Latin America, Brazil, the Caribbean, Africa. You could feel it. So there is undoubtedly in this 21st century, and it will happen in the next 15, 20, 30 years, you know, this incredible commitment. We want the same justice that everyone else has. And we're not going to settle for that. Now, the pushback is going to be always intense. There's always going to be the pushback. Don't think that is going to be a welcoming conversation. Every European country that have colonized and enslaved has already said, we're sorry. Every one of them have said we're sorry. First point. Second point, let's talk about compensation. Oh, no. So this is the age of sorry. I have never seen any moment in history where so many governments have said they're sorry. But not one of them is prepared to come to the table to discuss it. And the reason is because this debt that we all owe, this so-called debt, is the basis of their development. It is the debt that they are charging us that is funding their development. And that is why we have to pay the debt in US dollars. All of the countries in Africa are paying their debt to the Western banks, institutions, government, and US dollars. And what does that mean? That they can then tell you that the only areas of your economy in which you should invest, the only areas where you must invest are areas that can export your raw materials, export your minerals, earn US dollars, and then pay us back the dollars you have earned. Now, the IMF, the World Bank, they're all into that racket. So you cannot invest your money in education for primary, secondary, tertiary, because it's not going to earn foreign exchange to pay your debt. So you don't get support for that. You might have an explosion of diabetes, hypertension in your people, or you can't invest in that because that investment is not going to give you foreign exchange to pay your debt. So therefore, you can only invest in your country in areas where you can sell to them, earn US dollars, and give it back to them as debt. So you are in this trap, and you have to figure that out, that there's no other way. And the final thing is, you know, we have to look at the question of solidarity. One of the arguments used by European governments on this horrendous slave trade, their arguments, and their historians are very good at this, they said, no. We didn't commit no crime in selling African people. No. The slave trade was a partnership between African governments and us. It was a partnership. And therefore, if you want us to pay reparations, all those African governments have to pay it as well, because it was a business transaction between us and them. That is not true. It's a horrendous lie, and that is why we are asking the African historians to go and write the truth. It was the age of terror when they arrived in West Africa with their gunboats and their armies and their military power, and they overran so many countries and so many governments and so on. It was the age of terror, and we need to write this history, because I can tell you, if you go to the British Archives now, and this is my final point here, if you go into the British Archives now and look at the correspondence from the British government to the military complex in West Africa, it's filled with information such as the chief of the Wolof in Senegal, he is fighting against us. He's trying to stop the slave trade. He's trying to stop it. You have permission to assassinate him. And there were instructions being given from the capitals of Europe to assassinate all African chiefs and kings and all of them who were standing in the way, who were fighting against it. So we have the documentation to show how this notion about assassinating political leaders, it goes way back. So those of our leaders who were killed in our lifetime, the Lumumbas and so on, Steve Bikos and so on, that history is deep. It goes back to the 17th century, where we can see in writing instructions to kill African leaders who were standing in the way. So we need to fight this counter reparations argument with all of the intellectual knowledge available to us by economists, by lawyers, by historians, by priests. And the notion I heard earlier where someone said, well, we have to focus on economic development, we have to focus on trade and finance, and we have to focus on those ideas about economic development. You also have to fight this thing at the level of morality, spirituality, history, culture, not just economics. It's a multifaceted struggle where all of us have to participate. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that response. After lunch, obviously during the plenary sessions, we will have opportunities where we'll discuss all these into more details. And at this juncture, I have to release us for lunch. And if you have not gotten your meal card, please, there's a team over the door there that can help you with it. Lunch is served at the Phoenix Restaurant. If you're again not aware where the Phoenix Restaurant is, please, the team by the door can help you with that. Remember to keep the conversation going, even for the publics that are not present in the room with us, via social media and making use of the hashtags that are displaying on the screen. So we will see you after lunch. So I will be expecting a glorious comeback from all of you at 2. Yes. Well, I think some people maybe did not hear clearly. I'll be expecting to see all of you at 2 p.m. Thank you very much. So the earlier we start off, the better. So see you after lunch. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. To our panelists, thank you very much. 2 p.m., we're back here. Okay, let me just... Please, ladies and gentlemen, shall we make our way to our lunch? Those of you that would like to leave your bags, your laptops, I've been informed they're safe. You can do that. The room will be secured. So shall we please make our way to lunch? In case we have to catch up, we can do so over lunch. We have 20 minutes now. Thank you very much. And then, the photo.
manifesti akazoposta
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to see you back. I'll ask those that are outside to kindly make your way in so that we can start. Those of us that are taking pictures outside and catching up on one or two things, please come inside so that we can start the program. Ushers, please help me to get the people outside the foyer to be able to come in so that we can start our program. Ladies and gentlemen, those of us who are standing, may we please take our seats so that we can start the program. I can still see some people having some meetings. May we please be seated so that we can start the program. Thank you very much. Okay. You are the first that I wanted to invite. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We are going straight into the first plenary session for the day. And the session, ladies and gentlemen, is going to focus on power, politics, and people. How was your lunch? How was the lunch? It was good, eh? I'm glad the lunch was good. And we're in for another good treat. So the session that we're about to go into, ladies and gentlemen, will be focusing on power, politics, people, Africanizing the debt crisis in a reparations framework. That will be the focus of the plenary session that we're going to have, which is the first for the afternoon. And to be able to moderate and lead this particular plenary session, allow me to call to the podium Martha Bekele. Thank you very much, Martha. And the panelists that will be having conversation with Martha include Dereje Alemayehu, Executive Director, Global Alliance and Tax Justice. The other panelist is Dr. Liliane Mwan, an AfroDad trustee. Another panelist is Donald Dare, Chair, Stop the Bleeding Campaign and CEO, Pan-African Lawyers Union. Mr. Dare, we welcome you back to the podium. We also have Molly Dlamini, Consultant, International Relations, Conflict Resolution and Mediation. So in case you're not happy with me for telling you to come back at 2, there is a conflict resolution expert. Talk to her, she'll talk to me. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that we have our full panel, I will, at this particular juncture, hand over to Martha Bekele to be able to take us through and moderate this session.
Thank you so much. My name, yes, don't worry about it, thanks. You kinda butchered my name. Yes, my name is not Martha Bekele. It's Martha Bekele. You want to try?
So I think the conflict resolution expert is here. So please deal with this.
Thank you so very much, and good after lunch. Good after lunch. Good. So this is a warm welcome to everyone. I hope you are not too full to be too sleepy. Yeah. So we have distinguished panelists. I will not spend a lot of time. The framing has already been done for us. Africa's debt crisis is not a problem of mismanagement, nor is it about capacity. Yeah. In the morning, Professor was speaking about stolen bodies, stolen people, stolen strong people from this continent. It is about stolen resources, it's about stolen land, the continued plundering of our people, our land, our resources. And many speeches done before as well. that you have the new colonialist tools of date, together with aid, trade, and so on. So the deeper truth is that this crisis, this date crisis, is rooted in historical plunder, systemic injustice, and ongoing exploitation. And now we're going to discuss power, politics, and people, Africanizing the date crisis in a reparations framework. And for this, we're going to see it from a tax justice. Deraja has been a lecturer at the Free University Berlin for Development Studies and African Political Economy. He served as country director in different countries, including Burkina Faso, Tanzania, Kenya, the founding chair for Tax Justice Network Africa, as well as chair of the Global Alliance for Tax Justice. He's published 2 books and several articles. I think, I know that doesn't do justice to your long resume, but just a prompting question that how can tax justice be framed through reparations? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First, thank you for the invitation, which I think one of the reasons might be that I'm a fast-aging Pan-Africanist. I think this is the credential for which I was invited. Just a word about the Global Alliance for Tax Justice before I speak. The Global Alliance for Tax Justice is created with the initiative and under the leadership of TGNA as a Southern-led global alliance with the collaboration of Global South tax justice networks and with allies in the North. It was basically meant to create a space, to defend a space in which the South speaks on its own behalf and to claim back the space for unsolicited capacity builders from the North. That was the history of the Global Alliance. These are, by the way, my initial thoughts on the subject. We are yet to consult and discuss in our constituency about framing international tax reform from a reparations and reparative perspectives. I will also use this opportunity to say a few words about the link between tax justice and debt justice in Africa. The recent FFD outcome document highlights a troubling imbalance when commitments on tax are being played off against those on debt. The main actors blocking change appear to trade progress on one issue against the other. No meaningful steps were agreed on debt, while limited and symbolic language was included on tax. Some within the tax justice community viewed this rhetoric language on tax as an achievement. However, as my colleague Evelyn Wendo of TGNA pointed out at our global working group discussion on this subject, it was not any additional revenues mobilized through global tax reform will eventually be diverted to service illegitimate debt if nothing happens on the debt front. I brought this example up front to underscore 3 key points. Number 1, civil society cannot treat debt and tax as separate silos. These struggles share interconnected opponents, allies, and root causes. Second, Africa must recognize that progress in one area coupled with failure in the other is not a net gain. A win on tax but a loss on debt still results in the preservation and continuation of structural injustice. Third, coherence is essential. Africa needs an aligned approach to both debt and international tax reform. In both fields, reform must move beyond technical fixes, loophole closing, or palliative measures. The guiding principle must be structural transformation framed through the lens of reparative justice. Situating tax justice historically is critical for framing tax within the reparations discourse. The economic exploitation of Africa did not end with formal colonialism. It continued under new guises, give away investment agreements, tax-induced illicit financial flows, debilitating debt burdens. Africa's fiscal capacity has continued to diminish and be undermined. Structural adjustment programs entrenched dependency on external financing and curtailed sovereignty. Every year, African economies lose billions through profit shifting, tax avoidance, and illicit flows driven by multinationals and facilitated by tax havens and legal loopholes. The origin and scale of current losses illustrates that these are not post-independence anomalies, but the continuation of colonial patterns of resource drain, adapted to contemporary structures. Halting these flows is itself a form of reparations, as it stops ongoing plunder and returns resources to their countries of origin. Since this concept is new in our space, tax space, they should be understood as aspects of structural transformation. They should not be reduced to demand for fiscal inputs, but recognized as constitutive part of a struggle for systemic reform at all levels. In this sense, a UN tax convention in the making must be conceived as a reparative instrument, one that shapes global tax rules to redress historic injustice in the allocation of taxing rights. A transformative international tax system enshrined in the UN Tax Convention must be conceived as reparative in itself. It must be developed as an element of reparations for centuries of economic plunder. It must be designed to contribute to stopping the bleeding and restore fiscal sovereignty. The prevailing international tax architecture, like the broader global financial system, was constructed without Africa's voice. It was deliberately designed to safeguard the privileges of the global north. This is why international tax reform should be conceived as part of a wider transformation of the global financial architecture. Thus, the UN Tax Convention should not be about reforming international tax rules and standards. It should also be about transforming international tax governance. In this sense, the Convention must embody an element of reparative justice, restoring voice and agency in shaping global governance. For decades, Africa has been excluded from decision-making in global tax governance. To borrow the Apt-Afrodad slogan, Africa has been a rule taker, not a rule maker in this area. The OECD, a club of wealthy countries, has dominated this field, imposing rules while countries of the global south were sidelined. The UN-led process to establish a UN tax convention is a process politically silenced. It should mean putting an end to political marginalization in global economic governance. Finally, a lot of work lays ahead to situate tax justice within the emerging wider reparations agenda. Across the world, there are movements calling for reparations for enslavement, for colonialism, and for climate injustice. Just as the North carries an ecological debt, it also carries a financial and fiscal debt. Tax reform at the UN must be part of this broader struggle. Our struggle for tax justice should be connected to the broader quest for reparations across all domains of injustice. Africa must reframe international tax reform not only as a question of fairness in the allocation of taxing rights, but as a question of reparative justice. Africa's engagement for the UN Tax Convention should be part of its struggle to end systemic exploitation and repair systemic harm. In this sense, global tax reform undertaken through the United Nations can and must be seen as part of reparations in progress, transforming an unjust system into one that rebuilds and restores. If I have 2 minutes, can I have it? You definitely have 2 minutes. Thank you. Then let me add a footnote to my prepared speech. When the UN tax process, negotiations process started at the UN, it started by a resolution supported by the Africa Group and presented to bring the international tax rulemaking and discussions on international tax cooperation back to the United Nations instead of keeping it at the UN. And then it led to the resolution of formulating the terms of reference, which is now guiding the negotiations. When this started, the Africa Group was the vanguard. When we arrived at civil society in New York to follow up the process, we were awaited by all sorts of rumors. The Africa Group has fallen apart. The process has collapsed. We went into the room, what did we see? The Africa Group mobilized the G77 and pushed this through to bring about this process to its successful beginning. Why do I say that? Because, as you know, as an aging African, with all the frustrations we have in our continent, to see 54 African countries speak in one voice, countries which don't talk with one another on the continent were working together to advance an agenda. 54 countries voting together because the Africa Group can move something forward only if they are unanimously accepted. If Africa can do this on this question, it can also continue doing it on other areas. So, and then another thing is in the FFD process, one of the failures for advancing on the debt agenda was the Africa Group kept its loyalty to UN-led process and was calling for a UN debt convention. Unfortunately, it did not bring the other G77 countries on board. But Africa Group stood firm on this. So for me, it is a big recognition we owe to the African Union, to the African group negotiating this process, for bringing this to this stage. But from now on also, the challenges are, it is not time to retreat, it is the time to go forward. The political dimension of the negotiation should be kept alive. Africa should remain united. And as I tried to explain in my presentation, both reforming in the international tax rules and reforming democratizing the global tax governance are elements of reparative justice. Even if it is not called this way, the effect is the same. So it is a good start in Africa. Let us not allow others from within and from without to derail it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Daraja. And I know there are people in the audience who will have questions for you. But just to quickly recap, thanking you for outlining the risks of cosmetic, superficial tax reforms, the need to stop treating this in a separate silo, and for a holistic win in all fronts and not isolated progresses. Of course, we've also noted reparations is not a fundraising endeavor, but a quest for a structural transformation. Really liked that. We do recognize Africa's agency and unity in this front. I hope that will translate into other areas. My experience in climate, for instance, is that as Professor Bond fondly talks about sub-imperialists. You know, we have sub-imperialists in Africa that subvert and undermine the agenda of the continent, and I hope that that will translate to the climate front as well, the unity and agency that we've noticed in the tax reform. Thank you so very much. That is on the tax justice. just to remind you that this is a topic on power, politics, and people. So the second perspective is going to be, no, the first was tax justice, the second is on human rights. And for this we have Lilian Mwan. Yes, I have not butchered your name, as mine was. She is an Aphrodad trustee. Beyond Aphrodad, she works as human rights and sustainable development advisor at the East Africa Regional Office of the UN Commissioner for Human Rights. She's previously held key positions within the UN agency and civil society, UNDP Regional Service Center for Africa, and also senior advisor on corruption, or is it against corruption? Against corruption and for human rights at Amnesty International, and international economist at OHCHR's Central Africa Regional Office, a lecturer and consultant at leading UK universities. Lilian is going to focus on human rights, and the prompting question for you is, how do we Africanize the date debate, the date issue? Over to you.
Thank you so much. Please allow me to start by thanking the organizers for the kind invitation. Of course, I'm joking because as a trustee of Aphrodad, I should be welcoming you all to this event. So thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. We know August is busy, but seeing the room full, I signed up today, and that was number 278 on the list, which means that, you know, that demonstrates the interest in this conference. So I will actually touch upon the points, many of the points that the regime made in this presentation, trying to bring in the human rights perspective. So how do we Africanize the debt issue moving forward? For me, and just for your information, I agree with many of the points that were made so far. I just see this session still as a framing session, and so I will just add my voice, a few thoughts, but also a few prompting questions for our consideration throughout the course of the conference. So how do we Africanize the debt issue moving forward? The first thing for me would be by democratizing the debt discourse further. So the human rights framework recommends a multi-pronged approach to reparations and reparatory justice. This encompasses, of course, compensation, rehabilitation to our ecosystems, for example, guarantees of non-repetition, including by reforming those institutions and systems that continue to be used to marginalize and exclude Africa. It encompasses restitution, including of cultural heritage and cultural artifacts, though we discussed that early in the morning. They are not just artifacts. It includes restoration of memory and dignity and affirmation of African agency and narratives. And to me, the restoration of memory and dignity and the affirmation of African narratives is something that has not really been emphasized so far, but they are a crucial part of reparations for debt injustice. And of course, as Aphrodad trustee, I'm proud of the role that Aphrodad is playing in correcting previously had false narratives about Africa's position in the global system, reinforcing narratives about Africa as a net creditor and Africa as a rule maker, not just a rule taker. In my view still, however, we need to democratize this debate further by unpacking further what the debt issue is. And that will enable us to empower African parliaments, regional bodies, civil society platforms to challenge creditor dominance in shaping debt narratives and solutions. We also need to demystify the debt issue because, let's be real, it still remains a highly technical issue, often discussed at higher levels and at the macro level. We do know who holds the real power in global debt relations. We know how debt is used as a tool of control and dependency of post-colonial state. We know how debt negotiations reflect unequal global power dynamics. But what are the implications of these issues and processes for African citizens? What do these things mean concretely for secondary school teachers, university students, for the working poor, for, young or women entrepreneurs operating in the informal economy? Last year's protest in Kenya show that there is growing understanding and interest in the implications of debt and austerity measures on people and their livelihoods. We also have the case of Mozambique, of course, but these are two examples of cases that highlight the linkages, strongly highlight the linkages between debt and human rights and development. But we need more of those, and we need to build critical mass to help give visibility to these linkages between debt and everyday struggle. As Dereje mentioned, we also need to, in my view, reclaim, communicate, and amplify African agency. I get a sense listening since this morning that we are saying, let Africa transition from a position of structural subordination to one of agency and leadership. But we were just told, that we do have agency. We have agency at the continental level, at the national level, at the local level. These stories are not just always framed as us shaping global debate. This is only just starting, but we need to reclaim this narrative and we need to communicate and amplify those. I think this to me is what is missing. So first, democratize the debt issue. Secondly, we need to frame debt as a governance issue, as a human rights issue, as a development issue, and as we were told this morning, as a security issue. And looking at the governance issue, for example, requires that we interrogate it from a political economy perspective, taking a human right or people-centered approach. And for me, there are key questions that we need to ask. And we are starting to ask those questions. And I'm talking here from a micro perspective, so at the national and local level. So how is debt contracted? How do political elite or national politics shape borrowing decisions? Is the loan agreement subject to parliamentary oversight? What is the debt contracted for? Who benefits from the debt? Whose interest does that debt actually serve? Should that debt be considered illegitimate or odious? Who will pay for the debt and how? We were told, we often hear, numbers in percentages, but here's the case of Mali. The budget of Mali in 2024 was 3,000 billion CFA, or about $5.2 billion. Out of these 3,000 or $5.2, 1,000 billion were used for salaries of civil servants, 1,000 used for debt servicing, 1,000 used for, was shared between defense and security, so 400 billion there, and the rest, only 600 billion was used for health, education, infrastructure combined, meaning that only 20 to 25% of the budget was used for things that actually promote development. So, when we think about this, if, through debt-driven austerity measures, are we actually, what can be the issue actually here is, what can be done, just to simplify it, what can be done about this? How can law, we were told that law was used to subjugate Africa, but how can we use law, and I know Donald is going to come back to it, how can we use law and human rights law and standards, to assess but also to challenge the regressive impact of debt and austerity on people, particularly marginalized community? We need to think about practical steps on how to challenge, how to assess, but also how to challenge these issues. Looking at debt as a development issue, on the other hand, necessitates, as Dereje pointed out, that we dive deeper into the intersectionality between debt and other critical development issues, anchoring or linking this to, of course, the AU Agenda 2063. So linking that to taxation, linking that to climate action or climate finance, including the just energy transition, because yes, we do have to fund it. So what do we have to say, for example, on linkages between debt and economic transformation, industrialization, value addition, which are all Agenda 2063's priority areas? We know that servicing, conditionalities, and other regressive measures have diverted resources away from investment in the development of skills, of local industries, low value-added manufacturing, leaving African countries deindustrialized and largely dependent on creditors and imports. The question for us is, how can we reverse this? So how can we use debt, for productive investment, depending on what that means in different contexts? Could debt finance, for example, the type of infrastructure and value chain that could boost regional integration and resource-based industrialization, notably, of course, through the AFCFTA? We're also arguing that reparative measures, debt cancellation, reparation, and so on, will create the fiscal space that would give African countries sovereignty over their development strategies. However, the question we are not addressing is, how can we be sure that the resources mobilized and this newly created fiscal space will eventually lead to the socio-economic transformation that we are all calling for? And of course, lastly, what are the most viable alternative financing mechanisms or instruments that could be used to reduce our reliance on external debt without compromising development goals or obligations to realize economic and social rights? Could this be through strengthened national development banks? Do we need to revive those? Could this be through regional funds, through progressive taxation, or through debt for nature swaps? These, to me, are some of the questions we need to ask ourselves, and we need to anchor our discussion moving forward. I think, going back to the question on how to Africanize the debt debate, for me, these are a critical question we need to ask, linking this to the AU development agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Awesome. Really appreciated how you want us to make this date issue relatable to students, to workers, even to what they say in Kiswahili, the mama bogas, the ones that are selling vegetables and boiled maize on the road. What does it mean? I hope the note takers are also noting that so far Africa's agency, is it Africa's agency or African agency? But that is something that we can debate, But the affirmation and reaffirmation of that agency has been noted again by the second speaker, really provoking us. Do elected elites represent our interest? As you said, who is borrowing how much, what for, and under what conditions? Those are all provoking us. And of course, the necessary trade-off that we're seeing between debt servicing, interest payment, as well as with economic development choices. But again, to also be very careful as Africans, and while we are discussing Africanizing this concept, this idea, this discourse, is people talk about just transition, but we need to interrogate, is energy transition happening to begin with? Is it transition or addition that we are seeing? Okay, before we even go to the just element of it, we need to also interrogate, do date nature swap work? Do they? Really? Is there evidence? Is there literature out there? So those are the things that we need to also be very careful when we are Africanizing these discussions. But let's move now to the legal fraternity. They say lawyers will not go to heaven. I don't know. So far what we did is we looked at
tax justice. We looked at human rights and framing date discourse around that. Let's go to the legal advocacy, and we're honored to have Don Dea, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Pan-African Lawyers Union, PALU. He chairs the executive committees of the STOP the Bleeding Consortium, the Pan-African Citizens Network, the Financial Transparency Coalition, and the International Coalition on the Responsibility to Protect. He is a steering committee member and former chair of the African Court Coalition. He engages in in various organs, institutions, and specialized agencies of the African Union and the regional economic communities and mechanisms. I know I'm not doing justice, but it's a long resume, so I'll stop here. But I need to mention that you are a lawyer, and he is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and is based in Arusha, Tanzania. So, John, at this point, the prompting question for you that we've given you is what legal instruments, continental or national, can anchor reparative justice into law? Over to you.
Thank you, Martha. You know, there might actually be something like lawyer heaven. I don't think we'll be left out. But more seriously, let me start with a disclaimer that I often give, which sometimes startles my members because I'm a trade unionist for lawyers. And that is to say that law is not everything. In the important work that we have to do to walk with our people towards a life of dignity and a life free from want, law plays a very small role. I often push back against over-lawyerization. I think part of what really has hampered the human rights movement on the continent over the last 30, 40 years is that it's been over-lawyerized, and it's ended up shutting out many more important perspectives that we should have focused more on. So law has a small part to play, but it should play that part very well. Second, when focusing on reparations or on other issues, and when you're talking about anchoring reparative justice into law, this can be through three things: law that already exists, law that we can make going forward, and also court-made law in terms of the courts can help us to implement some of the existing laws or even to challenge them, which then helps us to call new law. And again, to say that this lawmaking and law challenging plays at 4 levels: national, regional, continental, and international, all of which we will need for this campaign. And I'd like to reiterate that the national is very important. I think sometimes when we're in these kinds of gatherings, we get overexcited over commitments we have made at the international level or the continental level or the regional level, and then we expect these to implement themselves. But the most important action is national. So it's important for us to focus back when we go back into the countries, in this case, the 55 countries of continental Africa and almost 30 others in our diaspora, how this will be implemented practically. So my most important answer to Rachel's question is, we can use the existing law to anchor our African reparatory program of action. And then this is again national law, regional law, continental law, international law. 2, we can formulate new, innovative, and proactive law to anchor and indeed to expedite our African reparatory program of action. I use those terms because those are the terms used by the AU. The AU is working towards an African reparatory program of action. And then 3, we can formulate innovative, proactive, and even disruptive litigation to not only anchor, but to expedite our African reparatory program of action, and even our program for restitution of African cultural property and heritage. So in terms of existing law, again, starting at the national, we have national constitutions that already recognize past violations and demand reparations or lay the basis for reparations, such as the South African Constitution, the Namibian Constitution. And we do have national laws that provide for reparations, such as in South Africa, the law that set up the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and many others. Kenya also, the TJRC Act, and so on. And we can make law to set up a basis and also institutions for pursuing these historical or reparations for historical crimes. If you look at the continental level, I'll skip the regional level because continental and regional, they're usually alike. Our foremost law is the Constitutive Act of the African Union. And again, it also lays out principles and objectives and values, especially around the status of Africa in the world, especially around the history that we're coming from, and especially around the good governance and justice that we want, and especially around collective action for Africans and African states. Now, this is buttressed by other AU law, treaties, charters, and their protocols. For instance, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which already provides for right to reparations and creates institutions such as the African Charter on African Commission on Human and People's Rights that can play an important role in vanguarding reparations for past injustices. So going forward, we can actually envisage an African treaty to set out an African plan and African institutions for reparations, and I'll come back to this. But it's also important to remember that when our policy organs speak, the Summit of Heads of States of Government and the Executive Council made up of foreign ministers, when they make declarations, when they make resolutions, when they give directives, this is law. This is law that we must implement. When they formulate common African positions, this is law. This is law that the states must implement, but this is also law that means that when we are engaging the rest of the world, we are guided by the position that's been taken in the continent. And indeed, even if there might be those among us that deviate from the common African position, we should be able to hold them accountable. So for instance, when ECOWAS meets and sets out a plan of action for their common currency, and then one of them, the individual who is the president of Cote d'Ivoire, then goes to cavort with Emmanuel Macron and tries to deviate, we actually do have a legal framework for holding him accountable for that. And as I said, when our courts and tribunals make decisions on this issue, including reparations, that's also law. So where is the right to reparations located? In international human rights law, the right to reparations is very firmly located, especially international human rights law, in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, in the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, in the Convention Against Torture and other such laws. There's very clearly a right to reparations, which includes a right to reparations for past harm. Again, in international criminal law, for violations, there's a right to reparations, for instance, in the Rome Statute, setting up the International Criminal Court. A practical example, the United Nations General Assembly has passed a resolution adopting the basic principles and guidelines on the right to remedy and reparations for victims of gross violations of international human rights law and serious violations of international humanitarian law. So this puts together all these various UN legal instruments and provides practical guidance and pathways that for every time there's a wrong, there's a right and indeed an obligation to repair that harm. So we've got strong existing law that's being used. In terms of future law, again, I'll give just one example, time being short. The AU, over the last 3 years, the Assembly and the Council of Ministers have passed a couple of declarations and directives that, among other things, provide for development of, as I said, the African Union Program of Action for Reparations. These have called for the creation of certain institutions, and this may call for more law at the AU level to really anchor this program of action. They have created the Office of the AU Leader on Justice and Payment of Reparations to Africans, which has been given to the presidency of Ghana, currently held by President John Dramani Mahama. They have provided for an African-Caribbean joint mechanism on reparative justice, drawing on the 2012 Global African Diaspora Summit in South Africa as an institution. They have directed at the AU level, it has not yet been done, but it's going to be done now, the establishment of a committee of experts on reparations, which among other things is expressly required to develop a common African position on reparations and to create and develop an African reparatory program of action. They have directed the establishment of a reference group of legal experts, which will work with the AU leader and will work with the AU committee to develop their tasks. They have directed the creation or the establishment of a global reparations fund to be based in Africa. And they have directed the establishment of a transcontinental partnership framework that will include the AU, will include CARICOM, will include the African diaspora in Latin America, in North America, in Europe, and elsewhere. So these are institutions that have been created and been given very specific tasks for which we may need to create, as I said, common African positions and even new statutes to anchor them. So there's a role for, as we said, existing law that should be used, and there's a role for new law. Finishing with litigation. We do have litigation that already is ongoing that really anchors the right to reparations, especially in the context of debt. A very good example is Mozambique, and what our Mozambican colleagues have done to challenge one of their biggest scandals around contracting debt, called the tuna bond scandal, where when they identified the corruption that had been there, they went to the Constitutional Court and got it to declare that that is an odious debt that Mozambicans should not pay. That whole scandal and kerfuffle also caused some European states to then begin corruption prosecutions against some of their citizens, intermediaries, banks, and so on, that facilitated and laid out this corruption. So there's likely to be criminal prosecutions, or criminal prosecutions are ongoing in European courts because of odiously contracted debt in Africa. Which then means that if these companies pass on to their agreements, try to sue, for instance, at the International Center for the Settlement of Investment Disputes, then the Mozambican government is able to prove contracts against public policy and then be able to win the litigation. In Namibia, for instance, on reparations, again, representatives of the Nama and Herero communities have sued the government of Namibia and the government of Germany in terms of how they're structuring the reparations for the genocide against the Nama and Herero. And they're saying first, as Nama and Herero, they have not been sufficiently consulted as the descendants of the actual victims of the genocide, and also to say who will receive this money. So they're asking philosophical questions that we were the ones upon whom genocide was perpetrated at a time when the state of Namibia did not exist as we currently know it. What's its legal basis to receive reparations on our behalf? Again, very good questions that we should ask. At the regional level, against this litigation, for instance, we have ongoing litigation against South Sudan, where the current government of South Sudan purported to enter into a long-term debt deal that really ties down all known oil reserves remaining on the ground in South Sudan now, with some shadowy company associated with the Emirati royal family, and we're in the East African Court of Justice for it to be declared as odious debt. So Salva Kiir and his cronies can pay. This has nothing to do with the people of South Sudan and the people of East Africa. At the continental level, we've currently sought from our African court, using African human rights law, an advisory opinion on climate change that will practicalize, for instance, the gains we've already gotten from the recent advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice. And we are working with lots of colleagues, including some in this room, towards a subsequent request for advisory opinion on the right to reparations, setting out what are the obligations of African states, the obligations of third-party actors in Africa, both historical and current, and even the obligations of foreign states, so that our law is very clear on these obligations. So, I finish by reiterating what I started with. We can use existing law, we need to formulate new law, and we need to be very audacious as African people in our courts and other people's courts on how we use litigation to get our right to reparation and even to disrupt schemes. Thank you very much, Martha.
Thank you. Thank you so much, John, and you've summarized it very well. Maybe the only comment I would want to make is that Aphrodite has invited, and this table is reserved for honorable members, for you to have that chat with them, because there is an interest to have a framework at national level. What is being tabled in Parliament, what is being passed, does it reinforce historical harms, historical injustices? So it would be a very good networking platform, this conference. Thank you so much. You've summarized it beautifully. So I want us now to move to Molly, because we said that first we start with tax justice, then we move to human rights. We heard from the legal fraternity. It's now to hear about us, workers, the labor. We leave the elites now. I'm just kidding. So about Molly Hamini. Okay, good. Is a social scientist and activist in the area of international relations, conflict resolution, and mediation. Molly serves as a member of the second cohort of African Union, FameWise Africa, a network of African women in conflict prevention and mediation. She serves in the board of the Southern African Liaison Office. She had a stint at the Department of Mineral Resources. She also worked as an advisor in the presidency of the National Union of Mine Workers. Perhaps you can also give us the historical perspective, and maybe something that I can throw your ways. How can the labor movement link date struggles, which Lillian touched on, with everyday bread and butter struggles of workers? Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Martha Amasekinalo. I want to greet everyone, the panelists here and everyone here, and I love observing protocol, but I won't be able to because of time. The very first thing that I want to say before I say anything is that there's no genocide in South Africa. There's no white genocide in South Africa. It's not true. And I'm also saying that in the spirit that the victim is always blamed, and even now we are blamed for being owed. Yeah. I'm glad that I'm here. I just recall the World Council of Churches 7th Assembly in Zimbabwe, Harare, 1998, where it spoke at length about Jubilee, the cancellation of the third world debt, the odious debt, the cancellation of the odious debt. And I want to say, even South Africa, we inherited that odious debt. When post-independence, we had to pay the debt, and we did it consistently until we finished, painfully so, owing bilateral debts to Swiss banks and German banks. I want to make reference, when I talk about the history, I want to zoom into the mine workers, and I'm talking about the mine workers because I worked for the mine workers for almost a decade, but also because for me it's also a symbol of what a worker, a typical African worker, is owed, or the atrocities that have been committed against an African worker. I worked for the mine workers. The mine workers in South Africa worked as slaves. Most of you would know about the gold rush and how many men in the villages, in some villages, were expected to go and work in the mines because they were now expected to pay tax out of the blue, pay tax for your cow, for your cows, and you had to pay with money. And then that's how we got many mine workers going to work in the mines. the mine workers in South Africa, if we were to look at the reparations of a worker, would start with dignity. The typical African mine worker, first of all, when they were recruited to work in the mine, they were asked to strip naked so that they could be inspected to check if they have tuberculosis or not. And they would stand in front of a wall, stripped naked, and they would be checked. Sometimes they would be checked by a white young woman, and sometimes they would even check their genitals. That's how bad it went. And I'm mentioning these things graphically because it's important for us to know what these reparations are all about. I'm glad that people have been saying we are not only talking about reparations, financial reparations, but also reparations when it comes to other things. And I want to stress the point of dignity, the dignity that is owed to many African workers. The African mine worker was also robbed of time with family wives. Most of you who come from Zimbabwe, Zambia, Lesotho, Botswana, who are here, would also know that the mining industry in South Africa thrived also due to migrant labor, and the labor was taken from these different countries that I've mentioned, including South Africa, in the villages, and the family structure was destroyed as a result. So these are some of the reparations. These are some of the things that we should talk about as we talk about the damage that was done, as we quantify the damage that was done. The workers were also robbed of wages. They were given slave wages. The workers were also robbed of proper living conditions. They were stuck in one dormitory, sleeping on top of cement, no bed, no proper bed, but sleeping on top of cement, where you have to sleep with, I don't know how many men. I remember when I used to work for the mine workers, we used to, the mining companies that were applying for licenses would have to explain what they are doing about the living conditions. And sadly, some of these problems still persist. Now coming to what the moderator earlier spoke about, he said we should talk about the way forward. With regards to the way forward, what I would like to say, Madam Martha, is that the workers belong to federations, the workers belong to global union federations, the global union federations have associations, the affiliates, or rather the federations, national federations, belong to global confederations. And all these participate in the ILO, they participate in the UN, they participate in other multilateral structures, but they also, the workers also have solidarity with each other, including the workers in the global north. And therefore, the African workers can use that power of mobilization. During the apartheid era, the workers of South Africa were supported by other workers, including those from the global north, against the system of apartheid. And therefore, this power can be reignited, this power that the workers have to mobilize workers everywhere. And workers are parents, workers are family members. So workers can be able to also mobilize society. Workers are taxpayers, and they are aware that the tax that they are paying, they must be made aware that the tax that they are paying, I'm now going to a second question, should be, is linked to servicing the debt, especially the odious debt that everybody has been talking about. So, and therefore the education, the health care that their children and their families that should get are not getting as a result of having to service this odious debt. In terms of the way forward, the broader way forward that I'd like to share, Madam Chair, I'd like us to frame it along 5 questions. And the panelists earlier on have already begun to talk about these. Number 1, what happened? What was stolen? Who was affected and how? 2, who owes us? 3, what do they owe us? 4, what form can be used to compensate? And I'm glad that earlier there was a participant from Mozambique that asked some of these questions to quantify. How do we close? And number 5, how do we close the current leakages? Because we have leakages, and I'll read the quick 7 points that I put together that I think we should consider. Unity, 1, the unity of Africans around this issue. 2, sovereignty. At some point, an African priest said African presidents are not leaders, but they are crisis managers. And I would like to argue that we really have to drag the African leaders kicking and screaming. We must just drag them and lead them. 3, political consciousness, the tools of analysis that we use, the mass political education that we need, so that we understand that the challenge is the system. I'm glad Dr. Alina raised these issues. You know, the ownership of the means of production. We can't do anything unless the Africans themselves own the means of production and control the means of production. 4, the register of what is owed, the audit. Can we have our actuarial scientists make an audit of what we're owed, spiritually and otherwise, assets and those assets that we can't see and those that we can't touch, you know, yeah, including the souls that were lost in the Atlantic slave trade, or including the mine workers that are still buried underground because nobody cared when they died during the mining processes of the gold rush in South Africa or wherever in the African continent. 5, I just wanted to share this example of the INGA project, or rather, let me put it at the end, right at the end. Okay, 5, to close the leakages. In 2019, the MP of Italy, or rather the then MP who became the Prime Minister, had a video, and in the interview on 19 January 2019, that was flighted on the private Italian TV channel La 7, Miss Meloni, who was a leader of the right-wing party at the time, Brothers of Italy, had this to say. She held a CFA franc banknote, describing it as a colonial currency that France prints for 14 countries in Africa, which she claims it uses it to exploit the resources of these nations. So I would say let's look at closing these leakages. These are leakages, and we really have to fight for the monetary sovereignty of Central and West Africa. And I don't think we want to ask permission from our brothers and sisters. I think we must just do it. We'll discuss later. 7, we need to change the public discourse, the discourse that says we are the reparations. It's impossible, it's impractical. But obviously that discourse cannot change until we own the media, and we can't own the media if we don't own the means of production and control the means of production, because, you know, as Karl Marx would say, you know, the ruling class determines, or rather determines the superstructure. Lastly, the last 2, the Congo River, the example that I wanted to make, when as part of the way forward, we at least let's unite for certain projects, like the electrifying of the African continent. Let's link development to addressing the issue of the debt. And I want to say something about the Congo River so that maybe it can remain in our hearts. The Congo River, formerly known as the Zaire River, is the 2nd largest river in Africa, shorter other than the Nile, 3rd largest river in the world by discharge volume, world's deepest recorded river, the system has an overall length of 4,000 kilometers, makes the world's 9th longest river, and if this river can be used to electrify the whole of sub-Saharan Africa, at least we can have climate adaptation that we desperately need. And then my last point would be, to call on the Aphrodite ideas and the other organizations that are part of Stop the Bleeding campaign to really continue, so that we don't meet again in the next conference, but to have working groups that can deal with some of these questions, and to make that register that we need to do the audit to make sure that this movement that the brother from the Caribbean, I think, spoke about, that it will be the biggest movement of this century, and we are ready to support this movement, and we must galvanize this very important sector of society, which is the labor movement, to support this movement. Thank you very much. Amaseknalo ngiyabonga.
Molly, amaseknalo. You really touched my heart, and I'm sure many people in the room felt the same way when you broke it down and contextualized it for us, And I'm sure almost everyone was thinking, what if that was my father, my brother, that is being stripped naked, Yeah, I mean, you've contextualized it beautifully, the undignified treatment of workers, the same workers that are bringing, supporting the profit logic of capitalism. Thank you so much. I mean, I will not try to summarize, but maybe what I learned from you is, how do we destroy capitalism? How do we mobilize ourselves? How do we organize the solidarity, bringing back the values. I am because we are, because we have our values, our principles here, based on community, solidarity, care economy, and so on. So how do we destroy that? But just to leave it on a note, that you talked about family structures being destroyed. There is nothing funny about it, but just to know maybe the reason why we have so many people called doubt in Zimbabwe, for instance, you can relate that to, the destruction of family values as we know it anyway, or as we try to define it. Thank you so very much. I saw the MC here standing. Would you allow us to take at least a couple of questions or reflections? I'm in your hands. Politely, and in an Ethiopian way, asking you, just like Dereja was asking. So thank you so very much for that indulgence. If you have questions, comments, I'll take 3. So, but they happen to be from South Africa, 2 of them. I need to choose. Okay, so can I take from that
Quickly,
table?
can we have the microphones in the audience?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll take from that table. I'll take from this table, and then Diana there. Yeah, so sorry. Yeah, so a gentleman there, a lady there.
So the
and
trick
another
is, the brief, we make our submissions. The possibility, we have to take more than 3. If one starts with a presentation, then we won't reach 3. Okay.
So yeah, the MP from South Africa. So if you could just, all of you, could just quickly introduce yourselves, and then let us know who you want to address that question or comment.
Thank you very much. My name is Visvan Reddy. I am an African. I'm from South Africa. I'm a member of parliament representing the Umkhonto we Sizwe party. Thank you for this opportunity, and I think it's a great eye-opener for us, because the story that you talk about is a story that affects South Africa directly, and it is an issue that we are taking up in Parliament. Do you know that when we achieved our democracy, we inherited a debt from the apartheid government? And it made me think about this because somebody spoke and said that they called this the colonial government debt in Africa. And somebody else said, this shouldn't be another talk shop. And I think where we're falling short here is identifying who is holding the keys to reparations in Africa. And from everyone that's talking, we are saying what the problem is, but nobody is saying who is the cause of the problem. Once we identify that cause of the problem, I think all of us in Africa must stand united and demand reparations for the continent as a whole. Now, when I say who, where do we get these loans from? They come from the World Bank. They come from IMF. They come from all these great institutions in the West that have been funding Africa, but more importantly, creating geopolitical instability in African countries. Let's identify that. In every country where there's been instability in the government, it's been fueled by Western influence. And unless we don't stand united as Africans and deal with the elephant in the room, we will continue having talk shops. So I want to suggest that what we should do, arising from this conference, is that we need a team that we can put together that will be an action team. A team that will say, these are the 10 points that we want all African states throughout the continent to stand united, and let's champion this, set timelines, and let's start making demands. The truth of the matter is some of our African leaders are themselves captured. If you look at some of our African countries today, some of our leaders are captured by Western monopoly industries, and they're being paid by them so that they can continue destabilizing our province, our continent. And the way for us to really deal with this is within our own political systems in our various countries. Thank you for the opportunity. I think it's an excellent opportunity to be able to put a telescope to what the real issues are that's affecting the African continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So I'm sure the organizers, Aphrodite, are taking notes. These are more reflections. Yes, please, Diana. If you introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Martha. Good afternoon. My name is Dina Musindarezo. I am Pan-African feminist, consultant, and facilitator. Thank you so much to all the speakers of this afternoon. My question goes to my comrade, Don. So you spoke about different legal frameworks at different levels. Specifically, my question concerns the framework at the international level, some of which, if not all, have been adopted in the period of, when the colonial administrators were actually in power, such as the UN Human Rights Declaration. But even the recent ones are also being adopted in a context and environment where we know that, again, there is a global system of power imbalances, whereby the shaping and influencing of those frameworks are actually coming from somewhere else. Do you really see, in your opinion, those kind of frameworks playing a big role in liberating Africa? Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. So let's finish the questions and interventions here. There is a table here. And then, Dawn, you will respond to that later. Let's see if the next intervention is for you as well.
Thank you. I'll just go straight to the point because Honorable asked one of the questions. So my name is Dinansi Saibo. I'm a civil society actor from Cameroon. My question is, how can African regional institutions like the African Development Bank better support member states in negotiating debt through reparation lens?
Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, so Dawn, maybe you can start from the first question.
Thanks. I'm sorry I didn't exactly hear what the last speaker said, but I definitely heard what Dina asked, which was also like what you asked around the state of the law. And I'd say that even within the legal sphere, and of course in other parts of society, there's the decoloniality movement, decolonizing movement. And there's a strong movement around decolonizing the law and around third world approaches to international law trial. So we do have a framework with which to analyze and assess whether laws that exist or laws that are being made are actually being made in our favor. And that's one of the reasons why I spoke about the need to challenge existing legal frameworks at national, regional, continental, and even international level. And I'll give one good example, which Dereje also spoke about, and that is the work that really has been fueled by the Global South around a UN Framework Convention on Tax. And to step back and to see where this started. This started with the work of the high-level panel on illicit financial flows from Africa, where Africa sat down, consulted, reflected, researched, and set out its position on IFFs, illicit financial flows, how it defined it, and what it should do about it. And when Mbeki presented his report, President Mbeki presented his report to the AU in January of 2015, they passed an assembly declaration. So that became our law. And part of implementing the 38 Mbeki recommendations is what led the government of Nigeria and the government of Norway during their respective chairpersonships of the UN General Assembly and UN ECOSOC to push the resolution that created UN FACTI, the UN high-level panel on financial accountability, transparency, and integrity for achieving the 2030 agenda, which was the equivalent of the Mbeki panel, now at the UN level. Now, the recommendations of UN FACTI is what has now led to us working on a new UN convention. So it shows how Africa can pass its own law and common position and project it on the global level and use it to cause a change at the global level. And this should be applied in many other areas. Thanks.
Okay, so just to add, I mean, there are also other instruments, standards, and guiding principles that have been developed by the UN system. If you look at the conversation around credit rating agencies, we know that they've been unfair, they've been biased, they have non-transparent methodologies. Well, the UN Human Rights Council, as a result of those conversations that we're having on the continent and elsewhere in the Global South, has now recommended that states regulate credit rating agencies in line with human rights principle and standard, but also that Global South nations enact legislation aimed at curtailing the predatory activities of vulture funds within their jurisdictions. So just to say that, Africa is indeed shaping conversations, but the issue sometimes is that we are not capturing, these agencies accurately, and so we are not able to, share it and disseminate it and gain strength, I guess, from that for other issues.
Thank you. Just quickly, in response to the Honorable from South Africa, I'd like to support his proposal about having teams, however Afro-Dad and ideas would see it, whether it's the African team or also national teams, to start dealing with some of these questions at a very intimate level. And also to respond to the question raised by Dina from Cameroon and about the Africa Development Bank, I would say let's even work on local resource mobilization. Let's also have our own resources in the Africa Development Bank, so that even the Africa Development Bank does not depend on external funding to fund. And therefore, it will also help it to have that voice if there's that sovereignty, and including the African Union sovereignty in terms of its own budget, so that the African Union can also have a voice. And lastly, on illicit financial flows, I'd like us to also add illicit mineral flows, because there are illicit mineral flows. And I think we have not quantified, and maybe we need another Mbeki commission just to focus on illicit mineral flows. And some of us, we know more about those because we come from countries that are engaged in mining, and we know how these can be stolen legally and illegally, through transfer pricing or other means. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Director, you want to say something? Yeah.
No, it's not to answer non-raised questions, but no, I was, just to conclude, I was honestly surprised this morning when Professor Hilary told about the encounter between the diaspora and African heads of state about there is no thing called reparation. That means how the relationship was envisaged by the Mbekis of that time. We are independent countries. We work as development partners. This is a new epoch. So from then, transitioning to where we are now is something that should really encourage us, despite the difficulties and challenges we have. So the process of the UN Tax Convention, something that has showed me is the whole time when this issue was discussed before we came so far, the only thing that comes to their mind is about capacity building Africa. I remember the UK guy said, we've just dedicated 17 million for capacity building of African revenue authorities. Where is the problem? Why come now to all this discussion of convention? I remember when the whole thing started, I don't want to call names, but people telling us convention, UN tax convention is an illusion. The whole we can aspire to is transparency convention. And nobody believed the Africa group can lead this process to success. We were positively surprised. And as I tried to mention also earlier, it is really, as somebody disappointed by what's happening on the continent, you are so joyful when you see them work together against economic challenge. So this is what should give us hope and what should also serve as a model whenever we try to confront other challenges. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And for the last question, please.
Yes, just very quickly on AFDB, the African Development Bank, to say that they already have a facility that supports state in contract negotiations more generally, and that's the African Legal Support Facility. As to whether that facility can also be used, when it comes to reparations is another issue. But certainly within the UN system, I know that there are some conversations about quantifying what Africa has lost, for slavery, after slavery, and so on and so forth. But I don't know whether, these are not yet concrete. So just to say, there are things happening in the ground, but let's just hope that they materialize.
Thank you so very much. I think we can end it here. Really thanking you, all of you. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. You may be seated, please. Just leave it there. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're done with this panel discussion. Very insightful indeed. And before we move to the next one, there were some QR codes that were being distributed on your tables. Can we confirm receiving? Wonderful. So please just kindly make sure that you make use of those QR codes. There is a survey form that will lead you to that we would very much like you to complete. The purpose of that survey form is to help us to be able to enhance the conference experience for the future. So please take time to make use of that QR code that is before you. In case network is tripping, please just keep trying, A link will also be shared in the WhatsApp group where you can also have access to the form. And to those of you that may be wondering, my Francophone friends, we have a form in French, we have one in Portuguese, and English as well. So I believe that covers the majority of representation in the room. So please make sure you make use of that QR code that we have given you. And remember, we still make use of the hashtags that we have over the activities and what is happening, the conversations, the talking points, your key takeaways. Remember to use the hashtags even as you update on your social media platforms and tag the Aphrodad page as well. So before we go to the next session, you know, I'm a very caring moderator. I care for all of you. You know, my heart beats for all of you in here. You know, with permission from Mr. Braganza, who's our host, my heart doesn't sleep for all of you here. So I'll ask you to stand up a little bit. I want to make sure that the spirit of concentrating with your eyes closed doesn't excessively take hold of you. Okay, so can we be on our feet, please? Technical team, where are the microphones? Can I have 2 microphones? Can I have 2 microphones in the audience? Yes, those of you that feel like stretching, you might as well repatriate a little bit as we talk about reparation. To achieve concentration, you can repatriate a little bit. Okay. My technical guys with the microphone, where are you? Okay, I can see one there. Okay, good. So there's a table at the back over there. Can I have the microphone on the table at the back over there? Good, right there. Where's the other microphone? Where's the other microphone? Come on, guys, I need us to be very active. I need us to be very active. Can I have 1 microphone at the front here? 1 microphone here. So the microphone that's at the back over there, okay? Where's my guy there? Where's my guy with the microphone at the back? I can't see him. Where's he? Hold the microphone, sir. Pay attention to instructions, eh? The number 1 rule for reparative justice is paying attention to instructions. Okay, so can you hand the microphone to 1 person there? The lady next to you? Give her the microphone. Okay. So I want you in that microphone to say 2 things about you. Just anything, 2 things about you. Go ahead. Just anything.
I'm from Kenya.
Okay.
The land of the Gen Zs. And yeah. Oh, and my friend on the side is part of a new think tank initiative called House of Fiscal Wisdom. So look out, people.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. You're lucky you are with your friend next to you, so I'll spare them. Where's my other microphone this side? I said I wanted a microphone at the front here. Good. So that microphone there. Where are you going? Don't leave because the microphone is coming on your table. Don't leave. Okay. So I want my lady over there, okay? You say 2 things about you. And the big man next to you here on your left will tell us which one is true and which one is not. Two things. No, don't discuss. Don't have a conversation. You can't have a conversation. Just say 2 things about you. He will decide which one is true, which one is a lie. Go.
I'm an honorable member of parliament.
That's obvious. Okay.
Okay. I'm a kind lady.
Sir, you're lucky. I even know the answers. Go ahead, sir. Which one is the lie?
The last one.
But she's kind. She said she's kind and she's an honorable member of parliament. So my lucky guess would have been she's not a member of parliament, but she's a kind lady. But the big man has given us a jackpot. A big clap for him. We may be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We may be seated. Yeah, so as we go to the next session, those of you that would like to grab some coffee, we have tea outside. Please feel free to just walk in and out quickly. Grab your coffee and come back. So for the coming session, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call the moderator, who is very proactive. They are already here before I call them. Allow me to call Mr. Jason Rosario Braganza to come. Okay, so please, ushers, do not allow people to get tea and drink from outside. We want people to come inside and concentrate and be part of the session that is going on. So whoever grabs their tea, their coffee, let them immediately come in so that we don't have two meetings going on. Thank you very much. So the people that will be joining Mr. Braganza on this panel discussion that will be focusing on intersectionalities and reparations, linking Africa's economic transformation and debt crisis beyond borrowing, include Jane Nalunga, Executive Director from Sitini, Uganda. Jane. Thank you very much, Jane. It's good to see you again. And another person that will be joining Mr. Braganza and Jane here is Nombuso Matibela, cultural political educator. Thank you very much. Cultural political educator, and I can confirm without reservation and malice that you do look the part. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, the person, okay. Guys, I feel like right now I can just sit down because this panel is so proactive. Okay, anyways, let's appreciate Briggs Bomba, Programs Director, Trust Africa, who is part of the panel as well. Thank you very much. I will now hand over to Mr. Braganza to take us through this session. Please, ushers, as indicated, let everybody who gets their tea come back inside. Tell them I have disallowed drinking tea outside. We'll catch up after the meeting. Otherwise, there'll be no tea tomorrow. I'm just joking. Mr. Braganza, over to you.
Great. Thank you very much, Wilson, conference moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we're all enjoying ourselves during this 5th edition of the African Conference on Debt and Development. Throughout the day, we've heard about the importance of not siloing the conversation around reparations to specific issues and broadening out the net to ensure that as soon as we think about it, that there is an economic transformation agenda, there is the cultural dimension, there is a gender and feminist component in how we approach the conversation around reparations and reparative justice, because each of these different components are critical in understanding, on the one hand, the structural system that we currently as a continent and as a people operate in, but on the other hand, how that structural system continues to be an impediment and a source of great indebtedness to the rest of the continent. and almost not only just, historically, presently, but also, in the future. And so there's this perpetual nature that if we do not break away from the siloed approach to the conversation on reparations and reparative justice, the risk is that we perpetuate some of these structural dimensions in the analysis and therefore fall short in having real transformative proposals and solutions. And so this panel is designed to have a discussion around three major themes. The first one is to look at the role of the international trade system. During the keynote speech and the messages of solidarity this morning, we heard how the role of labor at that time was the main source or main factor of production. We heard about how that was taken away from the continent illegally, forcefully, in a very violent way, to then move and go and be used in a very immoral, very low-level, poor quality, poor conditions way to develop other parts of the world, thereby undermining. So that trade system, how does it set up today when we put into context that sort of discussion? And with that sort of framing, I'd like to introduce Comrade Jane Nalunga from Siatini, Uganda, to just tell us a little bit more about how we need to be thinking about the international trade system, Africa's indebtedness in this way. Comrade Jane, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much, Jason, and good afternoon, comrades.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, comrades. That's a little bit better. So I'm going to look at the role of international trade system and how it has perpetuated the debt crisis. But what I want also to talk about in that context is to look at it from a historical point of view, the historical economic injustices, and what, Jason, you have talked about, starting from slave trade, because that was also part of the international trade system. And we have seen the trading system changing all the time from slave trade. We saw it changing to colonialism. We saw neocolonialism, and we still see the international trade system, like the World Trade Organization. We see a number of agreements and treaties. We have signed the free trade agreement, the bilateral investment treaties. So we have signed a number of treaties, and that makes up the international trading system. But I think what I need to point out is that the trading system is perpetuating the extractivist capitalist model of development. The capitalist extractivist model is that model which is centered around extraction of resources, extraction of people, like under the slave trade, extraction of now natural resources, like the minerals, extracting people. Even today, we see our young people crossing. So it's that kind of development model that, when we talk about colonialism, neocolonialism, slave trade, those are just the tools which that mode of development uses to be able to extract wealth from the global south to the global north. And Massa talked about the sub-imperialism, the compradors. The capitalist system has people also in Africa, in our governments. We used to call them the compradors who are working with a capitalist class to be able also to benefit from the extraction. So what we see is that even today, all the agreements which are signed, like I have said, the bilateral investment treaties, the free trade agreements, the financial policies. We have, for example, liberalized our capital account. All the resources are going out. All those policies are to sustain that extractivist, capitalist model of development. And what we see, inequality in our countries, increased poverty. We see that our countries are at the bottom, the very bottom of the value chains. We export mainly raw materials, coffee, cocoa, tea, and industrialization isn't done in our countries. And our fear is that this is going to continue because of the green energy, the issue of critical minerals, and we continue sending out these minerals. But I think what's really important, I liked the presentation from our young parliamentarian, the young parliamentarian who said we have to fight, that we have to make sure that all the raw materials don't go out, that we industrialize, which is a good sentiment. But I think it's really important. I like the gender movement, feminist movement, who say, let us put on the feminist lenses. And I think in this case, we need to put on lenses, maybe we'll call them transformative lenses, because, my dear, we have already signed the agreements, and we are still signing agreements where we say we are not going to restrict any export of raw materials, and we signed it in an agreement, So we need to be careful what we sign on to. And I liked also the presentation here, the presentation regarding my sister from South Africa about the dignity of the workers. So what it means, when we talk about reparative justice, we need to look at it from different angles, the economic angle, the labor angle, and we need to be able to see where we have to fight. In fact, when the young member of parliament was saying, I remembered Winston Churchill, when he was, during the Second World War, when Germany invaded France and was almost invading the UK, England, he said, we are going to fight. We'll fight in the hills, we'll fight on the beaches, we'll fight everywhere. Use Google and say, very, very passionate and interesting. So when we are going to fight the reparative justice, the injustices, we need to understand what we are fighting and what we want in return, what we want to say no to. I just want to give examples, for example, of the economic partnership agreements. These are trade agreements we are signing with the European Union. We have liberalized extensively. We have said no restrictions to raw materials, but we sit here and say we have to add value. We need to look at those contradictions. We have agreed, European and US companies, to build the Lobito Corridor. And during colonial times, we had all these railway lines running from the interior to the coast to take out the minerals in Uganda. I'm from Uganda, from Mombasa to Kasese, deep in Uganda to get the copper. That railway didn't go anywhere, just there to the coast. But we are still doing the same. The Lobito Corridor is being built even today, through Angola, Mozambique, DRC, to take out the minerals. So we need to be really careful what we want. If we say want to fight to ensure that we don't export raw materials, because we depend on raw materials, and the export of raw materials is the biggest challenge, is that historical injustice where we export raw materials and import finished products. And this has led to exploitation of our minerals. It has led to trade deficits. It has led to balance of payment challenges, and even this cycle of poverty, cycle of indebtedness. It's because the ends are not meeting. The ends are not meeting. Somebody was saying we need to provide for our education, to provide for health, because if we can't generate those resources internally, we have to borrow. So we need really to look at that. We need to put on those lenses. If we are to structurally transform our economies, structurally transform our economies, to industrialize, to create jobs, and decent jobs, by the way, so that our young people are not dying. Because things are almost the same. The other time, the slaves used to be captured, put on ships, but today we pay. People are selling their pieces of land to send the kids to Arab countries to work as slaves. We see our people dying across the Mediterranean. So things are almost the same. So if we are saying we want to transform our economies, to industrialize, we need to look at what kind of institutions do we need. Are our institutions up to the task, from the AU to the REX to the national level? Our policies okay? Are they okay? Are we signing the right agreements or not? So we need to be able to look at. And lastly, I think it's important to quantifying the harm that these injustices have done to us. It will be difficult, like the professor raised here. Quantifying it will be difficult, because how do you put numbers to deindustrialization, to loss of jobs, to people who can't even afford, to buy an aspirin? How do you put a price on that? But we need to quantify. We need to quantify the harm. Not because we want to put a price and say we are demanding so much money, but to be able to know that it's time that we fight back, so that we know that we need to structurally change our policies. I think I will stop there, Jason.
Great, yeah, thank you very much, Comrade Jane. And I think you've brought out something very important in your submission about how some of these practices, the forceful movement and displacement of human beings being done in a very undignified way, today continues to be perpetuated, but also through a legal way. I think Professor Beckles and Dr. Umuyebiei talked about it during the keynote session, how certain, even governments today, are entering into bilateral agreements to move people from the continent to other places. The country where I come from, our government has entered into such agreements under the guise of dealing with the young unemployment issue in the country, and therefore people are being given preferential fast-track visas to move from Kenya into the Middle East. So I think we need to really think about that. And you've actually, motivated a point in what I want to do in bringing in Nombuso, because in all of this, there is invariably and most commonly a disproportionate impact that is meted out and experienced by women, but the lens through which this struggle is viewed, assessed, analyzed, or rated tends to be forgotten. We heard about it during the messages of solidarity, that there's very little that tends to be reported or put in the public domain around this lens. So perhaps just as a flavor, you've written a very wonderful piece on the role of the memory in reflecting through the reparations through a feminist lens. Perhaps you could just share with us, how is that contributing, or how should we use that kind of approach to the conversations that we're having here this week?
Thank you, Jason. Greetings to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to share some of our reflections to the organizers. I want to maybe begin answering that question by going through a few points in the paper. I'd like to begin with the governing story form that constitutes the resurgence of the call and the demand for reparations. Are we attempting to critically yield and repatriate from the past gains and demands of various revolutionary movements and moments? Or is the invitation to search at these demands in a present rethinking of what the conceptual and the material point is for the resurgence, for the call of reparations that we ourselves are seeking to tell? What are the new perspectives about power that haunt us? And what has time taught us to anticipate about this resurgent demand? What does reparations become for us when the past persists in the present? How does a reparative story unfold when overcoming the past means something totally different, and it is less about freedom through a particular overdetermined revolutionary path, say in Frantz Fanon or Walter Rodney's revolutionary and development paths, and it is rather but a kind of repairing of the past? What kind of decisions can we make from a policy perspective that are undergirded by a feminist practice of care, attuned to the full sensorial meaning of the stakes that our African lives navigate every day? I'd like for us to sit a bit with the tensions and the contradictions in the Herero and Nama Namibian ongoing reparations case as a way of maybe answering some of the questions that come out of this. One of the arguments held up against cultural sovereignty of the indigenous population of Namibia, this specific indigenous population, followed that the Namibian government has a policy of one people, one nation. And any exercise of influence to enter into negotiations with other representatives of the Namibian community would amount to a violation of the sovereignty of the Republic of Namibia. In this moment, the Herero and Nama are denied nuance. They are denied direct representation and a framework that holds the perspectives and institutional memory as direct descendants of survivors. They were left with what is called, or at least what I call, generated division between those who decided to join the process and dissenting members who felt that such a process undermined their persisting past. The constructed oversights in the Namibian German process include the exclusion of a gender-centered and feminist perspective that positions the voices and experiences of Herero and Nama women. We are inundated with devastating accounts of widespread sexual violence, dehumanizing forms of labor directed at women, and coercive power relations that interrupt the lives of women during this genocide. These are non-economic losses, or non-economic oversights rather, that are deeply material in how they offend women's bodies, their psychological and their spiritual lives. I really hold on to Jamaican intellectual Professor David Scott and his language when he says we need to refuse the conformism of the prevalent conceptions of reparations that does nothing to address the questions of the transformation of structures of social economic order. That being said, we need to repair reparations with a radical feminist ethic and the revolutionary memory that gave birth to the promises of independence despite the unfulfilled fate. Pan-African feminist praxis is a tender, riotous, analytical, riotous, tender, practice that is devoted to what it feels like to be alive in the worlds that have been disappeared from the historical record and are sidelined from official memory. These worlds include historical and ongoing unpaid labor, significant gender-based wage gaps, devastating rituals of gender-based violence, and loss of economic control and land rights through colonial laws that barred women from ownership. A Pan-African feminist praxis privileges modes of analysis that invite these worlds into the politics of knowledge formation, policy making, and activist choreographies of struggling towards a new world. Pan-African feminist praxis provides an architectural language that builds parallels between economic loss and non-economic loss that colonialism and slavery produced. It attends to unpaid care work as an ongoing and increasing crisis as African governments continue to incur foreign debt that privileges terms and conditions that reduce the government's social spending. We are witnesses to the responsibilities that are thrust upon caregivers when infrastructures of care deteriorate. We have also witnessed how proximity to domestic and gender-based violence increases in unequal countries in the broader global south. We are familiar with how structural neglect burdens and injures the mental, the spiritual, and social lives of women and girls. We've watched young girls and boys fall prey to failing educational systems. We've watched the youth of this continent live through an economic present of uncertainty and self-directed survival strategies. Professor Lynn Osome's groundbreaking work invites us into a materialist feminist historical analysis through her reading of how our development parts shape reproductive power. Pan-African feminist praxis, if it is to be radical, roots concerned, must queer the normative grounds that define policy. Policy is a political framework that shapes our human actions, institutionality, and governmentality. Queerness as a political orientation is a political orientation that unbounds and unsettles the parameters that define normative policy conditioning. And you have radical scholars in South Africa like Hugo Gakanam, who describes queerness as being positioned improperly in relation to dominant social codes. It is a critique that positions deviancy, refusal, and waywardness as a rightful posture to take up in our discursive and in our praxis-driven response to what we need policy to do regarding reparations. And I also believe that this is a very feminist way of thinking. It's not just a gender approach. Put differently, it is not about what reparations should say within a policy framework, and rather what does policy become to us in relation to reparations. We are being invited into a different way of thinking about policy as an indispensable, albeit limited political tool that also needs epistemological repair. I think I'll hold it right there for now. Maybe anything else we can have a discussion.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Nambusa, for that framing. And I think it's extremely important for us to appreciate how critical the difference in approach and the appreciation for the perspective that you're putting on the table for us to be, very much cognizant that it's an important cog in the wheel in the analysis, in the framing, but also in the narrative that is being set for us to appreciate how we then collectively build a united and common discussion and voice around reparations and reparative justice. I did like also the piece, and I think that the paper is available on the conference website, so I do encourage us to, when you do have a quiet moment, to read through the paper, because it's phenomenal, where you bring out the comparison between what's happening in the Caribbean and what is needed to happen here on the continent. And I think that's also something that has echoed very strongly throughout this morning, particularly in the keynote session and in the messages of solidarity. but also the point you made just now around young people and youth and the dimensions here. I would like to use that as the entry point to bring in Comrade Briggs. Young people, Comrade Zungula talked about it in his message of solidarity, are the future in making sure that they now take over as being the vanguard of the next phase of the conversation around reparations and reparative justice. But linked to that, outside of the legal, outside of the feminist, outside of the trade and economic sphere, there is an important social cultural dimension that we cannot ignore in this conversation. Historically, the cultural practices, the social structure of society was part and parcel of the economic composition, was part of the productive capacity of how the continent was set up, but also was certainly part of how power was distributed. So I guess the question for you, Comrade Briggs, is how do we ensure that the discourse that is currently happening on the cultural side of things and making sure that we're able to bring that to the conversation that we're having here this week? How do we make sure we don't lose out or don't isolate ourselves from that? Thanks.
Amandla. 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 Maibuye. Africa. I must confess that this is the very first time that I'm chanting a slogan sitting down, whilst sitting down. It seems to work a little bit. Thanks, Jason. I think I want to start by just appreciating yourself and the whole Aphrodite team. I will not be exaggerating if I say my cup is almost full already. This is day one of the conference, but the richness that I have taken in from last night, the keynote address from our comrade Rogers Mackenzie, the various dimensions through which he expanded the frontiers of this conversation. And I want to particularly lift out the way he introduced the element of class analysis into this discourse. And I'm hoping that this is something that we will find time to engage in a much more considered manner as we continue with this struggle. One of the things that Roger said, Mackenzie said last night, was a very insightful interrogation of who owes who and who owes what. I remember him saying, we cannot, he first of all demonstrated how you had specific families. Some of those have remained very powerful families today, whether in the US Congress or in the House of the Lords in the UK, how they benefited from the exploitation of Africa. He went on to identify specific companies, corporates, global corporates, and how they benefited. And he went on to identify specific countries and nations and how they benefited. And he concluded that it would not be fair or just to make the working class in England responsible for the deaths of these elite families, of these global corporations, and of these nations that have exploited the continent. I'm speaking to it because it has not been a common occurrence in this discourse, just that element of introducing class analysis and class consciousness to how we are having this conversation. Further on, I was also really, really inspired and touched, or my cup was filled further by what I then had from our sister, Dina, I don't know if she's still here, when she spoke about the gendered dimensions to this discourse and how it tends to make things worse for the most vulnerable. And she cited the issue of women and girls and how they are affected. And this was emphasized even further in the conversations we had in our keynote speech this morning. The discussion that came in as well from our sister Atia that talked about how the very dynamics of debt have shifted. And she spoke a lot about this one individual company, Blackwater, if I'm not mistaken, could hold off a whole compromise or a whole resolution because debt has shifted from what we knew in the past when it was bilateral debt to now privately owned debt. And our brother Opa came in and reminded us that there is a structural question that we need to engage with. And we cannot avoid to ignore that dimension if we are thinking of realizing the Agenda 2063. So I mean it, Jason, when I say I congratulate you and Tim for curating such a powerful program that on the first day, my cup is almost full. My cup is already full. So thank you and congratulations for the very powerful program. So getting into the conversation at hand, I want to maybe underline the significance of the moment. We heard it from our keynote speech this morning, that we are at this historically significant juncture when there is an adjudication of what becomes the next chapter of the global order, of world history. It's extremely significant, and I think this is a point that a lot of us have been talking about over the last year or the last 2 years. We have said that we are at the end of a historical cycle that begins in the post-World War II, so maybe 60, 70 years. And we are also at the beginning of a new...
Ties into, I think, the reflections that Unombuso in particular has been drawing to. And to say that at least in the context of Ghana, I think about 89% of workers are in the informal sector. And when we come out of a crisis like the COVID-19 pandemic, where governments were taking up more debt, in this recovery period, it's being encouraged to increase revenues. And the people that are impacted by this the most are, again, the workers, the communities, and households. And in the context of informal workers, when we even think about the recommendations for increasing revenues through taxation, these aren't necessarily in the ways that we kind of typically understand them in kind of income taxes and direct taxes, but in having to think about how we understand these problems beyond that. And we've done a lot of work with WIGO around seeing taxes as fees and payments as well, reflecting how these workers who are both not benefiting from social benefits and social protections are also having to subsidize this kind of debt crisis that we're talking about. Just my second comment very briefly, I did want to challenge the last point here about calculations. I mentioned that I am an economist, but I do think that in terms of the kind of
calculations that we're pushing for, we do need to challenge what kind of orthodox economies even allows us to calculate. Even when we're talking about issues of class, which workers are counted, what type of work is counted. And oftentimes the work of women, the work of households, the work of the informal sector is not going to be reflected in that. And maybe in rethinking our measurements as well, we also need to consider the types of calculations that will reflect the history of domination and oppression and exploitation that is continuing in this time. And I think Nombuso has pointed to some frameworks and a lens for understanding the problem, but also in developing an alternative and a counter narrative. I think the feminists have a lot to say about that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Anthony, then Professor João.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate the very rich conversation that we are having. And allow me to just speak from where she left about shaping narratives so as to achieve our intended goal. And as you were sharing, one of the thoughts that came to me was I did my master's on international relations, and my thesis was just trying to interrogate the whole conversation around the possibility of having a regional integration policy for Africa. And my case study was centered around the sale of second-hand clothing within Africa. And it was born from a decision that was taken by the AU, a collective decision to literally ban the sale of second-hand clothing within the continent of Africa so as to allow the textile industry within Africa to grow. But then I think it was only Rwanda by that time that was brave enough to implement that resolution by the African Union. So the question that begged was, why is it that many African countries, particularly the political actors, are not as bold enough to literally enforce some of the collective decisions that they make as a continent? And I think that is fundamental because in the absence of political goodwill, in the absence of proper legislative framework, as Honorable Vuyo had pointed out in the morning, because some of these factors were introduced through the legislative processes. So how do we leverage on our existing opportunities to foster a new culture that is built on, African conviction that we have capacity to actually engage in this, and not just engage by word of mouth or lamentation, but from a point of action, because I think that is the missing link. And we have opportunities, but we don't have the requisite political will for our leadership to either embark towards enforcing decisions that they collectively take as a continent. And it's very actually symbolic that we're in Accra, Ghana, the space where Ubuntu and the Pan-Africanism was birthed. So I think the question to the panel is, how do we leverage, especially on the energy of that we've seen with the Gen Zs, the energy that we are seeing with the young parliamentarians, to foster the narrative she's talking about, so that even those who oppress the Africans will not perceive us as lamentators, because they love it. I've attended forums, global forums, and you'd see they enjoy it when Africans are lamenting and complaining about our problems. But when we provide a proactive solution, don't you feel like that would actually give us a new energy that is required? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anthony. Professor João.
I'm going to speak in Portuguese. Just to give like exercise to all of you. The three languages are useful, so let's speak in Portuguese. And let's exercise your ears to hear in Portuguese. Então, posso começar? Are you ready? Então, quero agradecer primeiro aos painelistas. Os temas são todos bons. Tenho a felicidade do meu colega que está aqui na mesa ter dito algumas coisas que eu quero falar. Ele adiantou algumas coisas. Estou feliz por isso. Mas eu quero acrescentar, quando ele fala da falta de vontade política, é uma das coisas que eu queria... A minha pergunta é simples para qualquer um de vós. Tudo que nós estamos a falar é útil, tudo que nós estamos a dizer é necessário fazer, reconhecemos o nosso estágio, e sabemos muito bem o que é necessário fazer, sabemos o que é que nos perturba, que nos torna cada vez pobres, gerações e gerações. Mas então, o que é que devemos fazer? Qual a recomendação que devemos fazer, tirar daqui e que vai funcionar? Não uma recomendação que vai ficar no gabinete, no papel, depois voltamos a um outro AFECOD, uma outra reunião africana, mas uma resolução, uma decisão, uma orientação que vá ter eco e que crie desejo de se realizar. Porque, vejamos, como eu disse, meu colega disse que os líderes, muitos deles em África, se não quase todos, não têm vontade política de sair daqui. E eu acrescento, eles, mesmo aqueles que quando estão para entrar no poder, falam em nome de todos nós, até demonstram algumas evidências de querer trabalhar. Quando chegam ao poder, imediatamente mudam. E nós notamos isso. Então, o que é que faz com que... O que é que acontece lá no poder para as pessoas, os líderes africanos, mudem? Porque os líderes dos outros continentes tentam fazer o que eles prometem. Nós vemos isso. Quando ele faz a campanha, chega ao poder, tenta fazer. Pode não conseguir tudo, mas tenta fazer visível e praticamente o que ele promete. Mas os líderes africanos não. Chegam ao poder, parece que há uma abelha que lhes morde e muda de pensamento. Então, o que é que nós devemos fazer para que eles façam o que prometem, que é aquilo que nós queremos que eles sabem? Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Professor João. I think there were two hands, so we'll start with Africa.
I have the mic. Yeah.
Where is the mic?
It's here.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
We only have 7 minutes.
All right.
So, and I had already allocated 2, but please go ahead since
Okay.
you have the mic.
That's fine.
yes. I think that you're following the wisdom of Wedson. Reparations, you go for it.
That's
You don't wait for it. Go.
My name is Penny Sankomo. I'm a feminist economist from South Africa. I also chair the board of Oxfam South Africa. So I'm going to speak in my mother tongue. I just want to see if I can get help with translation, because I think we've all been caught into these 3 colonial languages. So ngizawuthetha isiXhosa. Okay. Translate. All right, there's someone who's going to translate. She's here. She's going to help me translate. She can speak the language. Yes. So ndicela ukubuza ukuba njengoba sithetha apha ngezinto ezisafektayo ezisuka ngaphandle, zithini izinto thina ezenzayo? Sakwenza umzekelo. Apha amazwe ase-Afrika awakwazi ukutrade together ngokuba izistandards abazisetileyo zehlukene. Uba kufuneka uthenge itumato yase-South Africa, awukwazi uhamba uyoyithengisa eZimbabwe kuba awukwazi uthatha itumato yaseZimbabwe uyoyithengisa eTanzania kuba bazawuthi izistandards zethu azifani. So ingaba ayikho nale nto kuthiwa nathi senze le nto kuthiwa i-internalized oppression amongst ourselves?
Thanks. She's saying she appreciates that we are concentrating on external systems of oppression, but we have own internal systems of oppression which we have allowed. And she made the example of trade. Like, I can't take a tomato from South Africa and bring it into Tanzania. They will tell you no. I mean, if you travel frequently, you know you get stopped at the airports. You don't take agricultural produce across. And then she says when she has argued against it, she was told, no, because the agricultural standards of your country are not the same as ours. So her question is, haven't we imposed our own internal systems of oppression before we even come to the external ones? I mean, I know I can't carry my herb across the borders, but people can carry cigarettes. they can travel with their cigarettes. I can't carry marijuana because it is demonized. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. So we'll have Africa and then the gentleman just by the cameras, and then we'll come back to the panel. So as you try and respond, I think the one on internal systems of oppression on trade, Jane and Nombuso, and I guess also Comrade Briggs. So Africa, then the gentleman, then we come back to conclude.
Thank you, Chair. Two quick ones. Africa with Christian aid. One to Jane. In terms of sustaining the colonial machinery, Africa is witnessing a number of pans. Pan-European, Pan-American, Pan-Chinese, Pan-Japanese African projects in terms of summits, TCAD, FOCAC, EU-Africa Summit. In light of the extension of the reparative theme by the African Union for the next 10 years, do you believe that the current ecosystem where we are having Africa traveling to countries to discuss programs on Africa, and Africa not having its own summit on Africa, do you think the current system is viable and capable of addressing the challenges that are facing us in terms of reparative justice? And lastly, to my brother, in the question of identity, I believe Africa, not me, has like a curse where we are divided into Lusophone, Francophone, Anglophone. I hear also people talking about Arabophone. And we proudly own it. My question to you, do you think in terms of constructing the identity, what kind of pushbacks do you foresee in terms of using identity as a tool of rebuilding better and building backwards to achieve reparative justice in every aspect of the economy? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Africa. To the gentleman who has stood up, and we'll close it off there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Boris Todro from Togo. I want to continue in French. So if you can... Ok, merci. Je tiens à remercier les organisateurs et je voudrais surtout exhorter Afrodad et ses partenaires à saisir l'occasion qui nous est donnée en cette belle terre de Kwame Nkrumah pour vraiment poser les bases d'un réseau de différents membres qui peut être créé ici de par les qualités et les résultats positifs du Ghana et son gouvernement actuel qui a des résultats en termes de panafricanisme que nous connaissons très avancés. Je pense aussi que nous avons les ressources humaines nécessaires dans cette salle pour avancer vers cela. Donc c'est là mon exhortation. Et aussi les régions de l'Afrique qui sont les régions de l'Afrique qui sont du côté sahélien, qui sont en train de changer la donne actuellement. Je ne sais pas si nous avons des membres de ces différents pays dans cette salle, et surtout le Burkina Faso, s'il y en a, nous prierons des gens de nous donner leur point de vue sur les avancées qu'ils ont eues dernièrement. Merci.
Great. Thank you very much for those very good questions. Some are directly pointed to colleagues on the panel. So perhaps what I'll do is I'll start with Briggs and we'll come this way as we also give your closing remarks. And if we can be as brief as possible, because I know we have one more panel before we close, and so it has been quite a long day for all of us. So Briggs.
Thanks, Jason. Is this audible? Okay, good. So the question of calculations, I think the point I sought to make by quoting Frantz Fanon on how Europe underdeveloped Africa is actually that the loss or what we are owed as a continent is incalculable. because it's a loss of what existed before. It's a loss of your organic path to development. It's a loss of your most productive youth. It's the loss arising from the imposition of a colonial order, which meant taxation systems, which meant the economy we currently have today, where you consume what you do not produce, and you produce what you do not consume. And you don't make anything from what you are producing in the form of the primary commodities, whatever we're exporting, from agriculture, from mining, and the continuation of that in what has been called the neo-colonial dispensational order today. So I'm merely saying it's actually incalculable, and that's probably why there's such a great deal of discomfort from the responsible or perpetrating countries, if you want to put it that way, to have this conversation. Because how do you even begin to quantify that and to put a figure to say, then we owe you $100 billion? I think that's why we are being told to let's just move on. Forget about the past. That's why our memory of what happened is such a huge terrain of struggle. So that's all I'm making there. We even for us, at the end of the day, if we engage this thoroughly, we are simply going to say we are giving you a discounted figure. And that figure says, let's solve infrastructure needs in Ghana, let's solve education needs, let's solve healthcare needs, and it costs this much money. In fact, if you take Walter Redney further, he even says it's a loss of the future that we had. So how do you calculate that? So at the end of the day, it's truly a discounted figure that we are talking about. Then coming to, again, connecting to the point I made earlier, to say it's a moment where brute force or raw power is decisive, and less so what you can call peripheral sensibilities or vibes around truth, justice, and all of that. I think we really need to remember it's Martin Luther King who says, change does not roll in on the wheels of inevitability. It takes continuous struggle. So we really need to think about what does it mean for us to be engaged in this continuous struggle in a way that gives us power to be able to shape the outcome of this moment. So the question of African unity is absolutely decisive in this moment. I think one of the greatest shames of history is that 13 European men set in 1885 and carved out what we know to be the African continent today, its borders and everything. But an even bigger shame of history is that 54 African presidents cannot sit today and undo that. 70 years after independence. More than 1 billion African citizens cannot sit and undo what happened in 1885, even if it's this so many decades after independence. So the question of our power, how we are organizing ourselves to be these 1 billion plus citizens who are a political force, who are a power that cannot be ignored, a power that can shape the outcome of this current contestation, cannot be ignored. It's absolutely fundamental. So the last thing that I would say, Jason, is that we learned when we engaged in the struggle on illicit financial flows 10 years ago, when the African Union Declaration on IFFs was coming out, President Mbeki, as the chair then, said it's more than technical solutions. that we are going to need to solve this matter. Sometimes we even know what we need to do technically. It's going to take political will. And that political will can only come out of organized citizens who are building this kind of power to attain a particular outcome. So we cannot do without grassroots organizing, getting out of conference rooms like this, as we are going to do on Friday, as part of the debt rally, AFCOD debt rally, to actually bring in ordinary citizens into this conversation and build the kind of social base and political muscle that will guarantee change.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Briggs, for that. Comrade Jane.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for all those comments. One, I will start with the issue you have raised regarding the fact that we are at crossroads globally, the global governance. And we see the shifting global dynamics, we see the geopolitical tensions. But for me, what I see is that capitalism is reinventing itself. And we have seen this right from slave trade. They thought slave trade is okay, we are done. They can be able to produce and bring it to Europe. Colonialism, neo-colonialism. Today, capitalism is reinventing itself. Multilateralism is not working for them anymore. Because if Trump can stand in the US and say, increase tariffs on Lesotho, and nobody says, let us go to Geneva, he says we are done. So multilateralism is dead because it's no longer deliver for capitalism. But I think this is a time for us as Africa to be able to mobilize, to be united. We already have Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, very good guiding document. We have the Continental Free Trade Area. That document is clear. To be able to increase intra-Africa trade, to be able to address, my sister, the issues you raised, those non-tariff barriers, so that we can be able to trade among ourselves, within each other. We have the blueprint, and I think we need to do it, because the CFTA is one of those alternatives we have to the current trading system. So we need to do that, but we need to be bold. It's the time to be bold, to dream, but we need to be bold. My brother, the issue you have raised about second-hand clothes. In the East African region, the REC, they agreed, let us increase taxes on second-hand clothes so that we can be able to grow our cotton, add value, make clothes, industrialize, create jobs. What did the US say? Don't dare do it. It was Rwanda alone who said, I'm going to do it. The other countries didn't. So we need to be bold. When we say this is what we want to do for the good of our people, for the good of our continent, we need to do it. And that means, what you have raised, Africa, is that if we know what we want, then we can be able to engage. Whether we go to China or the Chinese come here, if we know what we want, we can be able to stick to that. But sometimes we don't know what we want, and sometimes when we know what we want, we are not bold enough to be able to negotiate what we want and get what we want. So I think the issue, what you have raised about you being unified, unit of purpose as Africa is really important. I think I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Jane. Nombuso.
Thank you for the comments and the questions. I'd like to maybe start with the point of informality that Usiviwe raised. I think, you know, informal workers are really shaping the contours of the labor movement, right? And I think they sit precisely within a framing of a queer political orientation, simply because they are completely positioned improperly, like outside the dominant social codes. And I think a lot of the work that we're trying to do around reparations has to take seriously the fact that reparations is not just simply a development strategy, but it's also a posture that has to be very central in how we even repair our relations to specific like modes of labor. And I think the ways in which we even think of informal workers and the sort of like tensions that sit in that productive space, some of the lessons for feminist like political economy work comes out of those particular examples. People who are completely kept outside particular social dominant modes of production. And I want to maybe also deal with the question of leverage, how we leverage this energy. Right now in South Africa, there's a national dialogue taking place. And there are some, some of the eminent members of society who have been invited to join this platform. And one of the questions that are coming from young people in South Africa is that we have a very articulate mode of communication, that's protest. Protest is a mode of articulation that happens in that country every hour, if not every 30 minutes. And some of the ideas around leveraging energy take place under those particular contours of political contestation that are not being taken seriously. So for me, I read that question as a political question that has to engage certain forces who find themselves at grassroots level on the streets in a particular way in our different countries. And then the question of how, what is the recommendation and what is the way forward? I think for me, I always go back to part of the way forward is really understanding the particular conjuncture, the particular problem space that we find ourselves in, and the kind of historical orientation that we need to take. And by that I mean, if we think of the kinds of worlds that Walter Rodney, Frantz Fanon were pushing for, I would argue that particular world, or at least the development path that Walter Rodney positioned at the time, and that Frantz Fanon positions in the Wretched of the Earth, that revolutionary path is no longer possible, given the conditions that we find ourselves in. That's not to say that those modes of articulating a new world are not important, and there are no lessons for us in them. But the question for us, the recommendation for me right now is that we really need to understand what the questions of our time are and the sort of responses that they require from us, and how those responses then shape how we develop, i.e. develop modes of guidelines, principles, and ideas that become policy, etc. And it's a really difficult one because it is a conceptual, it's political, it's theoretical, it's praxis, it's a complete overhaul of a particular dominant mode of thinking of how change happens, right? And then the last thing I want to touch on is what my comrade mentioned about normative frameworks that are falling. I'd like to, maybe end here. I'm not too convinced by that, and I say that because a feminist discourse and praxis wouldn't even exist if we were dealing with falling normative frameworks. I think the question for me around normative frameworks is, do these different methods or these different articulations and events that you've mentioned, do they actually break the very foundations of how we decide and define what is rational? Because for me, the normative struggle really, really sits right there. Who gets to define what is rational? Who gets to define what is reasonable? Who gets to define what then becomes specific ideas of what justice is? right? So long as those contours of knowledge like production and knowledge control are not completely dismantled, the normative frameworks just merely kind of constitute themselves in the same way that Comrade Jane, you mentioned that capitalism keeps reconstituting itself. Normative frameworks do the same thing. And what we see as failing are rather the consequences of normative frameworks that are no longer relevant to the kind of society and world that we live in and the future that we see forward. So maybe we can end there.
Awesome. Thank you very, very much, Nombuso. And what a way to end this session on intersectionalities and bringing in all these different dimensions to the conversation that we're having this week. So, colleagues, friends, comrades, please let's put a round of applause again for a fantastic panel. Thank you all very, very, very much.
Jason, you still have the microphone. Any room for a fireside chat later?
There is one.
This is not a perfect point to end this conversation.
I'm sure there'll be one somewhere.
All right.
Yes. As we come in for the next panel, I just wanted to also ask Comrade Dea. He wanted the mic very briefly to say something about African unity or disunity. So, and then Wedson, you can take over.
Jason, I'll do that very quickly as it comes in. And it's really been motivated by the question that the Afrofeminist, Pan-Africanist sister asked in a local language around what do we do around how our governments treat each other and treat us. I will not water down the point that Nombuso has just made around should we go back and look at all our normative instruments, all our policy instruments with an intersectional lens. I think that's very, very important. And we can have a debate around whether the framework that's created by the Maputo Protocol on the rights of women in Africa allow us to do that. But the problem that we have, I think one of our biggest problems on the continent is a lack of accountability. And we should jointly co-create very boldly, how we hold each other accountable. I think the point has been made repeatedly today around how our African leaders snub our own meetings where we should decide things together, but turn up for any other person's meeting, lately in Japan. And I think we should create an AU roll call movement, which we can do collectively, even on social media, where we count of the 55, Briggs, not 54, of the 55 African leaders, how many will turn up in Addis when we're meeting? So just AU roll call. But much more importantly is to judge each and every of those political leaders and bureaucratic leaders, and we can do that. In terms of trying to assess people's capacity, we used to talk of IQ, intelligence quotient. Then we moved on to EQ, emotional quotient. I'm urging us to think and co-create a PAQ, Pan-Africanism quotient. So we judge each and every leader and each and every one of us, not on what we say, but on what we do. Like the example that I gave, West African leaders meet in Abuja and arrive at something to do, and the week after that, Alassane Ouattara meets with Macron and completely trashes it. Let's create a PAQ and be very bold on how we hold each other to account, on how we implement what we've agreed upon.
Thank you very much for that submission. Look at your neighbor right now. Find a neighbor, look at them. Please find a neighbor, look at them, look at them. Tell them you got this. Tell them you got this. Tell them again, you got this. Ladies and gentlemen, one more session to go, and I'm glad that you've assured your neighbor that they got this. So before we go into our session, again, I'll request that we all hang on for the last session that we have for the day. And those of us that are taking tea outside, again, I'll request from my You know the beauty about being, in fact, I didn't say this, I'm not just the moderator, I'm the executive moderator. So anything executive always comes with assistants. So my able assistants, please, everybody collecting and getting their tea or coffee outside, let them come with their coffee or tea inside the hall. We finish the last session that we have for the day. And to be able to take us through this session, Mr. Jason Braganza obviously is already here. He will moderate this session as well. Did an incredible job in the one that just ended. And I decided to extend his contract. You know, I was observing how he was going to do. I'm impressed with his performance. So I've given him an extension. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call to the podium Dr. Patrick Nzana Olomo, Director, Economic Development, Integration and Trade, and Head of Economic Policy and Sustainable Development, African Union Commission. Dr. Olomo, make your way to the front. You are part of the panelists, sir. And we're excited to hear your contributions. Allow me to also call Honorable Voyuluetu Zungula, Secretary General, African Young Parliamentarians Network, to be able to come through and join the panel. The man with the charisma. He made me almost ask him after his delivery to say, how can I join the network? I want to be like you. Allow me to also call Honorable Dr. Kanyisile Litchfield Shabalala, the people's favorite. I think next year we should have an award. I just like the way Honorable Shabalala dresses. You don't have to ask if she subscribes to the idea of Pan-Africanism. Her attire will just tell you who she is. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, allow me to call to the podium Honorable Abena Osei Asare, MP, Chairperson, Public Accounts Committee, the Parliament of Ghana. And ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome the Member of Parliament, last but not the least, allow me to also call to the podium once again, Honorable Machabana Lempani Letsi, Member of Parliament, Chair Public Accounts Committee. And at this juncture, I hand over to Mr. Braganza.
Great. Thank you very much, Honorable. Great. Thank you once again, conference moderator, for giving me the opportunity to wrap up this session. Friends, colleagues, comrades, we'll certainly try to keep this session to 1 hour. And I really, really want to thank all of you for your energy, your dedication to sticking through with us the entire program from today. The entire session from this morning and from yesterday has been about where do we locate this conversation on reparations and reparative justice. Which are the institutions that we must work with, that we must empower, that we need to entrust in taking forward the conversation on reparations and reparative justice. And as the Afrodad board chair referenced, Dr. Olomo's speech from a couple of years ago in one of the AFCODs he attended, is that there is no other place other than looking within and inside the continent, the institutions that we have, because these are our institutions, no matter the challenges that we may face in trying to work with them, in trying to ensure that they're able to advance the kind of things or meet the expectations that we as citizens of this great continent have in mind. But not only does that role and responsibility stop at the African Union level, this panel was deliberately designed to have politicians who know how to play with the psyche of the human being. They are the psychologists that psychologists hope they could be, because they are the ones who can shape what Comrade Briggs was talking about, the grassroots mobilization. Politicians are the ones who know how to get the psyche of grassroots citizens to understand what this conversation is. And we are very lucky to have such a dynamic set of politicians, as well as a very quickly evolving African Union Commission to take us through this last session. So without much ado, I want to start with Dr. Lomo. This year has been announced, the theme is reparations for the AU, being championed by the Republic of Ghana. But the next 10 years has also been assigned for this work. So please, if you could just tell us in about 5-7 minutes, what is the big picture over the next decade for the African Union? And then we'll come back to the honorable members. Over to you, Dr. Patrick.
Thank you very much, Jason, and good afternoon. Or
good evening.
Good evening to you all. And I have seen that since this morning you are not using your headset, so maybe my English at this time is no longer very good. So let me speak in French to make sure that maybe, yes. Let me get something for you. So French is channel 1, I'm told, and hoping that it works. C'est bon? It's not working? It should. Mm-hmm. So, ce que je voulais dire, Jason, et j'espère que l'interprétation est déjà en marche, c'est que les 10 prochaines années, nous les entrevoyons dans le contexte de l'Union africaine comme des années qui doivent permettre au continent d'accélérer sa transformation productive. Lorsqu'on parle de transformation productive, on veut revenir sur la nécessité pour le continent d'investir de manière soutenue et massive sur les infrastructures productives et sur l'ensemble des... Oh, it's not working for now. For her. Donc, investir sur les infrastructures productives, comme on le disait, et dans le contexte de l'agenda 2063, cela veut dire investir dans la transformation économique du continent. Ce point est fondamental, comme je le disais ce matin, parce que nous avons un potentiel économique indéniable. La population de l'Afrique est de 1,4 milliard d'habitants et dans juste 2 décennies, on est supposé avoir 2,7 milliards d'habitants vivant sur le continent. Ça veut dire qu'on aura une population combinée de la Chine et de l'Inde sur un seul continent et que sur l'échiquier international, on aura la population la plus jeune et la plus dynamique. Donc, il est important d'investir. Le deuxième plan décennal de l'agenda 2063 revient amplement sur cette question d'investissement sur les êtres humains, sur les personnes, et d'investissement dans le capital humain qui est nécessaire pour accélérer cette transformation productive. Cela s'inscrit également dans la dynamique de la transparence fiscale que nos pays doivent embrasser. Parce que, comme il vous souviendra, on est dans un contexte où l'aide publique au développement est en parfaite chute et où il est nécessaire pour nos économies d'investir dans la mobilisation des ressources internes. Et si vous avez écouté le panel précédent et que vous avez pris acte des positions qui ont été formulées, vous allez voir que le continent se positionne aujourd'hui à l'avant-garde de la réforme fiscale internationale. C'est une bonne chose. de réformer l'architecture financière internationale, plus fondamentalement l'architecture fiscale. Mais cela ne veut pas dire que nous devons oublier de réformer la fiscalité domestique, la fiscalité intra-africaine. Et c'est le travail que nous faisons avec des institutions comme Tax Justice Network, avec ATAF, l'African Tax Administration Forum, le Forum africain sur la fiscalité, pour amener les États africains à créer le cadre indispensable pour pouvoir accélérer la collecte des ressources internes. Pas seulement la collecte et l'investissement de ces ressources dans les domaines productifs. Cela est essentiel parce que si nous pouvons lutter contre la corruption, lutter contre l'évasion fiscale, lutter contre les flux financiers illicites, nous serons dans une position qui nous permettra de sécuriser un montant de près de 700 milliards de dollars chaque année. Vous voyez un petit peu, 700 milliards. Ces ressources-là sont indispensables pour que l'Afrique puisse investir massivement dans les secteurs productifs. On l'a dit ce matin, le continent a des ressources importantes. Et si vous avez écouté le panel précédent, ils sont revenus de manière précise sur la nécessité pour le continent, non pas d'être exportateur de ressources naturelles, mais d'être créateur de valeur sur le continent. Et la création de valeur sur le continent signifie qu'il faut industrialiser l'Afrique, qu'il faut être en mesure de créer le contexte qui nous permette de produire les biens qui seront consommés par les 1,4 milliard d'habitants et certainement les 2,7 milliards d'habitants que nous aurons demain. Vous comprenez donc qu'il y a une dynamique de transformation en marche. Cette dynamique de transformation, elle est indispensable et la problématique de la réparation, de la justice et la réparation dont on parle depuis ce matin est centrale à ce processus. Centrale pourquoi? Parce qu'elle nous permet de comprendre d'où nous venons et certainement où nous projetons le continent dans les 10 années ou les 50 années à venir. Mais tel que je l'ai dit ce matin, il est important de comprendre que de se focaliser plus sur le passé ne résout certainement pas notre problème qui consiste à se positionner en tant qu'acteur crédible de l'arène économique mondiale aujourd'hui. Parce que j'ai entendu un panéliste dans le panel précédent dire qu'il est tout à fait absurde que 55 chefs d'État ne puissent pas se mettre ensemble pour discuter. Mais on le fait déjà. L'Union africaine crée ce cadre. On a des concertations avec nos chefs d'État qui permettent, peut-être pas de manière visible aujourd'hui, d'apporter des solutions aux problèmes qu'on perçoit, mais je peux vous dire avec certitude que dans les 10 années à venir, dans les 5 années à venir, il y a un faisceau d'éléments qui permettent de comprendre que la transformation est en marche. Et malheureusement, ceux qui ne l'auront pas compris n'auront pas pris le train de cette transformation et ne pourront pas avancer. Je conclus en disant que nous sommes convaincus, et je pense que je ne suis pas seul dans cette dynamique-là. Il y a dans la salle un ensemble de personnes et d'institutions avec lesquelles nous travaillons. Nous essayons de coordonner le travail de ces institutions-là. J'ai parlé un petit peu de ce que nous faisons avec Tax Justice Network, ATAF et toutes les autres institutions, Afrodad par exemple, sur la question de la dette. Nous sommes en train de créer le cadre qui nous permettra d'avancer. Sur la question de la dette, et je conclus sur ça, nous avons organisé la toute première conférence de l'Union africaine sur la dette, après plus de 40 ans, parce qu'elle devait avoir lieu en 1983. Malheureusement, il a fallu plus de 42 années pour pouvoir y arriver. La conférence a été un succès. Maintenant, nous sommes en train d'évoluer vers la finalisation de la position africaine commune sur la dette. Position africaine commune qui n'est pas une œuvre de charité. On ne demande pas la charité, on ne demande pas l'aumône. On a posé les bases de ce que la gestion de la dette sera dans les décennies à venir. Premièrement, créer un cadre qui nous permet d'assurer une gestion harmonieuse de la dette. Et deuxièmement, la capacité de nos pays à pouvoir se projeter dans un avenir d'endettement qui permette d'investir de manière efficace dans la transformation de nos économies. Donc voilà un petit peu ce que nous faisons. La dernière chose, lorsqu'on discute au niveau du G20, au niveau des autres instances internationales, on a tout à fait compris que l'Afrique doit elle-même réclamer sa place de leader dans l'arène des nations. On le voit aujourd'hui avec la réforme fiscale internationale où, malgré toutes les oppositions et malgré toutes les turpitudes qu'on a rencontrées, on est parvenu à aboutir à un processus qui permet de formuler aujourd'hui le cadre fiscal international du XXIe siècle. Donc voilà un petit peu ce que l'Afrique peut faire lorsque l'Afrique est unie, lorsque l'Afrique parle d'une seule voix, lorsque l'Afrique définit elle-même ses priorités qui ne sont pas des priorités importées. Donc, Jason, je vais m'arrêter là parce que c'est une question extrêmement importante sur laquelle je pense qu'on peut passer la journée à discuter. Merci.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lomo, for framing that in a very deliberate way to demonstrate that there are attempts, real attempts, to try and give us the over 1 billion people on this continent, the African Union that we truly desire, the type of African Union that will espouse and epitomize the tagline on Agenda 2063, which is the Africa that we want. And that can only happen if the African Union also applies itself and structures itself through the Africa that it really wants as well. And I think that came out very clearly throughout the day, but also especially in the last panel. I'm going to move on very swiftly to Honorable Zungula. This morning you spoke very passionately about the role of young people and young parliamentarians in particular as having not just youth on their side, but the power of the law and the power of the legal apparatus. And perhaps as we try to move on over the next few days, but over the next decade, in trying to bring us closer together in harmony with what Dr. Loma has said, what is or where is the position and place for the network such as the African Young Parliamentarians Network, which is a brilliant network, but certainly needs to be housed and find its way into the Pan-African conversation and the Pan-African process. So over to you, Honorable Zungula.
Thank you. I think maybe I would say there is a role for each and every one of us to play because we've got different expertise whereby when we come together, coming with the different expertise, we're able to collectively play our part and make our substantive contributions. The people that are in the civil society space, because they may have the expertise in terms of understanding and knowing how much is due when it comes to reparations. That is the contribution they could make. The different people, basically, as we're sitting in this room, we all have a role to play. Now, it is our submission as the AYPN that anything that has got to do with the governance systems must be backed up by law. No matter how much we can make political speeches, we can attend conferences, if we do not enact it in law, then we are missing, that is the missing link when it comes to implementation. I would make an example about the AfCFTA, whereby even though there's a general agreement at a AU level, but if we can examine in the different countries whether has it been ratified by the different countries, because ratification then means it is legally enforceable and the different countries can be legally held to account based on the implementation or non-implementation. So I think the missing link when it comes to how we approach governance as African countries is the lack of the utilization of the law. I think that is where we are missing the point most importantly. And this is something that it baffles us as the AYPN because our colonizers used the law. The General Act, when they divided the continent, was the law that they used and they enforced it through violence. If you go to South Africa, there was apartheid, whereby there was a political idea of subjugation and oppression of the natives, the indigenous black people of the land. But it was not political speeches that made black people to be oppressed. It was the law. Hence you find that when the Land Act was passed in 1913, that is what made other people in terms of the chiefs, the religious leaders, to take a stand to say they are going to come together because they knew that there's something in law that will be legally enforceable by law and there will be no avenues for them to just bypass it. So the trick, it is utilization of the law because without the law, then we don't have an instrument in which we can hold the people that are in power accountable. So our submission then is to say, the young parliamentarians, and I'm not being ageist when I'm focusing on the young parliamentarians, but it does happen at times that we've got MPs that are advanced when it comes to their age. So you find that they are fatigued in terms of picking up a struggle. Most of them, they picked up the struggle for independence, against colonizers or against apartheid. Hence you find that maybe the reason why they are so corrupt is because they are fatigue shame. So we need to understand them. So we need to invest in the young people who will take over the fight. Because if you talk about the fight for independence, it was not won over 10 years, 5 years, etc. It is something that took many years. For example, South Africa was colonized up until 1994. It was under an apartheid government up until 1994. So an investment in young people who, firstly, have got the energy, secondly, have not had that psychological impossibility that have been conditioned to say this is not possible. Because if you engage some of the elderly MPs, they'll tell you, you want reparations from who? It is not possible. Because of how much maybe they've been exposed to the system and how they've been conditioned by the system to say some things are not possible. So I would maybe urge the role players that are here is that utilize the MPs that we have so that whatever that is discussed, not only must it become law, but also politically speaking, we need young MPs who are going to be a nuisance and irritation in terms of the powers that be, and also agitate the rest of the communities to say it is an injustice. Because we speak about these numbers and how much we are paying for, when it comes to paying for interest versus how much we are paying for education. But when it comes to an ordinary person on the street, they do not find the correlation between reparations and the impact in terms of the quality of their lives. So it is a reason why politicians, because we are used to bringing up political ideas, whether we are hated for them or are liked for them, we are used to the critique. Whereas the professionals and the people who are used to boardrooms maybe might not really, fare well when it comes to dealing with hostility because of people who do not understand. And maybe lastly, I would say we must never, ever get tired of explaining to people why reparations, why reparative justice, and why we need to have a debt-free Africa. Regardless whether people believe us or understand us now, or they will understand us 10 years later, we must never get tired of explaining. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zungula. And I think that last point on not tiring is extremely important and very, very crucial. And also a very nice way for me to bring in Honorable Kanisile, because the evolution, as you said this morning in your submission, on the African Parliamentary Network on illicit financial flows on tax, specifically on the issue of reparations, is that it's not about just the historical slavery, colonialism, but you've evolved the message to say that it should also include neocolonialism in the analysis, in the politics of how honorable members should be viewing the conversation of reparations. And so perhaps that's just an example of what Honorable Zungula is talking about, of not tiring and evolving to make sure that, contemporary things are involved in this debate. So how then should networks like UPNIFT continue to bring in all these different types of dimensions in the context of illicit financial flows, which we heard about yesterday in the lecture, but also throughout the day in that sense?
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Jason. I think we are already doing it because UPNIFT is fundamentally formed to fight illicit financial flows and for tax justice, but we are collaborating on debt with Afrodat. We are collaborating with Akina Mama on gender, so that intersectionality is already happening. But I think that for me, it's important that we all agree what is reparations. And that's not an UPNIFT issue. That's why I said this morning, I hope by the third day, we shall be very clear that when we say reparations, this is exactly what we mean. What are the categories? Because it's not just monetary. So I think in my trying to grapple with the concept, I actually, in the end, arrived on 4 things that if we all agree that there is a part that deals with restitution, and by nature, restitution means repairing what was broken. If you take Edo State in Nigeria, for instance, the Kingdom of Benin, I mean, it was looted. It is said that they took between 5,000 and 7,000 objects, and those were the ones that were being ticked off. There are ones that were not ticked off because those were the ones that were going into private possessions. So if we talk restitution, it would mean that, and it was the British doing that. And a lot of that apparently was sold into private museums. 77 of them are in Scotland. They were sold in 1903 by William Webster. And they're all over making money, but not for Benin. So in that sense, restitution would mean restoring the museum in Edo State. The British have a responsibility to do that and to return those artifacts together with those that belong to the national altar of Berlin. Britain alone should do it. I'm not counting the other nations where those items are today because they are the ones who attacked and looted Berlin. The pictures are available, the stories are available. So if we can agree on that, it makes the UPNIFT job easy because then our MPs know that, okay, for the restitution, which is repairing or restoration, these are the things we are looking at. The second one I arrived at was compensation, the one that's more popular. But even compensation, it's not just monetary. There is physical, there's spiritual, there's psychological, there's material, of which the looting of Benin is one. Those were materials that were taken. There's land, there's financial, there's education, there's history. Fellow Africans, do you watch documentaries and you see CGTN or Al Jazeera or Russia Today interview Europeans on this matter? On the streets, Europeans today say, oh, it was legal at the time, these things are already with us. Why are these Africans hustling us? These things must just stay here, they must just move on. You know, as if it's an orange that was stolen. So for me, if we can agree that compensation covers all these things and not just the financial, education. I don't know why we still teach Africans about Pythagoras as if Pythagoras was a white man. But he was not a white man. He was Chemetian, what they have codenamed Egypt. So that, for me, that compensation, the education system should change. And it's not, the onus is not just on Africa because we didn't invent this education system. The onus is on them too, because that's what they teach their children who truly believe that colonization civilized us. I don't understand why in South Africa, you know how hard the ANC tried to rename Pretoria to Tshwane. Each time that board was put up, the Afrikaners would spray paint it or whatever until the ANC just gave up. So there is an inability to admit the wrongs that were done by white people. And only us, under this category of compensation, only us can force them. History needs to change also. I don't understand why we still say the Goedehoop, the Dromedaries, and the Drakensberg, those three ships I had to cram from in South Africa. They arrived in South Africa in 1652. No, they did not arrive. They came to colonize and grab the land. We need to put perspective to these things. We need to decolonize language. And for me, that falls under compensation. And then there's rehabilitation. Rehabilitation should be medical and legal. It has to be medical because we have whole populations in Africa that you move into that Kimberley. You go to Kimberley and the first thing that strikes you is how depressed and hopeless the people are. But that's where the diamonds came from. I mean, the diamond industry boomed. They raped Kimberley to the bone. Actually, what's left of that mine in Afrikaans, if you translate it into English, it's called a big dark hole. That's what is left. So for me, rehabilitation has to be medical and legal. We need to look at the survivors, not victims of colonialism, and they are there. And then it has to be statutory. I think Zungula touched on this. But statutory for me goes to what Tax Justice Network Africa is actually busy with now. And I'm glad that the ED, Shanai Makumba, is still in the room. Because statutory means changing the global financial architecture. Because if we don't change the global financial and political architecture, it means we continue to allow Africa to suffer racism at the global level. So there is nothing that Africa is going to do that will succeed because the racism at that level stops it. So the important thing also when that happens is that it goes with a guarantee of non-repetition. That guarantee did not happen with Ghana in 1957. That's why we entered neocolonialism, because there was no recompense. They never repented. There was no repentance on their part. That's why they could still repeat it under neocolonialism and under illicit financial flows. So changing the global financial architecture, which is the category under statutory, ensures that it shall not be repeated. And also under statutory, there is also a symbolic part. So we are still on number 3. It's just that it has categories. It has a symbolic part where they issue an apology. I'm not interested in Germany apologizing to the Herero and the Nama on the side, or with France. No, there should be a collective taking of responsibility and apology. And when that is done, it must come with an international day where we commemorate the survivors of slavery and colonialism. And then that international day will trickle to national days. Not what we do on Africa Day, where traditional tie and dance around, and I'm just like, what are we celebrating? There's nothing to celebrate, not yet. It's like not yet uhuru, they say in Swahili. So what are we celebrating? And then the curriculum I've touched, it still falls under statutory. And then the change of names. I mean, names should change, for crying out loud. I don't understand why it's called Victoria Falls. I mean, who's Victoria? Who is Victoria? I don't go to London and something is named Kanyisile Drive. Really, names should change. And even personal names should change, people. We should get there. I don't understand why we still give birth to Patricks in 2025. No, not in 2025. In the era when you were born, maybe. Because we need to understand how these names came about. You had a Christian name and you had a heathen name. So when your mom took you to a clinic that was run by missionaries, and they say this child's name is Karma, They say, no, I can't pronounce that, we are breaking my tongue. Besides, that's a heathen name. This child's name is Christina. So people died fighting for a name change. And for me, that should come under statutory, and that includes towns. And then I'll single out quickly, Jason, under compensation, I'll single out the monetary. I don't know why we get the argument always, how shall we pay the people who suffered are dead? Have people ever heard of what we call transgenerational trauma? Please go and read about it, it's real. That's why Africans behave the same wherever they are. I don't care if you find them in Japan, in China, in America, in Africa. We behave the same. We are depressed people, we are angry people, we abuse substances, we don't support each other. We have this thing of, it's like we have self-hate, and it's systemic. It is not our fault, because this is the trauma that's been transmitted generationally to us. And for us to heal, we need to come to a point where we say we stop it here. And so for me, collective reparations is the way we should do it for now, my brother Patrick, and not focus on individuals, because it's going to sidetrack us. Individual reparations for now, it's not going to work for us. Collective, like I made the example of Benin, like I can make the example of pyramids in Sudan. I'm sure you know as we sit here that there are more pyramids in Sudan than there are in Egypt. Those who do not know, please know it. But those in Sudan were built by African women, the Kendake queens. And the first one that was ever built was built by a queen that was born with one eye closed, Amanirenas. That pyramid had so much wealth inside of it, and it survived until in 1897, it was plundered and bombed by an Italian explorer and wealth collector. They even had these criminals, they gave nice name, explorer and wealth collector. Giuseppe Fellini. He plundered that pyramid. Oh, they actually also called them treasure hunters. He bombed it, took everything in it. We still do not know. Italy must tell us. I know that the president of Italy was talking so much about the one in France. We actually need to ask her to find the descendants of Giuseppe Fellini for us, because we want the contents. So for me, though, that's collective. You know where the Shona land is in Zim. You know what was done to Shona land. So for me, to pay reparations to Shona people as a collective is easier. To pay reparations to Zulu people, it's easier. The desecration of Matobo Hill, sacred for Shona people, it needs to be paid for. So we know how to articulate collective reparations, Jason, and not individual ones. So, last minute, just a reminder. We said they can happen in 4 parts: restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, and statutory. If we all adopt a definition by the time we leave here, then it's easy for UPNIFT. For me and Zungula and the MPs who are here, we know what to tell our MPs to fight for. But as long as it is loosely flung and we don't know what it is somewhere at the back of our minds, our job is not easy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Kanisile. And now you know why the politicians were left for the last session of today. But I mean, I think you've made very, very important points on the 4 proposals of what we should consider an African reparations agenda should look like. I know the Republic of Ghana, as the political sponsor and supporter of the theme of 2025, has been doing a lot of work. There have been conferences. There's the Accra Declaration of 2023. Where does what Patrick, Honorable Zungula, Honorable Kanisile, fit within the Republic of Ghana's framework or approach to the next 10 years in trying to put together this definition of what African collective reparations should look like?
Thank you very much, and thank you to Afrodad and IDS for this wonderful conference today. In Ghana, we say Akwaba. Yes, Akwaba to you all, and I hope you're having a good time in Ghana. And I believe you look forward to going to the Independence Square and all the other places on Friday to see for yourself what we as Africans can do when we come together. I suppose you asked me this question because AU designated Ghana as the champion nation for the decade-long initiative. Yes. Our role of Ghana championing this is based on the Accra Proclamation on Reparations, which was held last year, 2023, by the former president, and the current president has affirmed it. And I must say that when it comes to reparations, even though we are from different political lineages, we are one when it comes to reparations. And it should tell you that we really are serious about it, and we really want to do as much as possible to take what firmly belongs to us as the people of Africa. We see all the forts and the castles, and it reminds us of all the difficulties and the painful moments that we had to go through as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and colonialism as well. So I'm not surprised that this current generation of our leaders have taken this up and are doing everything possible to make sure we work with the African Union to make this reparation and reparative justice come to pass collectively. And so as Ghana, we are doing two things on the international front and on the domestic front. On the international front, what we're doing is collaborating with the regional and global institutions to explore the legal and judicial options for reparations, because you need a framework to enable you to do that. And so we want to leverage on other international compensation schemes and see how best we can come up with a framework that will support what our global and regional institutions are doing. But one thing that we keep talking about is consistency. The young MP spoke about consistency. In consistency, we need a consistent pool of resources to be able to champion this. And that is why we are calling for the establishment of the Global Reparations Fund, and it should be hosted in Africa. And we believe that this will give us some consistent pool of resources to enable us campaign and push for the agenda. Secondly, we're also supporting the Transcontinental Partnership Framework between the AU, CARICOM, Latin American states, and the African diaspora. And Ghana continues to support these partnership frameworks. That links people of African descent. And if you would recall, last year in Bahamas, Ghana chaired the Afri-Exim annual general meetings hosted in Bahamas. And over there, you could see a strong demonstration of our brothers in the diaspora also wanting to support us in this regard, to take what is duly ours. Again, what we're doing on the international front that has been re-echoed by almost all the panelists here is demanding reforms of our global financial systems and structures. Because we believe that the reparation should be multidimensional. It should not just be financial in nature, but also a structural transformation. And that structural transformation must come in our financial systems, where we believe that we ought to get better terms when we go out there for loans. We ought to be able to be in a position that we can leverage on everything that we have to be able to also take what is due us when we go on the international market. So we believe that if we work together to structurally transform the financial ecosystem, that will also go a long way to help us in this. And as a result of this, Ghana is strongly supporting the Bridgetown Initiative being championed by the Prime Minister of Barbados, because we believe that if we should do this, we should come together to do this. It will go a long way to help us establish that transformation that we want to see in our financial systems and structures. And then another thing we're doing on the international front is backing the AU. And Patrick here can attest to that fact that we are working strongly with the AU to advance the work that they are doing, especially in the area of the legal reference group, to find thought leadership and advice. We also join on global case studies to make sure we help the AU succeed in this. But when you come to the domestic, the domestic, we have diverse operations that is taking place, and we hope that it will also help us identify and address the issues of reparations and reparative justice. The first and foremost thing that we're doing is deepening the commemoration of key related events. If you would recall, we marked the 400th year of slavery, which we themed the Year of Return. And that Year of Return saw a lot of people of African descent coming into the country, getting to know their heritage, learning and seeing for firsthand what really the ancestors went through. And this, we believe, will also help them be good advocates for us in our journey of reparations and reparative justice as well. Currently, the current government has also instituted another one called the Black Star Experience. And we believe that will also enable more Africans in the diaspora come and experience what it is to be part and parcel of us, and also help promote our social, cultural, and economic connections as well. Another thing that we're really working on is our cultural and symbolic reparations. I heard the MP on my right talk about the return of some of these artifacts that were taken away from us. Last year, we saw the tomb for the Asantehene in collaboration with the UK government and the Victoria and Albert Museum, as well as the British Museum, return some artifacts to our country, included about 32 gold and silver items that were sent to UK during the colonial era. And so we are working very hard to make sure whatever it is that needs to be returned to us domestically, we will do that. And we believe that that will act as a leverage for our fellow countries to also ride on that and be able to demand what is duly theirs that have been taken away from them. One other thing that we also need to do is to balance the historical narratives. We shouldn't allow the Western-centric interpretation of our historical backgrounds to take the fall. We will have to rewrite the stories ourselves and encourage our children, and so we should tweak our curricula to make sure we tell the right story, and that is what Ghana has done. Day in, day out, we keep on improving the curricula for it to reflect the historical background of our dear nation. And finally, what we are also doing is to highlight some of the things that as Africans we have been able to do. Kwame Nkrumah, when you talk about Kwame Nkrumah, everybody knows what Kwame Nkrumah stands for and what Kwame Nkrumah did. Kwame Nkrumah wanted to bring the whole of Africa together to fight for a common purpose. And so as we highlight our African indigenous agencies and these responses, we believe that it will place our minds and our intentions to the fore and help us draw attention to the issue of reparations. And finally, we are also using legal means and advocacy to get a lot of the youth, like my young parliamentarian said, to get a lot of the youth as well as the civil society organizations and to help in this regard because they have the energy. But I must say that it is not that the older MPs don't have that energy, but the focus is different. It's like a body. The arm does something different, the arm and the leg does something different. But at the end of the day, they all age the body. And so it is not that they are tired, but the focus is different. And we will support the young MPs and the old MPs to work together for the common good of this agenda. And so I believe that this is what we have done both at the international front and the domestic front. But in all this, we as Africans, we also need to have that attitude that we should not let go. In doing these things, sometimes it will cost you. They will come up with certain policies that they would want to deter you or for you to sit back, push back, fold your arms and say, it's enough. So we must work hard to make sure we are consistent, we persevere. This is something that we cannot leave halfway. once we have made that first step, we need to go all out and make sure we get what is duly ours. And I don't think we are asking for too much, because the damage and the conflict that this has created, I don't think any, not even in monetary terms or infrastructure terms, can reverse what has happened to us. And so let us be consistent, let us persevere, and make sure we get what is duly ours. But we can only do that when we trust ourselves. Most of us don't trust ourselves. When we have to go to countries, some countries in Africa, you need visas for almost every country in Africa. But if we trust ourselves, we will open up our borders and make sure that we come in easily and go out easily. And so we need to look at these things, work together, trust ourselves, build that right attitude, and make sure we continue to persevere. Because I know that this time we are going all out and we are not turning back. When you visit the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum, you see the statue of Kwame Nkrumah, and there's one hand pointing forward, saying, "Forward ever, backwards never." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Osei Asare, for really framing a very nice picture of what a political champion as a member state needs to look like. And I think, just as Comrade Briggs mentioned in his remarks in the previous panel, and many others, I think that is the exemplary mode that many of us, either individually, but even when we go back to our countries, the advocacy that we need to do with our politicians is to continue to follow in that exemplary path that the Republic of Ghana is putting before us. But of course, all of that, and I want to come to Honorable Machebana now, Dr. Patrick talked about a united Africa. And as legislatures, as politicians, as members of parliament, of course, there is this organ, the Pan-African Parliament, where some of these things, can be legislated for in what Honorable Zungula has talked about. The reparations agenda can be legalized, as a Pan-African agenda through a Pan-African Parliament. But perhaps you could shed some light to us. What is it that is missing in this equation that to give the Pan-African Parliament the power that it so deserves to help contribute to this next 10 years that Patrick has talked about in his submission?
Thank you very much, Jason. Can you allow me just to take 2 minutes of your time?
Sure.
Before I go straight to respond to what you asked me to do. Just to say, as Africans, we must not just talk, but we must also act. I come from a country called Lesotho. Probably some of you may not know. President Trump said it's a country that nobody has ever heard about when he started this business of tariffs. But I want to say we must correct some of these, how can I describe?
Narratives.
I mean, it's the narratives and it's the perceptions that as Africans, we don't even care about ourselves. So how do we expect other people to care about us? Lesotho is a landlocked country. Historically, it was not landlocked. So when you talk about reparative justice, should we not look amongst ourselves as African countries and start there? We are completely landlocked by South Africa. So I'm challenging all of us here as Africans and African countries. Nobody will hear us if we just talk to other people, but we are not talking to ourselves. They will listen to us, they will hear us, as long as they've seen us acting and try to correct the injustices that happened amongst ourselves as Africans. I've given an example of Lesotho as one good example, where around 80% of the country that, that was Lesotho then, is now South Africa. So I believe we need to engage further, and when we talk about reparative justice, we should look amongst ourselves, and we should look and we should start in the African continent and try to come up with strategies of how we repair the injustices that happened between us as neighbors. I hope the South Africans that are here, I hope you're good, the good doctor, you'll take the message. I was listening to my sister there who said, you cannot sell tomatoes across the border because there will always be, you know, this one you don't do, this one you can't do, this one is not like yours. I don't understand why we still have visas in Africa. And then we are saying that other people should treat us differently. But we are not treating ourselves as the same. So we are still different. How will they look at us? They will look at us as just people, different people, who will never unite for a good cause. So I just wanted to give this example so that we really be true to ourselves. When I now move on to what you wanted me to talk about, Jason, which is the role of members of parliament on this debate. We do have the Pan-African Parliament and many other forums, but as we know, those forums are not legislative in nature like the African Union. There are sort of movements, but very powerful movements, and can bring change to what we want to do. Members of Parliament, I'll just talk about five issues that I picked up that members of Parliament can do to make sure that this debate continues, and it just doesn't end as a debate, but it's also turned into action. Members of Parliament can set an agenda, and their role is advocacy mainly. As we know that we represent people and we are elected representatives of the people. So in every opportunity that we get to represent our people, we must do so. In the Pan-African Parliament and in most of our national parliaments, we have committees. Some are called portfolio committees, some are sessional committees, but we do have parliamentary committees. But as you look at, number one, the Pan-African Parliament, there is no one committee that deals with reparation and reparative justice. And that trickles down to our national parliaments, parliamentary committees. So if that agenda is not set at the Pan-African Parliament, definitely it will not go to our regional parliament forums and not to our national parliament forums. So I believe that we have to push for the establishment of a dedicated committee at the Pan-African Parliament and trickle it down to the national parliaments to really lead this agenda on reparations and reparative justice. And as a result of that, you find that we do not have legislation and in different countries about how to deal with reparations, how to deal with reparative justice. Even in Lesotho, as I've given you an example of Lesotho, we still don't have a dedicated parliamentary committee that deals with this issue of reparation or reparative justice. We've had a very sad incident where one member of parliament who felt like, I'm taking this onto myself. and fighting for this cause for Lesotho to get her land back. So unfortunately, this MP ended up in prison. As I'm talking to you now, the MP is in prison because of that cause that he decided to take alone. So if as members of parliament, we speak in one voice and understand what we should be fighting for, the fight will not be for one MP, and the fight will be beneficial to the people that we are representing. For example, we may encourage to have national reparation commissions in each country, and then they can meet regionally, and then they can meet at the level of the continent, and then they can use the Pan-African Parliament as a forum to engage. But at the present, we do not have that. In some countries, members of parliament really do not have a good understanding of what reparation and reparative justice is. As a result, you cannot even hear a member of parliament talking to the public about reparation or reparative justice. So I believe that as members of parliament, we should facilitate more engagements at the public level, more consultations, to make sure that our African people understand why this topic is very, very important. We, as I alluded to the fact in the morning when I was giving the support for Aphrodite from the chairperson of the SADCOPAC, as members of parliament, even if we were to get what we wanted, we still need to provide oversight. If we get the reparation and if we get the reparations, maybe in the form of financial assistance, somebody has to provide oversight to who it goes to and to what it does when it gets there. Somebody has to be accountable, and accountability, the responsibility to provide and to make sure that people are accountable currently rests with the members of parliament. So that is the role that members of parliament can play. But mainly, if at the Pan-African Parliament, there can be a decision or to implement or to talk about the reparative justice, then somebody has to follow up. Somebody has to take those decision makers, members of parliament at that level, to make sure that they are accountable and make sure they implement their decisions. So currently, the situation does not allow anyone to hold anybody accountable. If we do that, even at the African Union level, we can be able to ask our leaders, to ask our presidents, our prime ministers, how far have you gone about the issue on reparative justice? But currently, because we don't talk about it in any other forum, we tend to forget it. I will not be talking a lot because a lot has been said, but all I can say is probably if we start at the Pan-African Parliament with a committee that will deal specifically with this one issue. I've tried to look at all the committees and the responsibilities and the activities of the committees in the Pan-African Parliament. None of them deals with this issue. So it means as members of parliament, we may have ignored this issue, probably because we don't talk about it a lot. We have left it in the hands of Aphrodite and the partners and other organizations, but we have not taken it up as a responsibility of members of parliament, except for the young members of parliament. I see they are doing a lot, and as adults now we have to learn from the young ones. It's in order. So I believe that at that level we should really introduce this topic and make sure that there's a dedicated committee at the PAP and then it will trickle down to our national parliaments, where we will now deal with legislation and other institutions that can lead to us really realizing this dream that it comes true. It's not just a debate in a conference and ends there, but I think that if we do that, we can take it further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Machabana. And I guess that's a challenge that has been put to this AFCON. Two big things. One is, the fact that the issue of reparations and reparative justice are not being discussed at national parliaments. So it's no wonder some of these things seem to pass, over us, around us, through us, and we continue to operate in a system that's perpetuating these inequalities, what Professor Hickel said this morning, the potential erosion of memory of how dangerous of the things that have happened in the past. But the second one is to ensure and find a mechanism, and maybe Patrick, throughout the week you can help us figure this out. How do we get a process to empower the Pan-African Parliament on two things? One, can it be given that full-blown recognition as a Pan-African Parliament of the African Union? And the second one, how do we get this committee within the Pan-African Parliament on reparations? Friends, colleagues, I know it's getting very late. I can see the room is tiring, but I'm going to open it up just for 3 questions. Not comments, not statements, questions. So I see Ishmael, Elvis, and because the politicians, well, this is a table of politicians now, and they're the young politicians. Okay, so Ishmael, Elvis, and then the 2 honorables in the front here. Just note that we've stopped having interpretation because we've run over time terribly, so my sincere apologies for those who are not able to follow on the interpretation. But questions, not statements. So Ishmael, then Elvis, and then the honorables in the front. Please.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I'll direct my question to Dr. Patrick. And just to start by saying, I think this is a very important conversation. These are conversations that need to be had at national level, at regional level, and at platforms such as this. A lot of what has been said in some of the previous panels has been action. What needs to happen next? Where can we take this action? So my question would be, is there a platform that exists where, when we're talking about reparations, we can
Ishmael, please, sorry, just kindly be upstanding. We want to make sure that we capture you. So some of you, again, that will be asking questions, there's a request for our videographers. If you can stand up so that they can get a good shot. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me find my trail of thought. So, is there a platform where we can bring this conversation, where us as countries, coming from a united front as the African continent, can hold those that are responsible to account, and where we are bringing this discussion of reparations, where we can actually see tangible actions? Is there a platform that exists? So this is something, a discussion that we need to, is it one that where we need to create this platform? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ishmael. So is there a platform where we can have this conversation? Elvis.
Thank you, Jason. Elvis is my name for avoidance of doubt. And I will just, first of all, start by a statement, and then I'll put up the question, because, you know, this is a very important conversation. And when our leaders are involved, everything rises and falls upon leadership. And we have seen a lot of issues when it comes to our parliaments in Africa. The independence of parliaments is something that we have a lot of questions about, because in as much as we may talk about a lot of things, and the powers that parliaments have, especially in coming up with laws, and I like what the Secretary General for AYPN has been speaking about regarding coming up with laws. But how independent can these laws be? Because we have seen a lot of times parliaments just coming up with laws that favor what the executive has said. So the question of independence of these parliaments, And again, the other thing is about the existence of so many structures that we have. We have the Pan-African Parliament. When you go to East Africa, we have the East Africa Legislative Assembly, and their role so far in terms of coming up with enough legislation and policies around these issues. So I would just like to also urge our members that, yes, we have donated powers. Sovereign powers normally belong to the people. You have donated powers to represent the people. But in many cases, our leaders have failed to represent the people and have always represented the interest of the executive. So I would just want to ask all the members there, what capacities do you have to put those executives in check? Because those are the people who get into these dealings with the multilateral agencies and everything. So do you have capacity? That is the question, because many times we have seen you shy away, and like in Kenya, you saw what happened in 2024, where the people had to take back their power and the finance bill had to be recalled after the people intervened. So I just want to let you know, where you fail, the people shall. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Elvis.
Thank you, Jason. I'd love to thank the panel. I'm sorry. I'd love to thank the panel for such a vibrant and informative presentations they've made before us. As a legislator, I think now I have a direction through these presentations that are going on here. My question is based on what Honorable Kanye spoke of when she spoke of reparations. She mentioned something like official apologies that should be done openly. I want to know, my honorable, because you know, as legislators, we are not just listeners, but we want to implement. We represent our constituencies. So once you say something, I have to take it up and go to implement it. So I want to know the how part, how best can we do that? If we can be able to do it, I thank you. And I also want to declare that AYPN is ready to work in collaboration with Pan-African. If they have a challenge, we can take it up. We are still vibrant. We can run around and help them. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you so much. I am Amira Saber, a member of the Egyptian Senate and an ex-parliamentarian. I have a question that came to my mind, linking a parallel between how the world embraced the trauma of the Jewish people after the Holocaust and how it denied totally what happened to the Africans after the enslavement and the exploitation of the resources and everything else. How millions of pounds have been paid as reparations and recognition, and you might even get accused of being anti-Semitic if you're just by any mean contradicting or holding the Jewish state accountable for criminal actions. Everyone, I think, is following up what is happening in Gaza now. Back to the link. What do you think is missing? What did the Africans didn't do so that the reparations and the memorialization and everything related to our narrative is not there? It's not there at all, and it's completely ignored.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those comments and questions. I took 3 questions that came out, and what I'll do is we'll start with Honorable Machabana, and we'll move away, so to my left. In 1 minute, please, an attempted response and your closing remark, because we do need to close as it's getting to 7 p.m. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason. I'll just attempt to respond to the question about the independence of parliaments. In most African countries, there is a challenge with regard to independence of parliaments, because in order to have a government, you would have the majority of members of parliament forming, being in government and leading the government. So in our case, it's a little bit odd, because almost all the committees of parliament are chaired by those that have numbers. Definitely, it would be those that are in power, in government. And therefore, our work will kind of be, not really be for the people who send us, but would normally be what cabinet wants. The only other committee that is not chaired by a member of the government party is the Public Accounts Committee. And it is the only committee that people rely on for anything and everything that they want. You just need to have a strong members of parliament and strong leadership of the Public Accounts Committee. Then I think everything can be possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Zungula.
Thank you. I'll be brief as well to say, perhaps we need to put more focus on ensuring that we've got institutions that work, institutions that fulfill their legislative mandate. There are constitutions all across the different countries that inform what parliament's powers are and what to the extent in which they can best represent the people. Now, the issue, it is the members of parliament or the executives that are embedded in interests that are not aligned to the interests of the people. And the powers that be, whether it's multinational companies, it is foreign governments, they are going to find a way to co-opt some of our leaders. So that is why I would maybe make a point to say we need to do what Fanon says when he says each generation has got a mission. So our mission must not be that we become those who are exempted from the struggles of the people that we are representing. Rather, we must be a generation that will tilt or change the entire system so that all of us as Africans were able to share, were able to live good quality of life. Because if you look at the nature of the resources that we have in the continent, there is so much and there is enough for all of us to actually lead good quality of lives. The issue, it is the leaders that want to just be exempted from the struggle. So they will not go into parliament with a view of uprooting the system, changing the system. As long as the problems that affect many people do not affect them, then those people, they are fine. And lastly, when we speak about the issue of backing up what we're saying by law, I think it is the most critical issue. You'll recall in 2020 there was COVID-19, and there were many countries embarked on lockdowns. Now, if you look at that social engineering that was done by governments when they introduced laws to say you can't go outside if you are not wearing a mask, there are some things you can't do if you are not wearing a mask. Mentally, when you stepped out of your house not wearing a mask, your mind told you there's something wrong. So we need to find a way to say, how then do we use the law and how then do we use politics so that Africans ask themselves, without reparations being paid, something must be wrong. It can't be that, when you speak about the issue of reparations, it is something that is abstract in the minds of the people. We need to make it a reality so that there is no conversation that is had in parliament, in communities, in labor unions, everywhere without touching on this very important aspect of reparations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Zungula. Dr. Patrick.
Thank you, Jason, and thanks to the people who asked the questions. The first thing, Madam, I want to respond to you and to tell you that there is one fundamental, tool that we should manage and make sure that we put it right. It's power. You spoke about Israel and you spoke about what they were able to do to have reparations and all those things. It's just about power, full stop. And I said it this morning, unless African countries are able to be, stronger and powerful, there is no one who will care about reparating anything or doing something. We can shout, we can cry, we can sing, and it will take another century, but no one would ever listen. I'm taking an example on the African soil. You saw after the genocide in Rwanda, and it is an extremely painful, situation that I'm describing, but look at what Rwanda was able to do when they were able to rebuild power. It is not, a good example that I'm giving, but I'm just giving you an idea of what the use of power can do to transform the narrative of something into a powerful engine of sovereignty and, economic development. That is what Africa needs to do, because if we continue to discuss and not put ourselves into action to work and to transform our economies, there is nothing that we can expect. I said it this morning, and it is so embarrassing for us who are, negotiators that are, in big spheres, the G20 and the other spheres. When you sit down with people and that you want to talk about, normal forward-looking issues, and then you start discussing about, we need wheat and we need food, when you start that conversation, or when you sit on the table and then you see, I need support, what do you expect? And then you say, I want you to reparate me, to give me to... No, nobody listens to you. The first thing you have to make right is that you are able to feed yourself correctly, to wear your clothes, and to make sure that when you stand in front of people, you speak the language, the language that they can listen. That is what I said this morning, and I'm insisting on that. We will cry, we will sing, we will do whatever we want. I'm telling you, when we sit at the table that we are negotiating, there is nothing I can do. An example, last week we had the TICAD summit, and personally it is absolutely, a loss of credibility and dignity if 55, sovereign countries can sit in a room with one country to discuss their future. It's wrong. We have to sit here to discuss our issues. We may have difficulties today, and I'm concluding with that. Those difficulties, for me personally and for us at the African Union, for those who have that sense of, purpose, we are absolutely convinced that we have all the instruments at our hands to make things work better for this continent. The only thing we have to do is to make sure that we work hard. Because I took an example I was discussing with the gentle lady sitting here. You have to be aware of the fact that Africa in the 1960s, coming from the colonial era, was able to be donor to countries that were in difficulties in Asia. I don't want to name a country. But 4 decades after, we are all queuing 55 sovereign member states to go and beg for bowls of soups and, rice to people we were feeding 4 decades back. It tells you only one story. If you don't put your house in order, if you don't do things right, no matter what you will do, you can sing any song that you want to sing, and we will help you singing it, but no one will ever listen to what you are saying if you are not strong. I'm taking the last example. When you look at China, the power they have today is built on one fundamental, belief that they have, is that they can do it all. And they have been able to achieve it in just 4 decades. They were able to show that what Europe achieved in centuries, they achieved it in 4 decades. It is telling you one last story, that if we put our things right today, we will see Africa shining in the next 4 decades and be able to sit on the table and say, we want you to send back our artifacts, we want to send back our traditional, how do you call it? Traditional artifacts that you have taken to us. That's the reality. But unless we are powerful, there is nothing to expect. And that is where I'm concluding to say that we have the firm conviction and belief that Africa will transform, that Africa will become the engine of the development of the world. But to do that, we have to be serious. And I think it came from the panel here. Unless we are serious, nothing will happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Patrick. Honorable Kanisile.
Thank you. I think I will start with the easy question.
But very briefly, I'm sorry, now I have to be a little bit stern. I'm so sorry.
Can you trust? Thing is, the response might not be that quick to the question. Can you trust Parliament? You need to change the structure. I played a game once in Arusha in a meeting of NGOs, and I was with Honorable Shitagwa, and Jason, you were there, where we said to people, put your phones down and talk to me about the name of your electoral system, how it works, what are its gaps, what are its strengths. They could not. They couldn't. So if you are using a system as citizens that you yourself do not understand, how do you think that system is going to deliver anything effective for you? That's one. Because I sit here and tell you that it is not Parliament in itself, it is the system that Parliament uses. If you go to Parliament through a political party, and your party becomes the ruling party, those people that you see in Parliament, whom you call ministers, in the party, they are your leaders. So do you really, sitting there, think that that MP is going to challenge that minister in Parliament, knowing that when they go back to the party, that's the very person that holds the key if you're coming back here as an MP or not? Let's be real if we want to solve this problem and put it on the table and not gloss over it. So the system needs to change. It is this bad. In South Africa now, there's a government of national unity where the ANC got 39%, and I take my hat off for South African Gen Zs because they registered in numbers to take the ANC out. The ANC was out, but we still need a ruling party. That's the system. That's how it's designed. What does the ANC do? It invites the DA into the government of national unity. The EFF MK says we are not joining this with the races that we are going into bed with. Now, the other smaller parties are joining. Now you're getting ministers from parties that have gotten far less votes than the EFF and MK, but they're in the government of national unity. They're in bed with the ANC and the DA, so they get to be ministers. So study the electoral systems, because if we don't know how they work, we will never get them to account and to assist the MPs in holding the executive accountable. That's my answer to you. How can we make them issue a national apology? That is the job of the AU, and I'm glad my brother Patrick is here. The AU should fight for this because it represents us all. In the AU, we are all represented. If the AU fights for it and issues a decree on it, it will trickle down to national level. But apology must happen because apology has happened for the Jews. I mean, they are lucky. They know 5 million died. We don't even know how many. It's estimated at millions. We don't even have a cutoff number. So for me, the AU really, because they have declared this as Day of Reparations, they should really champion this, but we can assist as NGOs also to fight for this on the sidelines also, and as MPs. How has the Jews, why has it happened to the Jews, you asked, my sister, but ours was forgotten. I think Patrick has given a practical answer. I want to give another practical answer. It's simple. That's why Tax Justice Network Africa, that's why AfroDAD, they are fighting together with their allies to change the global political and financial architecture. There is no other response to that except one word: racism. I got to Germany in February this year. I was asked to speak in a museum. The first thing I asked Germans was, why are you paying millions of dollars to the Jews, but you are not paying the same amount to the Herero of Namibia, where you exterminated 80% of the population? The following morning, they put me on the anti-Semitic list. I wear that badge with pride. So I will never enter Germany again, but guess what? I really do not care. because I was asking a legitimate question. There is no response to that except it's racism, because the global political architecture supports Israel. So whatever Israel does is right because America and Britain stand with them. That's why their cause is not forgotten. If you look at the news right now, the atrocities committed in Gaza and those committed in Ukraine, which one far outweighs the other? But what is the West reporting in their media? Ukraine. Do they report on Gaza? Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I mean, Israel is even telling us this is not genocide. Starving a whole population is not genocide. So for me, it's global financial and political racism, which is why we need to join the support of Afrodat and TGNA to really demand for a change in how the world is run. Then we can do the other things that Patrick raised and talked about, but we need to change it at that global level. Because we don't even have a name, are you aware? For the Jews, it's easy. If you say anything about the 5 million, you're anti-Semitic. It's easy. Do you know we don't even have a word for the crimes committed against us? Tell me one word. You have to issue a long sentence for the slavery and for the colonialism and for the neo-colonial. We don't even have one word. So, hope I've answered the 3 questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanisile.
Yes, to round it all up, I would want to say that Patrick mentioned that we have to be self-sufficient. In terms of raising our own domestic revenue, we are always found wanting. So we tend to depend on the easier way out, go in for more loans. So until we are self-sufficient, until we work together, until we can provide our own basic needs, nobody will be ready to listen to us. And nobody would want to hear any suggestions or any contributions that we put on the table. Because here is a situation where you can't even take care of yourself. So I believe that forums like this will help us come up with frameworks that will bring us together, work with one common purpose to pursue this agenda. But finally, I also think that we should learn to tell our own story. Look at the Europeans. Let me use BBC as an example. In America, let me use CNN as an example. When the Arab world found out that their stories were not being told as it ought to be told, they found Al Jazeera. Have we asked ourselves, as Africans, do we have one common medium of communication that would tell our story the way we want it to be told? We don't have. So we should be thinking about some of these things. Now, everything that happens in the Arab world, Al Jazeera will put their side of the story so that the story is not compromised. And that is how I believe we can also move and make progress. If we have one common purpose, one common communication channel that will tell our story the way we want our stories to be told. Because if we don't tell our stories the way we want it to be told, 1, it will not get the leverage that it ought to get, and 2, we will not benefit from telling our story. So I think AU is something you should think about. That how old are we? We should think of getting one communication medium where we can also tell our story the way it ought to be told. And so when we have forums like this, it will be published, it will be told consistently, and then people will see that it's not always about famine in Africa, it's not always about hunger in Africa, it's not always about corruption in Africa, but there are brighter sides of Africa that if we work together to harness, the world, the world and everybody can benefit in a way that we all deem fit. So that is what I think we should do. Tell our story, but tell our story our own way to tell the truth to the world. Thank you.
Thank you all very, very much, and to participants, friends, and comrades for staying the course. We've come to the end of this panel. Please, let's give a round of applause to the panel once again. Thank you all very, very much. As I hand over to the conference moderator, Wedson, allow me just to use my position as the current outgoing moderator, but also the executive director of Afrodad. I don't often use that title in this way, but allow me to do that. Allow me to please recognize the chair of the African Organization of Public Accounts Committees, Honorable Medad Lubega Segona, who was here a bit late this morning. But Honorable, I don't know if you want to come and address the public at this point. Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll hand over to Wedson to close out this evening, and maybe one or two announcements about tomorrow, because there is a slight change in the program. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Braganza. Continuing on the executive order that you've established as executive director, as executive moderator, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank the panelists once again for the wonderful deliberations that we've just been a part of. Quickly, I'll go to the announcement so that I can release all of us to go and rest and prepare for tomorrow. So the first announcement that I have, ladies and gentlemen, is all South Africans to meet for 10 minutes after the program. So the meeting will only be for 10 minutes. So please, all South Africans, you're required to meet just here, in this very room, at the front somewhere here. You have a meeting for 10 minutes. In case you know somebody whose number you have, they're not here, please, you can text them to come through and be part of this meeting for all South Africans. Not Southern Africans, South Africans, okay. Yeah, no, I was just worried for my Zambians who are out there and Zimbabweans. Okay. Yeah, so another reminder is the QR code that you were given. Please do not forget to scan that QR code and be able to fill in that survey. It's very important. As I mentioned earlier, it is designed to help us improve the conference experience and work on a few things here and there. And then your name tags. I believe the majority of us, if not all of us, have our name tags. Those of you that do not have been informed they'll be ready tomorrow. So on your name tag, there's a QR code as well. Once you scan that QR code, it will take you to the program for tomorrow and the other day. The updated program, as you heard, Mr. Braganza mentioned that there are a few changes that we keep making to the program. So once you scan that, you have access to the updated version of the program. And lost but found. So I've got a lost but found artifact. Recovered. Okay, talk about recovery. So we've started the process. So I've got a gold artifact here. I don't know if it's a ring or it's an earring. I'm not an expert in that field. But I've got something that looks like an earring from within. So please, if you've lost this, you can see me. And if you happen to find some object, item that is not yours, but you stumbled across that item, do not be like our friends across the seas and the oceans. Please, you can return whatever item that is not yours to me or to the guys at the back so that we can retain those items to their rightful owners. Very, very important. And on tomorrow's program, we had a change. I'm sure you noticed on the program we're supposed to have the Black Pepper session, plenary session that was supposed to focus on a political economy, framing of Africa's development finance conundrum. We did not have that session today. We pushed it to tomorrow. And because of that, we will all be required to meet here at 8 a.m. and have this session from 8 to 9 a.m. And then thereafter, we can go to our different breakout sessions that we would like to be a part of. So those that are not here, please, you can equally remind them. And those that will scan, and I think on the group we'll be able to remind people to scan the program so that they can be also informed of these details. As you're having your supper, in case you reflect on something based on the presentations, like I said, remember, let's keep social media ablaze. Let's keep the conversation global. Remember to post something, use the hashtags that were shared on the screen earlier on. To all of you, my gallant gladiators who have stayed on up to the end, I think clap for yourselves. So we'll see you tomorrow in the morning at 8 for the plenary session. Good night. You're welcome. Okay. This is when I'm about to. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you left your specs at the front, Honorable Kanyisile. Honorable Kanyisile, is this you? Okay, okay.